Welcome to the Prep Phase Show, our weekly show where it feels like we get to do whatever the hell we want to do here with our minigames. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for just this show, taking over from Milos. We are joined by two guys who apparently will already start fighting if you even say hi
we get to do whatever we want, so I feel like that.
Why did you say we get to do everything we want? Just slap me in the face.
Okay, well,
that's your doing it.
You're going to find out a few things later that might hurt you, but that's fine. We have Alfama, Lexing. Guys, you've been through a few things these last few weeks with the minigames. Are we prepared to get through even worse today?
I don't think worse. Honestly, you're here. I think you might have some more creative ideas that Milos just couldn't seem to muster up.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I thought we were going to roast Milos when he was here.
Oh, Mr. Lost.
It's easier to roast him when he's not here.
You're at home. He's like, I'm going to tune in. And
Wow.
roasted straight away.
First sentence came out of your mouth. It's just straight up a roast. No,
So we
but
can do whatever.
it is. I mean, we're playing mini games, but you've been through a little bit. Do you really think that you're gonna come unscathed today?
I don't know. I feel like this one feels special. You know what?
Did you see his EMP that he drew?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw that. Unfortunately, I had to witness
it
that.
Quite simply
Yeah.
cannot get worse than drawing.
Did I draw an EMP?
No, I
Yeah,
drew the
yeah,
EMP,
the
and then
EMP
you tried to
the
redraw it.
button to power off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course it was a button to power off.
Of course.
It
Well,
was.
clearly.
It clearly was.
It'd be a really unwise idea if we let you draw today, but we'll see what happens later. We have 3 minigames in total today for our last show of the prep phase, because we won't be here next week, so we'll make the most out of it with our 3 minigames. Starting off with higher and lower. That's the reason why you're sitting next to me, because we are working this in 2 duos. We have Lex and I, and we have Fresh and Alfama in a duo as well. We're gonna ask each other questions. Map related, siege related, esports related, anything. We're gonna give them a number, and then the question for the other duo is to find out, is that supposed to be higher or is that supposed to be lower? Sounds difficult, but we'll dive right into it. I believe you two are starting.
All
Are you
right.
asking a question or am I?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll ask the first question to you two. You ready? How many unique number of maps have ever been played inside of Pro League?
And say the
Oh,
number.
that's
And
difficult.
the higher or lower number is 18.
18.
Is it higher than 18 or lower than 18?
We've had a lot. There's 9 right now. There's a
That's
few
been
that are
played
obviously
in
missing.
Pro League?
Yes.
But you had like House and Yacht and...
Yeah.
And you get like 5 seconds.
I think this is close too, but I feel like it's... I think it's lower.
I think it has to be lower for
I think
sure.
it's lower, yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
lower.
It was not lower.
Incorrect.
What?
No way.
Oh,
20
my, yeah,
team-
you made it
20
close.
maps, sorry.
Okay,
Wow.
okay.
20 different maps. You have to remember House, Canal, Favela.
Favela, yeah.
It's been played at
Yeah.
all over all of these maps.
That's
Well, you
crazy.
even forgot plane.
Of
Yep.
course, playing. I mean,
Dang,
we
well,
did
yeah, I
put
guess
all 20 on there.
can't fit all, fit all
Yeah.
20 in there, but yeah.
I feel a little
no,
bit less
well done.
about making like really close questions.
Let's go.
now.
What's
Yeah,
your
yeah,
for us?
let's
First,
go.
we'll give you guys a point. Well, we won't give ourselves a point
That's
for
a
that,
good one.
unfortunately. I thought I was
That's
going to write
crazy,
one down. First question for you guys. How many windows are there on the top floor of Consulate? Your answer is 12. It's a Rebel-heavy map. Good luck.
So
12?
It's lower.
It's lower.
It's lower.
Is that your guys' question?
Did you go through this? What did you say the other one?
It's lower than 12.
I think we should take our third question now.
Should we?
Yeah,
Should we?
it's lower
Yeah,
than
yeah.
12. The answer's
Okay.
10.
Well,
The answer is 10.
So our question for you, which was our third question, but is now our second question, is how many windows are there on the top floor of Consulate?
I can't believe we had the opportunity to pick like a bazillion
Anything,
different
yeah.
maps,
Tons of-
like
we have the
anything,
same
and we came
questions.
up with the same question.
You know what,
That's-
guys? I'm
that's
actually
EML
gonna move
This
here.
was
Leo's telescope.
I'm gonna show you.
I think
We're
that's
gonna
the
count them
EML
together.
synergy you
I
guys got going.
swear to... No way. There is no way this is the same.
All right, break it down, Leo.
All right, let's count it together. All right. So we've got the yellow one. That's 1. Okay. We've got CEO. That's 2. We've got the former connector one. That's 3. The bathroom one, 4. Vending one here, 5. You add the coffin one, 6. The 3 in admin, that is 9. And then the last one in paper, 10. So it was less than 12. We were right, but we also both thought of the same exact question on the same exact floor, on the same exact map without coordinating, which is insane.
That's the EML synergy.
Yeah, I feel like Leo just wants to show
think
off like a
so,
telestrator as well. We just
wanna
do a
show that he
picture,
can use a tab.
like.
Any reason for me to find a way to show the
That's
illustrator and just
crazy.
touch the screen and we'll do it?
All right, well, I guess that's our question
And I
done
swear
then.
to God to the viewers,
That's
we
our
have not
question.
meddled in each other's questions
No.
whatsoever.
No, we even like would go out of production room when they
let me
were
do the
discussing
negotiation.
others like the
We
questions
chose
from
teams
everybody
last
else.
second, too.
Yeah,
Let me do the negotiation.
You're good at negotiating.
Okay.
That's a draw, right? 1 point for you, 1 point for us.
fair. I
you
mean,
guys
that gives
know
us
the
a free
answer.
point.
Yeah,
I will take
you're
it.
helping us.
I
We're gonna
take
beat
it.
them on the rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next question. How much damage does a cap can trap deal Is it, and the number is 61. Is it higher or lower than 61 damage?
It's lower, right?
Lower.
Yeah.
Lower.
'Cause you need 2 to kill like a 3 speed, so it does.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's lower.
Do you
Yeah,
lock
but
in
you
your
would need,
answer?
you
But
would
it
need
has-
3 to kill 1 speed, and it's like 130
Well, you
HP.
need you need 2 to down and 3 to kill, so
So it can't be higher than no, because
Yeah.
it would be 65 then. It's lower.
it's lower.
It is lower.
Okay.
How much was it?
It was 60.
I was about to say,
Look
I
at
was,
this.
like, I was like, I'm pretty
You
sure.
went one
I was
off?
gonna say, I'm pretty sure it has to be just a flat number because, like, when
Look
I
at
get
this.
hit by those, it's
100 HP
Yeah.
down to 40 HP as you
Yep.
see when you walk in. Boom, 60. Really well played.
You picked like an off number or so. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, let's do 61 damage.
Well, actually, when I read it, I thought it was 62 HP. And then when we did the trial in the game, it was 60. So maybe I'm the one that was wrong.
Okay.
all right. All right. Well, then I guess it's my turn. How many hatches does club have? Is there 9? Is it lower or is it higher?
Okay, we need to think of the roof, mate. Think of the roof. You have 1. Think
Yep.
of then the top floor. You have
Construction, gym,
Construction, that's 3. We're all good.
bar.
Move on to bar. 1, stock, 5. That's it, 5.
Wait, you got 3 for the basement.
Okay, you need to answer in 5
I
seconds.
would say lower than 9.
Lower. We did forget about the strip hatch though.
That's all right.
But
You're right.
It
It
was
is
lower.
lower. There's
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7.
Is that one that people forget right there? That's on the very roof,
as
obviously,
you
and
was
then the
doing it,
strip
I was
one.
like, we've
Yeah,
forgotten
yeah.
about the strip hatch.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Then how did you come up with 5 only?
Yeah,
There's
I
only
was about
3
to
that
No,
you
I
would
didn't. I
reinforce.
didn't go into strip, and I was just thinking. I think I counted the gym construction one. I counted a single one on the roof, but there is the strip one that I forgot, and then there is the blue kitchen and the stock hatch, which was 6.
Yeah.
And then we're just missing one.
Yeah.
Good old times with the Berlin Major and the Echo drones going up there. Just a little bit of a throwback.
3, 2, 1.
But it's your time, your question.
Yep.
Your turn.
Our question?
Yeah.
All right. So then, obviously, we've already done the
The
consulate.
consulate one, yeah.
So we have to move on to the next one.
Yeah.
How long does the Goyo fire last?
20
once
seconds.
You pop it?
Oh, sorry. I was locked in.
The question was 23, higher or lower?
Lower.
Let's verify if it's 20 seconds. Let's actually check if it's 20 seconds. Look at the timer. It started at 2:00.
And didn't even let you finish your sentence. She immediately said one.
Go to the time
Locked in.
code.
Sorry.
Is it 20 seconds? Really pay attention. It is, yeah. It is on the dot,
Yeah.
20. It
Yeah.
can go to 22. We didn't know how really to count it. So between 20 and 22, she's a tryharder.
She got the
I
right
like-
answer.
She got the
again.
right
She got the
answer.
right answer.
Did you see her at SI when they were doing
She's
what was
she's
that
a
game?
tryhard.
Yeah, that's why I'm
We're
glad to
doing
be on
what,
your
sorry?
team. Remember
The
at
escape
SI the game that they
Oh,
you guys all played?
yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
nailed
escape
it.
rooms, I'm not losing those.
Were
I'm
you with
sorry.
Xenox on that? No, who were you with?
No, with Menic.
Yeah, you
Rob,
carried.
yeah,
You
yeah.
carried Rob hard, hard. I hope you're watching that, Rob, because
Yeah.
you weren't getting past that.
It's fine. I love how we came up with the game mode and I just decided to like
Yeah.
find my way around it
Yeah.
and
And
come
just
up
like
with an answer.
anytime
So,
in
like,
any game, Anne just carries her duo.
I'm
True.
competitive.
Absolutely.
I'm competitive. Sorry, I hate
I'm
being
okay
like
with it.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine.
All right,
with
2
it.
to 3.
I have a funny one for this one. How many drinks are there on the bar of Coastline's Blue Bar?
What? Nah,
Your answer is 12.
I think it's higher. I would go higher, instinctively.
There's some other things on there which we
Are
shall
you
not-
including the wall or just the bar?
Just the bar.
Just the bar.
Just the surface of the bar.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
It's not 12, then. I don't know, man, because they can be like you can have a range of bottles and then you can have bottles behind it.
You've been there before.
Lower.
Yeah.
You speak of experience.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say lower.
All right, I'll trust you. Lower.
I'll eat it.
Lower.
Wrong. Yeah. No.
Higher.
I should have trusted
There
my
is
instinct.
17. So there's 2 sides of the bar, obviously. 3
Oh,
and then 14
yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
So I
side.
was only
cocktails.
thinking about the office side.
Yeah, yeah.
How many is there?
17. It's a lot. Yeah, because
That's
they
a
are stacked, like you say, they are
Should have
stacked, but
trusted
it's
you. That's the
It's all right.
bottom
It's all right. It's
that's
all right.
no point for you guys. We are still leading.
Yeah, we're
happy about
what,
it.
3-2?
What?
We're
Yeah.
leading 3
How?
to 2.
Well, you
Three
gave
to
us
two.
the
You
point.
gave us a
so
point.
it's your
Yeah.
So
fault.
you might have just given yourself the loss there. Yeah.
You only have 2 points. We have 3.
No,
No,
you have
you
2. We have 3.
two. I mean, we
That
have
makes
three.
no sense.
Doesn't matter. We'll move on.
We won the consulate one. We won the first
Like
one.
playing Monopoly
Well,
and
we
being the
tied
bank
with
and
the
taking some
consulate
extra
one. Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gave us a point for that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we also won the first question that you asked. So that's
Yeah.
2-1. And then we also won the one with the hatches.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
3
Yeah, we've got
for us.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we're 3-2 still.
And you've got 2.
Yeah.
You only get 1 right, and then we gave you 1 with the draw.
Your question. We'll think
Okay.
of it.
All right.
Our question. Laxing. Fast Dan. How many S tier events have you attended combined, including when Laxing was a player?
Oh,
Us too.
Yep. And the
S
higher or
tier.
lower is 30.
Which is quite a lot.
Be good for our ego to say higher, wouldn't it?
what with us combined?
30 is.
I don't know, like I counted, I think.
So we're
events I
counting
went.
in that game as a EWC Pro
Yeah.
League Finals.
So I think I counted it last, and it was like over 10 already for myself. So that's
Yeah, higher.
yeah. But
higher.
obviously I've never played. But yeah,
I'm confident with higher.
So you think you have more than you think you have like?
On
You've
top
been
of
around
being,
for a
on
little
top of
while,
being with
so-
the player and yeah.
All right.
Okay.
okay.
You're right. Higher. Look at that.
Wait, what was the number you gave us again?
30.
30.
Oh, we look cool there.
No,
I really like
clean
this. Yeah.
photo of us.
I was so happy to find that one.
That's the duo right there. That's clean.
Yeah, yeah.
That's clean.
That's the synergy that we get from
That
getting
is.
like the same answers.
yeah.
But yeah,
34 combined events.
Insane.
There you go.
wow.
If you didn't say a player, then I would have to really like question with being an analyst.
No, but he
'Cause I
did
don't,
it
I don't know off
fairly.
the top of my head. But all right, that was a good one. Okay, next one. How many doors are on the top floor of labs? The answer is 12. Lower or higher?
All right, think into it, okay? You go in from garage side. You see a first doorway. There is one into IT. There is a one between IT and garage. Then you go into fish. You have a first one to go between commander and
I think there's
this.
10.
Then you go into fish. There is two into fish, by the way. That's 7. There is one more in connector. There is two more in connector. That's 3. That's 10. That's more than 12.
Give us an answer. 3,
How many?
2, 1,
How many? What was the number?
Give her.
10.
10.
10. I think there's more. I would go higher.
It's gonna be 10, isn't it?
No, it is 12.
I said the.
He said the answer.
No.
It is 12. So
Okay,
I was
so
looking at
I
it
was
like,
gonna-
what are you doing?
It is 12. I said the answer.
So we just fully bluffed there. But yeah, you got it right. You got a
I
point
don't
for
know.
that.
I was just counting straight into it. So I didn't.
Right.
Thankfully, you
awesome.
counted up to 12.
So that was you guys' last question as well, by the way. 'Cause
Yes.
you have
Yeah.
now. Okay, we have one
Alright.
more for you guys.
Oh,
we
we
messed
already
the
got
order a
one now.
little
Yeah,
bit.
but we also kind of trolled them.
But it's
because-
alright.
No, it's alright.
The final question we have is: how many reinforceable walls do you have on the top floor of Chalet?
On
Your
Chalet,
answer
okay.
is 25.
So,
There is
we can count.
so
Let's go,
much- Give me 10
go
seconds.
solar across. So solar, 2 bathroom, 4 closet. So that's however many. 2 master,
5.
4
4
library.
office,
4 library.
4 library, 5 library with the inside box.
I need an answer
You're
now.
right.
Oh, I don't know. What was the original number?
6 library.
25.
I would say lower.
Lower.
Just slightly lower.
Yeah, you got it right. It's 20 in total. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here are the highlighted walls, of course.
Wow,
on
we're
the
pretty
top
good
floor.
at this game.
Yeah, yeah. I think so. If I did the maths correctly, which I don't think you should trust me for that, because it's one of my least favorite subjects in high school, we are
That was mine.
drawn. We were even on this one.
You have definitely
Yeah,
not done
definitely
the
not
math.
tried.
It's like playing Monopoly where you like take
How
some
many did
money
you
out of the
get?
bank,
'Cause
but
we
it's
got-
okay.
They got
we got
3, we
4
got
as well.
5.
You got
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Really?
You know what? We'll sort this out later. We have
All right.
2 more mini games to determine our winner for today. Moving into our second mini game, there are no more duos. It's you guys all against each other. Has anybody ever won a very Is anybody of you leading currently in regards to the mini games you played so far?
Leo,
Probably.
little
I
try hard.
think.
So we're going to your favorite mini game now, where we get to draw again.
Oh my god, not again.
What are you drawing, Jack? What is?
I'm drawing a car.
Oh,
A card.
a smiley face.
Right.
I've drawn a little car.
I mean, I could ask you
I
guys
don't-
what
you might need to
think.
zoom in to see it because it's really.
You realize you
Yeah.
have the entire thing
Yeah.
to draw on, right?
Yeah, I know.
I would also advise you to not draw too big, because the wipers are. They'll
fine, the
erase
car-
it,
the
but
car stays,
it's
the
not
car
going to be
stays.
too great. So what we're going to be doing for our second mini game is we did this at SI as well, and it went kind of wrong. You know, the players drew something completely different. Went all over social media. I'm letting you guys draw operator icons to see if you have more knowledge of it than our professional
drawn him.
players have.
This is
We
gonna
play
be
this game every single day. You look at the operator icons every single day, and somehow you forget them as soon as I mention
Which
them.
I look at the colors, that's all I do.
Yeah, that's fine. You can't use colors, you only have a black pen there. But
no.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna name an operator. You're gonna draw the operator icon. You have 30 seconds to draw, everybody at the same time. When I say show, you all show your drawing, and then we have the operator icon underneath it to verify as well who drew it best. I'll be scoring points.
Okay.
So, first operator icon, we'll start with an easier one, Sledge.
Jesus.
They are so locked in. There is a hammer on it, which is a very, very easy. But what's the direction of the hammer? That is the main question.
Okay,
Okay.
I think I have it. I know.
Oh, you're done. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm nowhere near this.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're.
What?
I know how. I know how.
Why are you
like,
checking somebody else's drawing?
I
That's a
Why
minus
is your
point for you.
flamethrower on fire?
That's -1 for Jack.
Oh
Okay.
my God, he's got
Time's
Thor's
up.
hammer on
Time's
it.
up. Show. Jack, you're starting up great with -1 point. And I can't give you a point for that either. That is a completely wrong orientation.
Hang on. No, it's
I
right.
had-
Look, look,
I
it's
see.
right.
This was supposed to be like the break in the wall right here that I was trying
Okay.
to do, but I didn't have time.
I was breaking the wall, but I'm breaking the wall in the wrong corner.
Me too.
Yeah. I don't know if we can give any of you guys points for this
Come
one.
on. This is
At
a
least,
pretty
we
good
got,
one.
at least we got ours at an angle.
Yeah. And
They
did
but
actually.
We've got half of
What I
the
will
logo
say is theirs
also.
was better than
Look
mine.
at that breach.
Okay.
So-
Pretty cool breach.
It was getting close to a breach. Right now,
Alright.
it just looks like it's on fire.
For this one, I'll give Leo a point because of like the destruction around it as well. I feel like that's closer to
That's
the
what I
logo.
was trying to draw.
Bro, you look
Second
like
operator.
you've electrified your hammer.
Wipe it away. Wipe it away. And if not, you use the other side, but just be careful with your clothing.
50%,
Okay.
75.
Good, I'm good.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm calling.
comms,
I'm,
W comms,
I'm
plant
calling
down.
like I'm planting.
Okay.
100%.
Next
He
up,
never
Peter.
plants. He just
never
lurks in
plants.
on Snake.
Oh, Rooney.
Rooney. What? What is it?
You guys play this game every single day.
I like the.
You have to know something about this operator icon. It's a DML or meta. Anything?
Trying to jail cell.
I feel like I've done you guys already with this one too, because this is an operator icon that you just like.
icon.
Okay. 5 seconds.
I don't know.
Oh, you're showing it already. Okay. Oh, is that a jail or is that a Rooney?
Oh, wow. Yes, of course.
Yeah. that
Why
makes-
does it look like that?
Oh my.
Yeah, I cannot give any of you guys a point for this. I'm
What did
sorry.
you draw?
This
I
is a very, very, very poor start.
I started doing the. How do you call that? Like the cuts, but it looks like a hand.
Okay.
I'm so bad at this.
That is.
Can we bring Milos back?
You gotta do it this game mode. It'll get
All
more
right.
fun. You're gonna get. You're
Really?
gonna get
At least we kind of had the same idea. You know, I
Okay.
was just thinking of the gate.
Yeah.
This one will really require your artistic skills.
Great.
Azami.
Wait.
What is Azami's
I'm
operator
try
icon
harding,
like
that's why I
again?
don't speak.
Okay. So locked in.
Oh no, hang on, I've got to be careful.
Okay.
Stop looking at
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. Oh. Jack, you want another minus point?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. So far, we have Jack on -2 points. We have Leo on 1 point and Lexi is yet to score a point. You have 7 seconds. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and show.
I just
No,
copied
yours is
Leo's.
done. What? Oh, you guys drew the kunai. That's not.
We all drew the kunai.
That's
Well,
not it.
We
I
all
just
drew the
copied you, Leo.
kunai.
I didn't even draw.
What is that?
kunai.
What is that?
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no. Let's focus. No, let's focus on the drawing. Let's. He just do one
When I
triangle.
was gonna do a kunai, I was like, I'm almost positive it's not a kunai.
30 seconds to draw a triangle.
Oh my
Right. Okay.
Just as slow as you were in game.
Oh.
Beautiful. This one should be easier. Okay. I feel like I've done you guys already with it.
These are all hard. I don't think
Yeah.
any
No.
of
This
that
one's
is
this one's gonna be easier for sure. Buck.
I have no idea what.
Oh my
it is.
god.
Think of his gadget. You know you're supposed to draw. He's striking.
I'm just enjoying watching these guys draw in life.
Jack, you're on -2 points.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't know what it
He's
looks.
given up. He's given up.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm the random on your team, you know? When you force that to the random on your team just not playing, that's me right now.
Oh.
He broke book.
Just AFK in the prep phase. I love it.
What is that?
It's a
Okay,
double
show it.
barrel.
You gotta show it now.
It's a double barrel.
Okay, but it's closer. It's
Okay,
closer to
yeah.
what it was. Yeah.
It's like one big barrel and a small
It's
one.
2 like big bullets from the skeleton key. Okay.
It's not. Hey, look, it kind
That
of
is
looks.
not closer.
kinda looks
That is
the
not
same.
closer at all.
It kind of looks the same. It's two
It's literally the slug.
Okay.
big bullets.
I wanna
small
move
I
on
play this game
further.
every day, and you're saying
Ooh,
operator, and I just
please.
can't think of it.
Me either.
Okay. This one will be a fun one, which I feel like you'll definitely like. Deimos is your next operator icon.
Oh my god, I'm way too late.
Think of how Deimos looks like in game.
Yeah.
I know that one. It's like.
You gotta give us something. This'll be something, an easier one. It's like I don't know, maybe something to do with it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I think Gabe's got this one.
Okay, 5 seconds. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, show it, because yeah, you actually cook with this one. Yeah, that's really, really nice.
Okay, we're talking
Yeah, you
about me here.
cooked. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
he
do you
doesn't
mean?
have a mouth.
You
What
did
do you mean?
Punisher.
He doesn't have a mouth.
Mine is much better.
Yeah,
What do you
but
mean?
no, Leo,
No,
that's
no,
definitely
no,
like
no, no,
this.
no.
Like, I love
Ah, you're right. You're
That's
right.
your first
okay.
point.
Yeah.
Good job. All right.
You're right.
Moving on, an operator that we see a lot in the meta. A lot of pro players are frustrated about.
I feel like we've seen a zombie.
Received a little bit of a nerf. Dokubi.
Okay, the.
Oh, well, you guessed it
Oh, I
already.
know
There you go.
Oh, it's. I actually.
Oh wait,
I'm going to attempt this one.
I don't know that one.
So as soon as you give him something that he feels like he can do, then yeah. All right.
I don't know that one.
Don't look at me.
It's like the payload thing, isn't it?
The what? It has not. It has nothing to do with the.
All right, well, I'm out.
Am
then.
I try?
Well, I'm out in that case. I'm
Pure
not even going to embarrass
frustration
myself.
coming out.
It's a fat one for me.
A what?
It's kind of fat.
I draw.
All right, show it.
What?
What?
It's like when. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that comes up on the payload. That's what I meant
Exactly, that
when
comes
you
up on the
call.
payload.
Yeah.
You can recognize it with
Okay,
the
but
ears.
I will
See, I'm
say-
drawing that.
Okay, we
I
need to
will
zoom in on the
say-
ears
Yeah,
from like.
yeah.
Look at his ears.
Well, yeah. Okay, so hear me out. I think since you missed on the eyebrows, which is good, and you got the glasses bigger, I think yours is better than Leo's. Jack, did you end up drawing anything?
That's actually insane.
Okay.
Do you think that's passive? You
So-
think?
I am not an athlete.
You
at
guys
that.
are now both on 2 points. Jack is on -2.
-2. Can we
Okay,
play for
erase it,
5
erase
for the
it.
final one?
Oh my god.
Okay.
This is so. I was honestly proud of the Deimos one. That's the only one I'm proud of.
Okay, given the time, I'm gonna pick another operator, not the one from the direct order here, but one further down the line. I want you guys to draw Ella.
Oh, I know that one.
Why do I just blank? I've played so much of this game and I just blank it out. Are you doing the pumpkin?
I don't know what.
Oh, actually, no, yeah, you're doing all right.
So this is the one that went really wrong when we did it with the pro players at SI, because they do something
I think
completely
Max wins
different.
that one.
Okay,
I have no
you
idea
have
what
5
I just.
seconds. Ooh, okay. 2 very different.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
With
Okay,
Why don't you
I
draw
did my,
in the
I did my
background
things
of yours?
different. I did my
No,
things
but
the wrong
he's,
way.
he's still is so much better than mine.
But what did you draw in the background?
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. What is this? Is this like the Griswold mine, or is it the
you-
kind of like explosion that
Zeno,
she comes through?
Zeno. You've got the right thing.
I mean, honestly, I thought like it was the Grismot, but like it was close enough.
Okay.
so bad.
I think this is an incredible reverse sweep from you, Lexi,
Lex
because you
is-
get 3 points.
is-
well,
is
Leo was
crazy
leading on
good.
2 points. Jack, -2. Anything you want to say?
No. Like, I don't know how to describe this, but like, I've looked at the operator pick face screen
Well,
millions of times at
Okay,
this point,
yeah.
I think
and it comes to me and I'm just like, Ella,
there's
oh.
a big difference between analyst and artist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you know what? Even
Former
if you
pro
showed me
players?
the icons, I wouldn't have been
I know
able to get there
Okay.
anyway.
Maybe next Ranky session
Yeah.
have a little bit of a better look in case this ever happens again. In the
Can I just
future.
draw
All
something
right.
else? Can I be like the kid in the corner that you just
I'll
leave
give you-
and
I'll
die
give you
for
10
Draw your
seconds.
favorite operator.
I'll give you 10 seconds to draw whatever you want to draw. 10.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Just let him do his
Then-
thing during the game.
Yeah.
That's
Let-
fine.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. In that case,
I'll be
have,
Picasso during this.
I'll have us move on to the 3rd game, and if our lovely assistant would please come in with our wheel, we're gonna be spinning a
Okay.
wheel.
So we can give up
You
on the
don't,
drawing.
yeah, you don't need your boards anymore. Unless you want to make it more difficult for yourself and write the things down instead of saying it, but we're not gonna do that because you're putting yourself at a disadvantage there. We have a wheel next to us. Spin the wheel with my name added into it. Thank you very much. And what the purpose of this mini game is? There's a bunch of letters on there. Beautiful drawing. Yeah,
Thank
I
you
feel
very
like I'm back in my teaching days now, where I'm trying to explain something and the
Yeah,
kids
sorry.
in class are just drawing
I'm
something.
listening
Ooh,
to you.
you
There's
guys
a wheel.
Anyways.
There's a wheel, and we turn
Yeah,
the wheel.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin the wheel,
Okay.
and it's gonna end on a random letter.
Pan the wheel.
I just said that,
Spin
and it
the
clicked
wheel.
with you like 10 seconds
Yes,
later,
sorry.
but okay.
I was drawing.
And I'm gonna spin it. It's gonna end up on a random letter, and I need you to name something siege related
Okay.
with that random letter, starting with that random letter, in 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'm shooting you with a gun.
Wait. Play that one more time. Like my brain
who
just like
says
blank.
it? Are you spinning like
So
for
I
Leo
spin
first?
the wheel, and I'm spinning it for Leo.
Okay,
so it
okay.
comes out on a random letter. Sorry. You then have 3 seconds to say something siege related that starts with that
Okay.
letter. And if not, I shoot you with a gun.
Okay.
Oh my days.
And we tested this one. It hurts.
Okay.
Let me load up the
The
ammunition.
creativity is
Yeah. Okay, cool.
not
There we
there
go.
for me today.
I'm putting on my plate.
Beautiful. This is exactly what I would do in game as well, like a skin like this. Okay, Leo, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Your letter is R.
Riora. You were ready to shoot. What the?
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
gotta
even
get in
let me 3 seconds.
position. I gotta get in position. Okay, very good, very good. All right, let me mark that down as a point as well.
I kind of want to just get
Lexing.
shot, continue the losing
Yeah.
team.
Your letter is a D.
Demos.
Okay, very good.
Oh my God.
Aim straight, and because you
Jack.
just
Shoot him
you look
instead,
like you're gonna shoot at one
please
of us.
shoot him instead.
Hey, my aim is not that great. My KD is negative, but we'll get there. V.
V?
Oh, the sound is insane as well.
V.
V, I have no idea what
Valkyrie.
to say.
Oh,
yeah. Good
yeah,
one.
Valkyrie would have been good. All right. Jack, you're not doing too good
No, I'm
today
not.
with
Wait,
the
really
games.
not.
Siege related?
Anything
Anything
related,
So like
yeah.
the Brazilian crowd saying vamos?
No, come on. Something.
That's why I took the S out. I don't want you to say just siege. Okay, Leo, this
yes,
is yours.
Yes.
D.
Denari.
Okay, yeah, very
And we
good.
can't repeat what someone else has said.
No, he said demos. I said
Yeah, you
Denari.
said
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just
yeah,
making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What of the shield meta am I watching, by the way? Like, what's going on here?
Well, we're kind of scared of you.
yeah,
you got
okay.
scared.
Well,
Put it
anytime,
down.
anyone you
Lexing.
look
Put
at
it
us shooting,
down.
you go like this. So
Yeah.
you see, we're kind of scared.
Put it
Okay.
down. Like, you've got
Lexing,
all
yours.
these muscles. What for, man?
Don't stop bullets.
C.
Camara.
Ooh, very good. Okay, Jack, yours.
I'm gonna be
N.
knock. I got it.
I got it. Shot him anyway. Just ruthless. The psychopath.
I know which one my favorite analyst is. I swear.
sorry.
Oh wow.
You know what's worse from my point of view is like a scene
I
from a
pulled
movie.
the trigger before you said
You
something. Sorry.
and you say it and get shot in the neck.
Knock.
I pulled the trigger before.
Oh no, we're turning the wheel again.
Leo, yours is a E.
Electricity.
Nah, shoot him.
Nah,
No,
shoot him.
No, we're bandits. Come on.
Cat.
Electricity.
Okay. Well,
All the
shoot
gadgets
it.
are electrified.
Do I just get to? You can hold your shield, but hold it lower, because I'm not going to shoot at your face. No, hold the shield to protect yourself.
Ah, okay.
What did I just say? I'm not going to shoot at your face. This is going to go very wrong.
Oh, on the
Why
roof.
did you put it down?
Oh,
Just put
Okay.
it down.
I
It doesn't-
almost got headshotted there.
doesn't hurt that bad.
Your letter is a
Go, yo.
G. Very nice. I
Oh,
need
he
to
was
load this thing
quick.
up
He
again.
was quick.
Dude, you
Yeah,
guys are getting
you're like
sniped.
with an
Like,
instant.
My
Okay.
life is on
Check.
the line.
Yeah.
Your letter is
At least I know gun to head. I'm just,
H.
Nah. I'm out. Shoot me. Shoot me.
Oh, no. It sounds like you kind of like it, Jack.
Okay, cool. We'll move on.
What H?
Leo. Oh, sorry, I'll spit it again.
I would have had it, but I won't say it because
Oh.
I'm saving it.
I know.
Leo.
Yeah.
P.
Pulse.
Very nice.
Do it without operators.
Lexing.
Okay, without
Yours?
operators. Okay.
Without operators. Okay, Lexing, yours. You're making it difficult for yourself and you haven't gotten one
I'm
yet.
getting shot every time.
Wait, we aren't
Okay.
on operators anymore?
No, anything siege
Oh,
related.
okay.
Okay, Lexing, yours.
Oh, I had H now.
Clubhouse.
Wow!
Okay, I'll let you 2 minute judgment. Was that in time or was that not in
No,
time?
he's on time. He's on time.
Okay. Nice.
Holy
Check.
shit, I said
Think
it's
for
just
something
so
in
scared.
advance.
Yeah.
That is that
I'm
you see
trying.
on the
I'm
board.
trying.
Okay,
I promise I'm trying
okay.
my best.
Here we go. Your
Give me
letter
H
is
again.
D.
D. Demos.
No,
Don't commit. Don't commit.
We said no
yes,
operators.
no, commit.
Denari.
I was told to shoot. I'm sorry.
What else could I
What
do?
else could you say without operators?
Okay,
Let
me just.
I was then thinking.
I
Dude, I'm
think about
actually
it.
sweating.
We'll do one more round. Very
All right,
fast.
I've got
Leo,
one
yours.
now.
Okay.
Freaking hell.
D.
Dropper. Dropper.
No,
It's a
hit
call
him.
out. It's a call out
Nah,
on Fortress. It's a call out on Fortress.
Don't give him a
Dropper.
warning. Just shoot him.
Dropper.
Dropper?
The third dropper.
It's not.
Drop him.
What?
Drop him.
Ah,
Because I
drop the
like it.
case. Dropper.
Just because I'm having too much fun with this character.
Diffuser?
All right,
Ooh.
Oh,
that's a-
Lexing,
would have been
yours.
good.
It's easy. It's easy when you're not under the time
Yeah.
pressure.
B.
Bathroom.
Okay.
There's a bathroom.
Nah, we're
Very,
not
very
giving
fast.
dropper.
Jack,
We're not
yours?
giving
So,
dropper.
dropper
Very
doesn't
yours.
work, but
Jack?
bathroom works.
Oh,
What
that's
do
a
you mean?
call-out, bathroom.
Electric claw.
You said electricity.
Very nice.
I
Very
said
nice.
electricity.
Okay, guys.
Electric claw.
I would
I
have
won.
to
I didn't miss
I would
one.
have. I didn't actually put the notes
Had a
down, so
redemption
that's
arc.
fine. I have too many bullets still, but we have to
Can
call
I
it.
do it with you?
No,
Okay,
now you
one.
do one.
Oh yeah, I need my.
Okay.
I want my. give it-
Okay, yeah,
Is it
let's Jack.
Yeah,
do it.
Jack,
Okay,
Jack, do it.
Once,
Jack, do it.
and then we
I
move
will spin
on.
the
We
wheel
have
for
to-
you.
I'm ready.
Oh my god!
I'm
Don't
ready.
aim for my head, please.
I'm
Okay.
not.
You ready? B.
Blueprint. I don't know.
I was still sending it either way.
That came up in my mind. Anyways, that calls it for our prep phase today. Here we had a lot of fun with our 3 different mini games. We'll move on to EML next, as we actually get to qualify 2 teams going into EWC. Thank you very much for watching, and we hope to see you again with prep phase in stage 2. EML Playdays 2 is upon us. Playoffs Day 2 is the final chance for our teams to also get a spot for EWC. My name is Anne, I'll be your host in today's EML show, and we also have Alfama and Fresh with us. No more mini-games, it's down to the serious work. It's bittersweet because we get to send 2 teams, but these are also our final 2 teams.
I was getting a little bit worried about being shot again then, Anne. You was fervently enjoying shooting,
Yeah,
especially me, but also Leo as well.
I've not seen where she hit the gun, but I can tell you it's somewhere here.
I have no idea.
And if for any reason we go overtime, I think she will pull it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's gonna happen, if we get an overtime or not. But first, we take a look at our bracket to see how things are shaping up in our playoffs. As yesterday finished, we qualified 2 teams to the EWC, those teams being Falcons and Virtus Pro. And we saw G2 and GK drop down to the lower bracket in their matches for today.
And that means that obviously we have some surprises coming in today, because one team will make it to EWC between Rebels and GK. On the side of G2 Fnatic, obviously we have one big favorite, that's going to be G2. If Fnatic were to make the upset, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm focusing on match 4 here because I think it means a lot for 2 of these organizations, one of them making it. Rebels especially was one of the last team to find an organization coming up from Challenger Series all the way up into kickoff. I think to see them in this position right now, top 6 secured, 1 BO3 away from EWC, it must mean a lot for these guys.
And I think putting it simply and putting it fairly is whoever wins out of that game in terms of match 4 will have overachieved on the expectations of the stage, because they will have displaced one of the 4 teams that went to Salt Lake City, in terms of the major, and did well. Europe didn't win it, but didn't have a bad showing relatively. It was a lot of main stage from our teams, and then VP as well. So, displacing out Twisted Minds and actually getting there ahead of one of G2 or Fnatic, or even Shifters, who were probably the other teams that would have been the ones to do the step up. Whichever team makes out, Rebels and GK really will have had a great stage.
Yeah, we'll have a look at these games later. I just had so much fun with these mini games that we just did during the prep phase that we decided to put yet another one on here. Guns involved, but no shooting. Don't worry. We will have a look at the newly released esports skins that came out last week on Thursday. And we're going to have a very close look as well. I'm going to show a very zoomed in photo to our analyst and see if they can guess by that very zoomed in photo which skin and which organization this is. So difficult quest, because some of these are really, well, some of these are a little similar, but we'll start with the very first one, showing the zoomed in photo of the very first skin.
Okay,
Which one's this?
I know which one it is.
Oh, okay, try hard, okay.
I know which one it is. I think it's Goyo from Wildcard.
Yes.
I think it is, because the design is really, really cool. It's like some kind of...
Well,
Yep.
there you go.
Vector, yeah, the Vector from Goyo.
Yeah,
super
that's why I
So
said
nice.
guns involved, but no
Just looking
shooting.
on the back.
So,
And we can see Wildcard. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can see the logo as well.
color scheme is really nice.
Wow.
I think it's very well done with the monsters and everything on it. It looks really cool. Very
Insane
sick.
design.
You
Really
just
cool.
mesmerized, or?
Yeah. I just love the quality of the drawing when you go from what we were drawing ourselves when it came to drawing the
Yeah.
logos to going to what we see here in terms of quality. That's why you pay an artist, guys.
Yeah.
Because it's actual talent.
Yeah.
Don't let either of us anywhere near a
No.
drawing ever again. Put it
I
that
don't
way.
think that would be a smart idea with what we said earlier today. But we have 3 more skins. Let's have a look at skin number 2. And up to you guys to guess which
This
one
one's
Fnatic?
obvious. Yeah.
Ash.
It is,
Ooh.
in my opinion, the best skin I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's really good.
It is actually really, really nice.
And of course, we don't see the headgear, but it really reminds me of that option that was available for the Siege X bundles with like the high ponytail. That
Yeah.
one is one of my favorite parts of it.
And go on.
There's a theme with like the beasts on each gun, by the way.
Yeah, but what I like about it from Fnatic's point of view is they've stayed very true to their color scheme as
Yeah.
an
Their
organization
brand, yeah.
inside of the skin, in terms of the branding as well. Really, really like that.
Yeah, always the team of the black and orange. Obviously, I participated to doing the Hibana skin the year I was with Fnatic. They always take a good care of interrogating their players, their team. They really want to know like how the community will feel about their skins. So I can see that they've lived true to that name, because if you look at the design, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And I just love the fact that they stay true to the black and orange, and at the same time, it's still I guess a ballsy design.
Yeah.
Purely out of interest, what do you have like influence on? Is it like the colors, the
So-
design, the operator, or?
So every step through we knew which operator we're gonna
Yeah.
get. We knew we were gonna get Hibana, and the idea was back then we didn't have as many as many options. So we were limited to epic and rare skins, and you could use the same shape, but then you could change the textures. And so we had this idea with Tyron, who was the French designer who came up with it, to like kind of use the mask of Hibana and like show all of the tooth. And that's where it came from. And then from that stemmed the idea of some kind of ninja shinobi style.
It's cool. I like that you guys were involved in that
It
whole
was so
process
cool.
as well.
Yeah.
Very, very unique. But we'll have a look at the third skin of the match that came out. Very, very zoomed
Whoa.
in on where the charm is
That's
attached.
You think it's Furex?
Yeah.
I think it's Furex, just
Yeah.
because purely it
It's
looks.
very blocky, bold colors on that skin, if I remember rightly.
Also, it looks like APL.
Yeah.
You know,
There you
like that looks like that kind of looks like anime, and I was thinking, okay, it has to be like.
Can you imagine you're in rank and you just take a random wall bang, some guy just gone brrr on a wall, killed you, and then he's rocking that skin.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It feels like straight out of Rainbow is Magic.
Yep.
It's the same style.
Very colorful,
wonderful.
very bright. I love it. It looks great. It's definitely my type of skins, as bright and colorful, and especially as pink as they can get as well. Looking at the final skin then that we have from these 4 that came out last Thursday.
Team Liquid.
It's Team Liquid, yeah.
Yeah.
What makes
blue?
you think that?
Just the color. Just the color.
The
blue,
color?
right? Yeah.
Not the fact that it's a horse on there? And that's
Is it the
Liquid's
horse?
whole thing. Yeah, it's
I mean, it doesn't look
that's
like a horse.
Liquid's whole thing, like
I'm
a little animated horse.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like a horse.
No, it is a horse. Trust me.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but because there's the hair that goes like
Can
this.
we get
but
the zoom in one again, please? Because like I want to point out, like, you see, it's like a little like its mane and
what
like
do you mean that's a horse? I can see with the ears and then the hair behind it.
yeah.
But
And it's like that whole thing as well. But it's obviously not like a one-on-one horse, right?
Yeah.
It's like a
sorry, I
Yeah.
spent too much time on Wikipedia, so I'm used to like old horse.
okay.
Great
All
excuse there. Great excuse.
Yeah, great excuse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But these were our 4 skins that came out. It's now time for us to dive into these games because one of the skins that came out, they actually have a team playing in our matchup as the very first one of the day. Fnatic versus G2, as these 2 organizations in team will go up against each other. And when we saw these 2 play against each other in group stage, it was actually a surprising overtime from
Yeah.
Fnatic that came out. They nearly took down G2, as that would be the first loss that G2 would have faced.
Super close games. That's
Yep.
why we kind of saw like the potential from that team. I was one of the doubters, and we had a chat with Deepak in interview where he was kind of blaming me for
Yeah.
it. I will take that loss. I'm happy to be wrong about them. You were trusting them already back then, and I think it's the moment where I realized that I was wrong. When Fnatic could contend with such a big team, I was like, okay, this team is really special.
And that game where they went 7-8 as well, it was Cafe. Yes, G2 didn't have a lot on the line. Fnatic did actually need to win it to get themselves higher up. They maybe would have finished inside of the top 4 if it was a different result. But it was a very, very close game is what I will say. So if that's a blueprint for today, 7-8 in 1 best of 1. We've got 3 maps today, 45 rounds, maybe?
See, Blueprint is Teach related. I knew it. I knew it all along when the wheel spun and ended on the V. No. back to business here, because as you say, like G2 have a lot more on the line today, though,
Yeah.
because it would be so weird to see this team miss out on EWC after they played the final of it last year. I feel like they have some kind of revenge to get as well there.
Yeah, that's the big thing about it. You know, G2, they invented a new super team, I suppose you could argue, this time last year. They brought Stomping in, they went to EWC, maybe without actually the expectations of being the top dogs at that event, and they got all the way to the final. They did, of course, lose that final to Team Secret in what was an epic showdown, but it would then be almost unfathomable to get 12 months nearly down the line.
Yep.
And G2 are in a game where they might possibly, if they lose this, they're out. They're not going to qualify for EWC. And that just wouldn't be right, in my opinion, because of the expectations of this team and organization.
It's the first consequence from the Stomping effect. The guy on the screen, when he joined G2, I think changed everything for that roster. From 2024, a team that struggled to make it to every STR event, missed some of them. Eventually, they pick up this guy and they look amazing. They dominated EML Stage 1 and they made it to the Grand Finals of EWC.
Yeah.
1 year down the line, like you said, that investment, it needs to pay off and the maturity needs to be there. They've also imported Benja now.
They've had further investment in Benja
Exactly.
and in Shaiko as well. So in theory, leveled up that team that got to the grand final of EWC last year and are now in a position where they might not make it. After a game yesterday, realistically, that they could have, and you could argue maybe should have won from the positions that they were in.
Yeah, the momentum seemed like it was in their way a lot during that game, but we'll talk about their opponents as well, because for Fnatic, honestly, whatever happens today, they should already be really proud of themselves, because what they showed us in group stage was so much better than what we got used to seeing from Fnatic over the course of the last few years.
Now, we've been here years at this point, Leo, and we've seen Fnatic, and we've maybe banged our heads against the wall watching Fnatic, probably for the last 4 stages in a row, where Fnatic really struggled to accumulate points. Their very first stage in 2024, they found themselves inside of playoffs in a 9-team league. 11 points, fair enough. That was a decent enough stage. From there, it didn't go well. And then 2025, even worse. In fact, they didn't actually get to a single playoff game last year in 2025, and we know that they finished in a relegation position in the overall standings. That being said, that sets us up for this year. What have they done in 2026 Stage 1? Well, they accumulated 15 points. Arguably could have been more with some of the games that they played. They put themselves into playoffs, and they've looked a lot better. In fact, this is the first time this organization, since moving back into Europe, will play in a match to qualify to an S-tier event.
Wow.
That is a massive upgrade for Fnatic, and the main thing is, how did they do it? What's the reason why we see this team perform to the level they're performing? And to me, it's about the roster changes. I know we've blamed Fnatic for making way too many roster changes, but eventually one was going to be right. And I think that the one they've made, 3 different players added to the roster, but in a really good way. Deepek retained as one of the oldest, experienced player, the backbone of the team, playing a support role. And most of the time playing the suicide position as well, really well. On top of that, they get Smith, a young rookie that has great game vision, but most importantly, someone that can play shields in a shields meta. And boom, there you go, he can have shot calls, he can play shields. Wizard, young rookie, last stage, played super well for Fnatic, great flex player, retain him on the roster, and then add a spearhead that is experienced and that can provide fragging power consistently. That is Citizen Deadshot. And on top of that, finally add an additional staff behind Titan, an assistant coach that can help the team. A lot of investment has been made, and so far it's paid off.
Yeah, and as we, of course, expect Fnatic to have been watching that game yesterday, where G2 played, and we saw them drop down to the lower bracket. Watching that game, is there anything you think that Fnatic could take away on how to beat G2?
I think so, yeah. So G2 are well known to play in a split fashion. They will put individuals in all areas of the map and look to find a gap. So if we look at how Falcons dealt with it really well yesterday, they played Nighthaven Labs. They banned the Ace and they banned the Thermite. So they played the Cade and the Denari with this setup in Connect that goes all the way through to Electric. They played the Azami in Catwalk, which is fairly standard as well when it's available. But what does that mean for G2? Well, they've got to play the Maverick. That means they're going to be slow first and foremost. They can't just lurk, they can't just find a gap from every side at once. Benja did manage to find it early in the round. He found a gap and then he got shut back down. But then you get into a 2 versus 3 scenario and you've got a smoke. So what can you do with the smoke? You can smoke off the Catwalk and then you can peek it with the smoke, get it back to a 2 versus 2. And now this is where the utility element of playing against Split comes into play. The Denari, the Twitch, manages to get through the Denari trap, but keep your eye on the one that reactivates. And then the other player comes in the Electric window and has to tank the Denari trap. Of course, the slowing effect, the damage, Twitch actually drops herself back into it. And ultimately, because both of the G2 attackers are now slowed, they're known where they're coming from, there isn't necessarily a gap. Even though it's 1 versus 2, Falcons managed to find a way to win it. Now that is a blueprint in my mind for how Fnatic should try and play their defenses. They want to shut down any opportunity, particularly for Benja, to be finding a lurk into the site.
We've seen 2 ingredients there. We've seen the 1v1 taken by the smoke. Why is he given a 1v1? Because of the playstyle of G2. If they play split, they will be spread around the map, and so these 1v1s, you can take them. The second ingredient, you just mentioned it, the utility. As many layers as you can have will help you isolate the players and force G2 to try to problem solve things, because when you're alone facing a Denari, you have to call someone to come help you, and that's a big problem for G2 when everyone is spread out.
It is. We just need to know one more thing though. What 3 maps are selected for our best of 3 between these 2 teams? Would you go back to Cafe as a decider potentially? Lair is going to be our first one in the series.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Fnatic pick it. They're on a 4-win streak on the map. But the main thing here, Jack, obviously G2 are the favorites.
You're going to tell me something bad here now, Leo. I know.
Well, Fnatic, yes, it's a 4-win streak, but it's a 4-win streak against teams like Team Secret, Team Heretics. G2 are also on a 4-win streak. You know what? Do you want to know the names?
Oh, tell me.
FaZe Clan.
Ooh.
M80.
Ooh.
Falcons.
Ooh.
Yeah, some of the biggest teams in the world. They beat the biggest teams in the world on that map. So obviously, picking into that, giving G2 the side choice as well, that's going to be rough.
What I will say is I can see the theory, because I can see the defensive layer and I can see that it's been a map that Fnatic have been successful on. So I know why they would want to go there and just back themselves. But it just so happens that the map pull advantage probably sits with G2. As we get to Chalet, that is a map that maybe suits G2's style a lot more in terms of playing split, in terms of finding gaps, in terms of playing with the pace. That map really suits them well.
And history has proved that Fnatic are struggling hard on that map, and this is why it's super important for them to win Lair, because if they go and lose Lair, they go onto Chalet, one of their worst maps. At this point it can be a 2-0.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a lot as well, where, you know, we talk about teams winning their own map pick. You kind of expect that to be happening inside of this series as well, with so much on the line. We'll have a chat with our casters though, as we are joined by Fluke and Demo for our first game of the day. Best of 3s, always exciting when we get these in EML, because it shows which of the 2 teams is the better team.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You look obviously towards the map selection here, and good luck, Fnatic. I think is the easiest sort of way. It's all down to this first map.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you look at Lair, I have to hark on to Jack's point. I think he's hit it right, nail on the head. Fnatic have to believe themselves. Yes, it may be a good map for G2, but in this league, you're always going to back yourself and say that we can win this, we can beat G2, and you're going to want to do that on your most preferred map. And obviously for Lair, they're going to have that confidence, they're going to have that morale. They know they've won it before. Yes, it may be against lesser opponents, but they're still winning the map, and I think that's what it's all about. It's that confidence they need to go into these big games.
All right, and then you maybe have to fake it till you make it for Fnatic. In this case, belief is so important for them in this oh so important matchup. It is all yours.
Oh, thank you very much. And the wonderful team in there. I would like, okay, I'll talk about this first, then I'll do my joke. Social prediction, 76% of people back G2. That doesn't surprise me, however...
Flip that around, what do you get?
What?
Flip the 7 and 6 around.
No. No. I'm not falling for that this early. It has to come up naturally because I am an idiot and will forget.
Let's go, T, let's go.
Let's go, T. That's a lot of people back G2. I mean, the fact that obviously Fnatic almost pushed G2 to the brink 7 days ago, that is the third map in the series. Maybe if we get to that map, that will be a little bit more balanced, but as I said, tough first route and road. Anyway, I think a lot of problems that studio would ever face, the problems that they do have or don't have, would be solved if Anne always had a gun. I think Anne should always be armed, and the other two, the boys can just make do with it.
Anne, grab your gun.
Anne, get a gun, girl. Anyway, here we are trying to find out which of these two teams is going to progress, get themselves an international spot, and which one, unfortunately, will have things fall short. G2 unbeaten till they were, as weird as a statement as to make. Well, this one has just gone and made, dang it. And that was put the other day, yesterday, and now the chance to see if they can try and bounce back, prove a point, or unfortunately go unbeaten and then have it all slip away over just 2 days.
Yeah, I think a bit of a shocker, which I know may sound strange considering it was Team Falcons that G2 up against, but I think everyone, mostly, were back in G2 and that. You've seen the social prediction come up before the game started. Everyone was going in for G2, just because of the run of form that G2 have had this stage. You look at Falcons, they've looked weak at some points during this stage, but Falcons come in and they do the business for G2. A little bit of a wobble, I think, from G2, especially whenever they won the first map so convincingly. You kind of thought, oh, this will be, you know, quick one for G2, 2-0, job done. But here they are. They're down now against Fnatic. It's not what they were probably expecting, but they have to go again. They have to try and bounce back from yesterday.
Hostile inbound.
Quick drive here across the top, not wasting any time, putting pressure on towards the side of Ops. Yeah, then just hitting sight, hitting the pressure and sort of keeping them aware. Obviously, the double electric span means that it's going to be sort of painless to get through these walls. It's well predicted and practiced, and obviously it's kind of expected. That's why you've got the smoke, the Tachanka, the range that we talk about for a long, long time. Here, pressure around on the shield. They're aware of the Azami and the keepers, but it's Stompin's position that might need to be forced out first. Here comes the breach, the split on the other side. Has the impact, Shaiko. Oh, it's not going to work. Dead shot predicted, practiced. Citizen finds Doki. There's a pair of names we've said many, many times over the years. This is the one where they're against each other, and now 5 versus 3. They're trying to rebite here over the top, but there's one more for Wizard. Alamal's gone. They've lost the smoke. Both the remaining G2 players on slivers of health. Fnatic, they might be able to open up with a flawless here. They are!
What a dream start. Fantastic from Fnatic. G2! Oh dear, what has happened? Now look, we obviously talk about that top floor. We know that it's always going to be a bit of a struggle for the attackers. You have to go through the smoke and the Tachanka combination. It's just going to slow you down. It means that time becomes very valuable. Now, in that circumstance for Fnatic, they've realized what their win con is. It's move quickly, try and open up things fast, get the walls opened up, move in, go for that plant, leave yourself as much time as possible. Now for G2, they played that pretty default. Yeah, you've got the smoke, you've got the Tachanka, you've got a player in towards Mez, you've got the Azami, this position that Shaiko's in. in behind that table. All tricky positions that you have to try and work around with the attackers. They move fast, and yes, they maybe got a little bit fortunate with the fact that Shaika was out of his position, he was out of his safety off the Kiba barriers, he exposed himself to the breach. But for Fnatic, it was all about the time management. They knew they needed to hit it fast and hit it hard, and maybe that's what surprised G2, was the actual pace that Fnatic were moving there. And then they lose that opening pick, and G2, we've seen it before, they do get in the habit where they feel as though they need to go and pull kills back in their favor. They just can't sit back. They will try and go aggro, will try and get the, their feet on the ground. It's very common of G2 to do that. And sometimes it works, sometimes that happens.
So, at 24% or whatever it was, looking slightly better. No, 23%. I remember the other side of the joke. Wait, was it 20? So, how does maths work? Okay.
24.
20. Yeah, but... Oh, right. I had to flip the numbers.
Yeah.
Sorry, I almost said it again. I did almost get it. Maybe I am an idiot. Still in a robot. So the robot smashes, and now Benja has no way of getting home. Oh, no. He's going to have to sort of play this to stick around, and you can see the sort of worry popped in, and yeah, there it goes. Oh, that's a waste of a robot.
Imagine if the Bravo could actually just become the robot. That would have been. That would make things very interesting.
That should be a temporary game.
I can see why they haven't done it. I can see why, because it would be problematic. I would say the best way. But yeah, not a great start for G2. Benja losing his only way back to site, and he is all the way in towards that top floor. So, I mean, again, if Fnatic want to move fast and he will try and hit site immediately, I mean, Benja could be well caught out. That's why he's on that scope, which is to give himself that easy TP to support teammates if they do get rushed.
Wow, there's the player, the smoke, wants to try and pull themselves back, and as you said, the rush is sort of coming, and you can see Halamau is trying to rebuild, but the pressure is just unending. Obviously, 2 shields banned. They're still going to make use of the 3rd here. He's trying to bait out the fire and the blind, and he somehow wins it, and he's out of the room. He's got to fight his way back in, but Deadshot's there for the cover. Smith's caught out, still getting 1, but as Deepak closes down on towards Stomping, and for a second, those roamers, where are you? Too late. They know you're coming as well. Fnatic. Absolutely brilliant start, but Doki might be that terrifying end. Gets 2. Now the pings are still coming out the track. They have this BP that was obviously doing a lot of work there, leading in. Doki on the swing. Deadshot's going for the plant on the cover. There's only a single player sort of watching on towards it now. He's hoping to try and get the catch. It's traded back and forth. Leaves just Deadshot and Doki. 1 versus 1. Pulls off the plant. 30 seconds. Deadshot hasn't had the cleanest of seasons so far. Doki, he's always capable. He's always able to knock his way in, but it's the sort of play into the form when the Fnatic team is in form. Deadshot has been that MVP, and he might be able to keep the sort of run going here. Doki slips over to another side. It's a baiting game, but he's only got 1 more of those left, and he's used it at that point. He's keeping himself just out of touch, out of range, and out of the nightmares. G2 level things up.
Oh, Doki holds his ground, that 1v1. I mean, is that a new world record for the amount of attempted plants in the 1 round? I don't know. Just Deadshot just kept coming off it, and there was certainly a moment where he could have stuck it. But no, didn't have the confidence to make it stick. But what can he say about Doki? Saved his team here. You know, for G2, wasn't great. I mean, this is a 2v4. That's the kill right there on the Citizen. That's what made it for Doki. Just wins so many individual engagements.
Nice try, bro.
Oh, 2 very different
I was
calls there.
Slightly different vibes across the pair.
That's like the bus. One's looking out the happy window, other one towards the sad.
And we're just driving. Yeah, I mean, that was... It was an intense end, but I love the pace Fnatic are applying in this game. Oh, yeah. So good.
I mean, that's a very Fnatic-esque round. How many times do we see them get into those situations and they just can't get over the line? That's always been a kind of sticker that has just been slapped onto Fnatic. It's, you know, closing out rounds that they should be closing out, struggled with it, and it's happened to them again. But for G2, I don't think their kind of first half of the round has went their way both times. Certainly Fnatic has dominated in the early game. We'll see what G2 can do as they head back upstairs. This is the bomb site where Fnatic made it look pretty easy. Sophia from below to remove strong position in towards tables.
See, they're kind of preparing to go for this quick break. There's Sophia.
Reloading, cover me.
Just wants the sort of clarity that Smith probably is going to drive on. You can see there.
Enemies detected.
The Blitz getting themselves ready on the swing on the door. They have guns over the shoulder. They want to try and shock and awe them and just force the player to maybe overextend as the floor opens up. There's nobody directly competing for their ground here as well. There's the break, there's the pop, and there's the player. Gone and removed. Ooh, Deadshot in the meantime suffers a bit of damage. Shaco pulls their way out. Really worried there of the approach. Maybe that was to try and stop the shield. Maybe that was to try and stop any of the hard breach going off on the wall itself. But it connects. That's 2 for 2. Deadshot's done that on Shaco.
Oh, he has sacrificed himself once again on this top floor. Oh, and Fnatic just turning on the burners once more in this bomb site. In goes the Blitz. Smith's leading the charge. A lot of traps, so he has to be careful of that. Razor Bloom will slow him down. Amble the smoke, but doesn't matter. His teammates cleaning up house. 2 players remaining, Alamau and Benja. It's just going to be the 1 player remaining, Alamau, and the 1v5. Not another flawless. Surely not here for Fnatic. They're electric on this top floor. Alamau's going to try and just wait and hope that he goes unknown, but even if he gets 1 kill, surely they're going to know. And there's 1, and they should come off the plant. And yeah, here comes the Blitz, and no chance for Alamau. Too easy for Fnatic again.
I mean, just brilliant from Fnatic here, right? How much of it is preparedness? How much of it is a sort of G2 not expecting this much fight? It's so worth talking about the fact that obviously a week ago went to max OT, went to as far as a game could go, really put the pressure in. Fnatic couldn't quite close it out then. Now here, where it matters the most, Fnatic have looked sharper and sharper. Fnatic obviously were able to sort of sit back and watch yesterday, pick up, learn lessons, and then here, on the other side of it, G2, all that energy from the season, that pressure that they thought they'd alleviated by playing brilliantly. I mean, yeah, it's just...
Yeah, Shaco needs to know better.
It's been caught out twice like that now.
Especially in the position that he plays. I mean, that's a tricky one. You need nades.
Yes, I think if they... Let's see what they banned. What do you want to ban?
He's just having a good time. He's just here, loving it. What I really like about Fnatic and the style of Siege that they're playing here in Lair is I'm seeing multiple 3-2-1 moments.
Yeah.
Throughout different parts of the round. You know, you look at that top floor. The tables, they waited. They had Sophia below, they had the Blitz on the door. 3, 2, 1, go. You've taken that round. They wait. Next one is going to be taken in towards Mez. 3, 2, 1, go. And then finally, setting up, gearing for the plant. 3, 2, 1, go. They're working together as a unit. There's no individuals that are being caught out. There's nobody straying behind. Everyone is moving with a purpose from Fnatic.
G2, will they go back there? Sort of begins to creep into your mind now, obviously. It's been well read. They've now had 3 shield bans, so the change of the Blitz might be something. Obviously,
there's a smoke ban, which is probably what would kind of deter you now.
It's kind of the balance, because the smoke wasn't really popping in massively, but the Blitz seemed to just be running the front line, right? I'm hesitant to use the word scared with these players, but the way they would quickly peel back away from the Blitz, the way they sort of expected 2 guns over the shoulder, I kind of want to make sure that Fnatic keeps that energy. Obviously, they've got Smith now on the fuse, so they've sort of kept the mentality running. I'm not going to say it's the most sort of structured and playable. There, the C4s try and hit somebody who was trying to get on the other side of the Keeper. It can work out, but Wizard's found his way towards the side of the site. He's just going to get that opened up, and well, you can see that obviously Benja will be feeding all of this back. Alamau won't. Citizen gets the opener, gets green stairs, and Fnatic, if I was worried about caution and pace, they've just found opportunity. And look at the outline, look at the control. Stomper's going to try and contest, and it's a big moment. He's slipped through for one. He can't quite connect onto the shield, but Doki gets the other, and now that shield is very isolated. Can't quite hop their way out, covering with a smoke canister. Instead, going out for the rappel kill, but he can't connect it. And in the meantime, Doki goes down. They're worried about slipping their way back in. They know the pressure's going to come around the other side. They're buying time so the player above could get back up. It's a good bit of attention drive, and he drives his way out of there. He's still thirsting for more stomping. The fact that he's drawn all this attention, aggro like a tank, he's put all of the focus on him. And he slipped away, leaving just Smith left. Finds one, but 3 more to get, Demo.
They are low HP, and that pistol does pack quite a punch, but as long as G2 can just play the trade game, or maybe Shaiko just catches them running upstairs, and that'll be the round. But all of that back is stomping, and I think that where it kind of shows the playstyle of G2. Remember I mentioned before, they're a team where if they lose that opening pick, they will try and get that kill back in some way, shape, or form. They lose Alamau in the 4v5, and what do? They say, okay, let's target these players in towards green. Banjo was obviously in the most kind of danger position because he's in the middle of the bomb site. Walls are being opened up around him. If he dies, you lose the site player, and we all know what happens then. Teammates start getting a little bit panicky because nobody's in the site. They could just kind of rush in and can't really do much to stop that. So they have to go aggressive, and that's what Stompin does. Catches them just as Fnatic are getting kind of set up for their next 3-2-1. He's in, creating issues. That shot on the dead shot is disgusting, by the way. Probably should have killed the guy in the rappel as well, don't forget, but he made up for that.
That's fucking good, Jack. Holy shit, bro.
But it was huge. As Carl said, it's huge from Zach.
There was the element, as I said, you know, you could obviously, you had the player down above, you had Doki was down, they were trying to get the recovery onto the man. Him staying outside just long enough for them to get the pick up and then using that moment to rotate back in. I love the diversion tactics. I love the look at me. I love that sort of hero moment, you could say, of, and then getting a kill, getting out of there. He was, you know, everything you could need. Back down towards the basement. This one started obviously with a lot of Fnatic control. They sort of got themselves into what I think was a 4 versus 2 situation. Doki picks up a double and then obviously wins the 1v1 eventually as well. It's that sort of tread that G2 need to be aware of, that Fnatic have still kept a very pacey game. They've really been pedal to the metal in here. Eyes on towards Warehouse and, well, maybe a little bit direct. First time we haven't really got a shield, and I guess we'll see if this is something that works in towards their favor or not. The Glaz instead, a big sort of change, you could say, in the role that Smith is playing this round.
Yeah, I think the important thing as well to remember for Fnatic, they still got the defense to come. You know, that's their preferred side. That's where they've had a better time in their layer games. But it's not to say that their attacks aren't great either. I think they're putting on a really good display here at the moment. This could be a very important round if Fnatic want to just keep that lead that they, of course, established. And let me this direct take coming in for the horizontal side, and we'll see if Fnatic can make things move. Smith doesn't have the shield, but he still has a very strong operator in the form of the Glaz. Trade it back, though. Benjit able to take down Citizen. We got a fight here. Doki up against Wizard. Actually, Benja, never mind. It's Benja. He's up against Wizard. Nate goes in. Maybe he pulls out the shotgun. No, just gonna try and stick and catches him at the wrong time. He scanned right beside him, but he didn't have enough ammunition. Shotgun comes out now. Same with the pistol. Oh, Wizard with a drop shot. Oh, what a scrappy engagement. A trade. Or 2. Is it 2 for Wizard? Maybe.
Well, now Deepak's been able to get a kill onto the site, and they know that Doki's above. It's a 3 versus 1 down there. Nope, make that a 3 versus nobody. Now they can just get this plant secured. Solace doing their best. Obviously, that big engagement above was a drive, but so is that. Fnatic, they've been able to take one of the sites they lost. They've got 3 rounds now, Demo.
Yeah, it's looking good for Fnatic. again, very straight to the point here for Fnatic. I don't think they're pulling any punches in terms of the takes that they're going for. It's all direct. That time, I think, just add it in, having a Soul Snake upstairs to deal with rumors by himself. And I suppose that is a difficult job, I think, for Wizard, knowing that it's you and you only. Nobody's going to be with you for trades. A lot of pressure. You have to win your individual engagements. Sometimes you have to win 1v2s.
Watch yourselves.
But he done enough here. Was able to find one of the roamers that then dragged Doki out of position. And the rest of his team just kept playing direct. I mean, Smith led the charge initially with the glass.
Oh, come on, boys. Let's go to the last one.
And yeah, there's very, very solid.
Attackers have located the bomb.
You kind of look at the lineup as well that G2 are bringing. And I kind of look at it and think, you know, a Goyo wouldn't go amiss here. Of how direct as well they've been playing in that basement.
10 seconds left.
No, I think it's a great shout. I think obviously we always get the benefit of being like, we can see how they're approaching, we can see that it's very direct, we can see that it's sort of also kind of singularly direct, right? They're not doing a lot of, you know, split theory. Obviously there's somebody on the roam, there's somebody going and plugging attempts at fights elsewhere, as we just saw, but otherwise it is at least 4 of the players are hitting the site in a direction within the opening minute and a half. And as you said, Goyo in that sort of situation, just things that can slow it down better than what the Azami is really managing right now. Because most of the time we're seeing an Azami sort of turning tail and hoping for the best, and just something else to assist in that sort of stem of the tide. Otherwise, this is probably the biggest change-up, again, that we've had in the lineup. You've got, obviously, the Deimos, the Snake. They're trying to be very direct with their intel grabs, play the bees around the corner. They know this is a shotgun they're going to have to try and hit on the corner. And it'll be a big game of attrition, so how much focus are they going to pay towards it? And Alamal's also here for support as well, doubling up on the boiler stairs. Doki, in the meantime, he's the long track. He's all the way on the other side of green, and they're trying to prepare. They're getting a welcome out, but how much attention is he going to peel away from them?
This is where the smoke ban also helps you with the basement attack. As we know, a smoke on the boiler stairs, this position at Stompin's in, can be very problematic and slow down a lot of the time. Now they don't have that. They have to then stick a Warden, who, as we know, doesn't have the same deniability as what the smoke has. For Fnatic, it's very straight to the point, going for vertical, going to be playing in towards boiler. Bit of aggression here, though, from G2. Alamau able to surprise Smith, but just walks down the stairs, and Deepak is waiting for him. Now the question is, do they know about Stompin? Do they know that there's 2 of them? Well, now they do. Oh, Citizen! Just about the nade has killed him before Stompin could have finished him off. It's going to be a 3v4 now that G2 have to deal with. Make that 4v2, make that 4v1. Shaiko all by himself.
Obviously almost had an insane ace clutch the other day. He's going to see if he can try and get that little split on it. He's able to do damage on towards 1, but the second pops up and Deadshot. I mean, just repeatedly brilliant. He has been in this opening half, an opening half that has left Fnatic 4-2, and us heading over towards our desk.
Thank you. Yeah, even beyond these 4 rounds that are on the board for Fnatic, we can also say clearly they are winning on a strategic level on these attacks.
I think they've strategically won all 6, every single one of them.
It could be 6-0 right
It could be 6-0 quite comfortably for Fnatic. On another day, it would be 6-0. They've basically just messed up 2x2s. That's all they've done. But in terms of control, in terms of pacing, it has been so good from Fnatic. Their theory has been go direct. Yes, they used the shields, and even when all 3 shields got banned out, they played the fuse shield as well. They've wanted to go direct, aggress G2, double up, triple up on positions, and get the crossfires, get those refrags. And the only time that it didn't happen in this round here was when Doki managed to pop off and get 2, where he played through the crossfire on an individual basis. That's the only out that G2 have had so far.
It's an old vision of Siege that you see on your screen. It's 4 players working the site. 4 players working the site and 1 lurk. You see here on the main stairs, you will see it on other bomb site when he's lurking and basically controlling the roamers. You have the shields working, the hard breachers, 2 other players with them with utility. That gets them the initial control on the site. And then that 5th player is just there to control the flanks because they know that G2's only win condition at this point is to try and have someone retake. And the thing is, it works so well against G2 right now, and I'm worried on their side because I struggle to see the reaction. Because what do we see? Like the last round, for example, they call for a basement defense. You have barely any extension. You have one extension into filtration. They give way too much control to Fnatic. So Fnatic, you have their core 4 players advancing, and nothing really happens on their side. They're just getting picked off the vert and off the utility on the back of Fnatic.
Yeah.
I think the pressure is on the shoulders of G2 right now.
When Fnatic have struggled with their attacks, think about the maps that really they've struggled on. Think about a Clubhouse, where we saw on very first play day, where they had to play through layers, they had to breach walls, where they had to play through as armies and utility and power positions. They've not had to do any of that today. So I think G2 got their defensive game plan all wrong, and Fnatic have capitalized on that perfectly.
However, attack is a strong side for G2, and so I believe there's one side where they can bounce back. It's definitely that one.
Is this better than what we expected to see from Fnatic, or is this about what we wanted to see?
No, I think it's better, because I think Fnatic lost their game up against G2 in regulation, not in regulation, in the regular stage, in overtime. But actually, when you control every attack, yes, the scoreline's 4-2, that might come back to bite them, but they controlled every round strategically. So I think it's better than maybe what we expected, because coming into this, we said G2 are formidable on this map. You know, they'd taken FaZe there, they'd taken M8 to there, and beaten both of those teams there. They're clearly good at this map, and they've been absolutely outclassed so far. But like Leo's just said, the flip has completely happened now. It will be G2 on the attack that will be forcing their style of play into this game.
We spoke of one condition for Fnatic in defense before this game started. It was utility. Look on the side of your screen. All of it is made for the late round. You see Goyo, you see Tachanka, you see Smoke, and Azami Emir to make the side strong. It's basically the strategy of players against G2.
In the Netherlands, we say a good start is the first half done, but this is only the first half. So the second half starts now. What can Fnatic do?
Well, thank you very much. And, well, a 6-0 they think it could have been. Do you agree?
I mean, probably bar, I think, the mid-floor site. Because I think the mid-floor, look, you lose the first pick, and then I think G2 play very well to obviously retake the position. I wouldn't say that Fnatic were necessarily in a position to win that round. Still think there was a lot of that round to play. It just so happens that Stumpin made a really good play. Definitely that Doki round, yes. So I would maybe argue the 5-1 against them. I always like arguing against them.
Listen, it's fun to argue.
You know,
we are professional point makers. It doesn't mean that they have to be the correct point. Sometimes you just gotta throw something in the mix just to irritate your friends.
Right, G2.
Uphill.
A lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Quite right, as you've said, uphill. Hope they've got the hiking boots on, because they're gonna need it. I look at the Fnatic lineup. Again, it plays more into that minigame theory. The way that the desk were talking, maybe this is the approach that G2 should have taken up, where you're adding in things like the Mira on top of a breach. You have to play around that. Goyo, which was just not in the arsenal for G2 at all, which was very surprising. We know the damage this operator can do in the late game, and also for the early game for stemming the kind of first 3-2-1 in towards Mez. So you will get a lot of benefit from it. So for G2, how do they want to go about things? They've got a lot of util. You've got the Capitao there. You've also got Alamau with the nades and the Blackbeard. Doki will draw first blood. Takes down Wizard. The Azami gone. Double smokes tossed outside back for him. And the smoke also goes with them as he gets picked off by Benja. And Fnatic have gave way to very early kills. Both teams are mirroring one another here in the defense.
Well, maybe this will just turn into the most attacker-sided map we've had in a while. That, obviously, they've got 2 bodies, but they still have to sort of do that final drive through. Wants to hit the Goyo, the operator that we called for as being good potential. The Blackbeard's forced slightly further and further away. Oh, but it's actually Benja that gets caught out by Smith. The Tachanka tears a head off, and this is the sort of difference, right? Before, Fnatic would hit the door, they'd get a couple of kills, and they just kind of kept driving until they'd found their way through to the site. They've been given an opportunity to have a breath here as G2 reruns the numbers. They've still got plenty of time. And they're a team that does love to do this. Recalculate, reevaluate. You can see the pings coming out on the player on the back end. It's a C4 pre-lined up and ready to go out on towards the walkway, but nobody's currently home. The question is, here, demo, when is the Thermite going to get the breach? There's Stompin'. There's a bit of destruction, but it doesn't quite stop it by the sounds of it, assuming they were attempting it for the correct play.
Yeah, I like this from Shaiko using extra man. Means that somebody has to watch him. Somebody has to get dragged out of position here from Fnatic. And this is where the rest of G2 can then just start driving into the site now. And yes, Smith goes down. Beautifully played from G2. As you mentioned, 2 different fundamentals of once they're able to get the opening picks, as you said, Fnatic kept it going. They didn't want to let G2 recalibrate. For G2, yes, you've allowed Fnatic to recalibrate, but G2 themselves have also did that. G2 themselves knew they have a lot of time. They can use that extra man that they've gained in the opening half, and they used it beautifully. You play Shaiko by himself, Dragon players out, rest of the team moves forward. You have Alama with that shield still alive. He can charge in, he can call out his positions, get the information. Yeah, there's no problems there for G2. So, attacker layer, maybe, could happen.
4-3. 4-3, and Fnatic, their lead has gotten slightly thinner. As we said, maybe we'll just never see that top floor again here. Instead, we'll get ourselves rotating around on towards the basement. It could just be one of those sort of splits of you know, days where things go away from them. I think obviously Deadshot being the drive that he was in that opening half says sort of a lot of if he starts to slow down, what happens to the rest of the team. They did great team dynamics, but when you have your sort of top fragging to that degree, well, it can change things. In the meantime, He's starting to get some activation on the side of it. And, well, it's always sort of the waiting game with G2, both for the players and the fans themselves, I think, of, well, when are we going to get activation? Alamao's had one of the best seasons he's ever had. It would be a shame if now, today and yesterday are the days when it sort of stops hitting as hard as it has. His attention on, they've obviously got the man previously mentioned on the Monty, see if they can try and lead their way in. On towards the warehouse, and pretty quick work here. There's not been a lot of contest for any of this ground, really. They've sort of handed it over to G2, and now eyes in towards lockers, but it's Benja that actually gets Citizen in the meantime, and oh no, are these alarm sounds? Do we need Fnatic to rotate back a bit quicker here, Demo?
Benja's just been able to, I assume, walk in through supply, and now he's causing a whole lot of issues for Fnatic. Benja with 2, he will get finished off by Deadshot, but I think the damage has been done. The site has been severely weakened. Look how early that the Goyos have had to be popped. He's tossing out smoke canisters, and there's still 2 minutes to play. This is not a great start here from Fnatic. And once again, G2, they have an extra man that they can utilize, and it looks to be stomping upstairs by himself. And he's going to find Deadshot. Yeah, G2 are using the numbers game really well so far in their attacks.
I mean, that's sort of it, right? 1:30. Deepek's going to go above to see if he can try and potentially trade out this man. He's got 1 smoke canister left, and instead, no, he's changed his mind. You've got Wizard that's under pressure above. Wizard was able to pull off, you know, a couple of big moments in this exact position when he was on attack, where he was able to get a double kill and sort of drive the fate of the round. And here, they sort of trusted him to stay there. Instead, G2 floods the back of the site. They know roughly where Wizard is. They don't need to contest with him and can try and get this plant secured. You've got the Monty. He'll have the shield on his back. He'll be tough to pull apart. And, well, now there's also loads of people looking towards the exact hatch you wanted to hit on the drop. This should confidently be a G2 round. It's just down to seeing if Wizard can get anyone for the trouble. And for the statistics, going to hop the way around to the back. He's being actively called as well, but he won't even be able to get to answer it.
Simple stuff for G2. Again, they're hitting that opening hard. They're able to, again, walk away with 2 kills. Yes, they may lose one in the process. Benja has just somehow found a gap. Nothing on supply. Maybe the Fenrir had been destroyed. Maybe the Fenrir wasn't even on. And once you let Benja kind of be a fox in the chicken house, that's what happens. And then for G2, they just slow it down. You know, you have the shield. You got Alamau, just can feed all the information. He can tell them what to do. Very easy for them. And yeah, G2 look to be on it in their attack. Same way Fnatic were.
So, there has been a bit of a running theme, I think, as a comment throughout this game, of the energy levels of the 2 teams. Every single round for the side of G2, from the clutches, from earlier, it's big energy, it's big shouting, it's "you're the best player I've ever seen, Zach." And then otherwise from Fnatic, it's been a bit more understated, right? It's been a bit more sort of casual, and when they were in control, it was still smiles, it was still upbeat, but it was a different kind of upbeat. And I think here, those sort of quiet moments get even quieter. as your lead of 2, built from hard-working attacks, has unfortunately filtered away from well-tested defenses. Still, there's always chance to grow on towards the clash. Seems to be a bit of the MO, maybe, you know, be a bit more of a front-facing problem that isn't immediately shot in the head.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I mean, I think for Fnatic, this is the moment where they need to win this round, especially on the back of the timeout. You're not going to get another opportunity in this map to use that. So it's a lot of pressure. You need to win this. If not, GT are going to just have the kind of run-of-the-mill, knowing that they've broke you on, once again, that same top floor site. It's going to be a kind of danger zone again, same where it was for G2. Just don't go to the site. Not great for you. Oh yeah, a lot of pressure now for Fnatic. I think for G2 though, I don't think a clash should be that much of an issue whenever you have been running Nomad every single round on your attack. So Shaiku's just going to get more benefit out of this pick. Going to get more value. I mean, as long as he can rotate safely. Oh dear. That's the exact same engagement Benja opening pick on the Citizen.
Well, with that, the first body, with that, maybe the thread of problems starts to unravel. You can see just caught peering out the bathroom window. Smith is under a bit of pressure from Doki, but easy enough to move away. The Flores might be that sort of easy removal of gadgetry, right? We've seen a lot of, you know, Goyo canisters being used. You've got the Keybers, you've got the drive of a clash. Flores is always going to be useful in forcing some of those, as well as quietly and distantly removing things like barbed wire. G2, as you've said it before, they've been excellent at sort of calculating the man advantage and then working with it. Get in, use the opportunity, get rid of the barbed wire, go back out. Redroning it. There's obviously got 2 players watching on towards this window, and Fnatic need to sort of do this game, right? Close down on the man advantage. See if you can try and hit them. Get one slightly further ahead. And oh, it's a delicate fight here. You can see Benja's coming in to offer some support, but at this point they'll feel their way away and get rid of a bit of utility and removal. There's also now just this consistent sort of rebuttal from positions here.
Smoke the door. Try and get Benja in. Again, plants. It's something that G2 needs to start thinking about, as that timer is just down to 30 seconds. And look at this position Smith is in. And there's no nades. So this is going to be quite a power position now that Smith can just sit behind and hope he can find a lot of kills. There's one, but very quickly traded by Shaiko. Deepek is going to use another smoke. Still has 1 remaining. Wizard going to try and double up with him and win the engagement. But no, Shaiko is just better than Alamal with the finishing blow. G2 with another attack under their belt. That top floor today for both sides. Do not defend it. 4 times we've seen that top floor be played, and 4 times it's been won by the attack.
That is now G2 in the lead with 3 attacks in a row. And Demo, yeah, the worrying statistic on the side of that, only 3 players lost across those rounds. They have really just wrested control of the back half of this game, and barely any of them have felt that sort of siren song of mortality. I'm not going to say the wheels have sort of come off of Fnatic. They've still got a decent drive on them. It's just apparently the wheels got put back on G2.
It's just G2 playing their game, isn't it? You know, they're consistently finding that opening pick, which I think helps out massively, because they use that extra man so well. You can see the way that G2 wanted to play. They're always looking for that backstab. They're always looking to overwhelm in a part of the map which Fnatic are going to be weak in, because they don't have that extra man themselves. You know, it was exactly the same for this bomb site. You lose that opening pick, it's a 5v4, and what does Alamo do? Starts putting pressure towards green. Drag somebody out of position. The main force coming in, in through Mez, trying to flood in through the bomb site, and he's there creating issues, picks up that final kill as we've seen. G2 are using that extra man so well. Whereas really, for Fnatic, you know, like we make the comparisons, they're just very direct, straight to the point. Yes, they maybe had Wizard just off, playing by himself, but he's there to hunt roamers. You know, he's not really there attacking and then goes to the big rotate. G2 are always looking for that rotate, always looking for that other opportunity once they've been able to get that first pick.
Deadshot. He's been able to sort of keep himself going a bit here, but otherwise the rest of the team has unfortunately fallen shy of graces. In the meantime, G2, they've sort of, if one, if all. I think the only person who came into this half that was positive was Doki. Now, obviously, Shaiko and Stompin have clawed their way back there. Benja and Alamau not a million miles away. That sort of tip, that balance, that scale shifting. You can see the Deimos threading and treading their way underneath. We're obviously back towards the top, and finally they find an opening kill. The first one in about 5 rounds as well. And we've complemented, obviously, both Doki and the sort of man advantage game that we've had G2 put forward. So it'll be that idea now of where can the change come together. The preemptive smoke, maybe a bit of fear, maybe just heard Alamau on the split. They need to make sure that whatever next engagement comes isn't one that gives G2 a pick. They've sent somebody underneath. All the compliments paid about how G2 has played the man advantage game, and now we get to see the adaptations of Fnatic's defense with the man advantage.
Yeah, for G2, still looking to try and gain way in towards Bathroom, which they have as that wall's been reinforced towards Mez. But that Mez player in combination with the person in towards Art is a bit of a nasty crossfire for Alamau to deal with, but has been able just to almost show himself, and it's made them run away. Still, it's this player in towards Mez. That is what's going to really hinder G2 here. So, Deadshot, if he can stay alive and just keep being that menace, he can undoubtedly just stop G2 in their tracks.
Deadshot gets Shaiko. And they've almost been able to level the total amount of kills they've got over the previous 3 rounds. Now they have, as they put themselves into the 5 versus 2. There's another. It's not really quite a flawless round, but a shield surrounded with 30 seconds, and they're setting him on fire. Still 19 of those launchers could cover both doors for the rest of the round, but instead he's been able to slip his way out, and he's going to try and find a close fight, but Wizard has the distance. Not done yet, Fnatic. They're able to find their first defense after 4 on a site that they've lost twice. But now, do they go back to the other one that they've lost, Lab, or do they try and cycle somewhere new?
Well, I will say, finally the top floor's been defended. It took us a bit of time to get us there. And G2 lose opening pick. I think that is a big difference. I think whenever they kind of lost Doki, who obviously is the Deimos, very important operator, or that mezzanine clear, you track the player on the stairs, you nade him out, easy pickings, typically for the Deimos. You lose him, how do you get through Mez? Really, the only thing that they had was, 1, try and get the shield pushed in, but it's difficult against the smoke. Or 2, you try and use the Capitao, but then you're dumping that utility that you would love to have, maybe for the site execute. So I think it was tricky for G2 to kind of think about what they wanted to go for. Obviously, a lot of attention in towards Bathroom. I just think they were hoping that Fnatic were going to give them a pick as they went into Bathroom, hoping for the challenge. But I think Fnatic realized in the win con, they've got the man advantage. They've still got a lot of plant denial. They've got the Tachanka. They've still got the smoke. You've got the Goyo scattered around. So Fnatic didn't really have to move. They didn't have to do anything. I mean, we've seen Deadshot just as happy to sit in mezzanine. No, he can control the round. And he did that. So overall from Fnatic, not all, they're not biting into the trap that G2 laid for them.
Curious now which one gets that final pull. Obviously, for all the stories that we've had throughout this split of teams almost making it towards the points and not quite falling short. In a best of 3, it doesn't matter. But when we look towards that second map, maybe it does. Obviously, Chalet is a bit of a G2 powerhouse map. Fnatic, I'm going to say they are going to have the toughest time in the world on it, but tougher than the other 3 in the pool. So they kind of want to do this if they're going to do it on the first and the third. G2. If they can get this first one, if they can get these last 2 rounds to push them over towards the edge, and the third on the second map, they should be pretty confident. No, Doki is almost removed as the first take. He's still going to try and drive forward for this gun. It's tricky one to fight. In fact, no, it's not even Doki. Doki is taking damage elsewhere just in the same second. Oh no, it is Doki. I'm not going fully crazy yet. The Echo Drone was leading in, a classic Deepex special. You can see
really...
Sorry, did he hear me? Did I say that?
Maybe. They haven't really done much, have they, G2? Other than just taking towards that mid floor. Didn't get the opening pick that was maybe put in front of Doki with that challenge that Deadshot had, but I suppose then for Fnatic, they're happy enough just to sit in sight. They've got the Echo, got the Goyo, obviously setting up in towards boiler stairs. I assume that's the kind of combination that you like to have, is the Echo on top of the stairs, somebody combo that usually with a shotgun. But right now for G2, a lot of util, and you've got the Ying, you've got the Grim, you've got your vert holes being made. It could be, I mean, maybe a 20-second execute here from G2. That could be what they're after.
Well, the execute might be stemmed and slowed slightly by some of the gadgetry still popping around. Put bees in the fire. See if you can try and drive yourself in. It's obviously all players still standing this late, the longest that we've ever had it. Doki trying to catch them. You can see the circle that Fnatic are playing in is getting tighter and tighter and smaller, but so is that timer in the top middle, right? And as long as they've got the pressure of that on their side, it doesn't really matter how many chairs have been removed from the circle. Citizen finds the first. It's Doki. Drops. Then Citizen gets the second before Stompin actually trades them out. Works further back and forth. They have this man advantage, so even though the kills are coming back and forth because they have that first step, they're still leading the dance. But 10 seconds. Alamau and Benja still trying to get past Echo Drones in towards the site itself, and not enough time. Fnatic. They sit on map point.
Oh, Fnatic have turned it around. 2 back in their favor. Means that they have the advantage, 6-5. So G2 have to try and take us into OT. Yeah, I think for G2, using the vertical operators, taking hatch, that's all standard stuff. I feel as though G2 have maybe went wrong with that execute. With the operators that they had, I feel as though trying to force your way in through boiler, take connector, would be the more logical route. Because you've got full verts. I mean, nobody can really rotate out a connector. And I felt as though then for G2, they were more still focused on trying to hit every door at the same time. Like we've seen them move in towards Toxin, in through lockers. Now, the issue with that is if those individual players lose their engagements, then that take doesn't work. So you rely very heavily on individuals winning engagements. And also, it looked as though that a lot of G2 just kind of left the verts that they made. Everyone started moving in towards that bottom floor. They all chose the door to push in from. And you didn't have that same vertical take, which I'm sure they probably would have been able to find some people if they went for the verts.
From everything that they've been able to build back in G2, you might see it toppled away. As I said before, it's a best of 3 series. And you know, selfishly, if we get towards the end of it, then we get that rematch map that went pretty much all the way back then. So who's to say it won't go the same again? But G2 fans probably hoping they don't go all the way there. Because, well, imagine being a G2 fan and having an unbeaten run and then having it slip away over the course of 2 days. How would that feel, Demo?
I mean... How would you feel? I'm gonna put it back on you.
Not great, okay. Not great. G2. They're still only 1 round away, pushes back in towards a best of 3. A very interesting statistic might just be who is going to be leading on their attack or defense on the side of overtime, because, well, it's been a very attacker-sided map. Both teams have seemed excellent on their drive through. Obviously, Fnatic could lock it up here, and then, well, they were better on the map. They were able to get an even half, but that here is a bit of a surprise. G2, they've pushed them on towards their tertiary site. They've pushed them into this position, and they've just got to see if they can get some netted rewards for pushing the opponents around a bit. The shield's driving its way down the back line of the second story. They've obviously already got the bunks breach open, so eyes in towards the site itself, but well, it's Benja actually doing a bit of a cleared sprint, making sure they aren't watched as they're going for that vertical control here.
Slow and steady at the moment here for G2. try and get the wall opened in towards site, and they will do so. Call the Thermite over. You can see that everyone from Fnatic is upstairs. Typically, you would find one player in the bomb site just to stop any immediate rush. And again, it's the position that then the attackers have to go for and clear. But to have a full 5-man upstairs, if somebody from G2 can find their way in, it could cause issues. But then again, whenever they have ripped open every possible bit of the floor, you don't have to worry about it. In goes the sense, but Deadshot, look at the operator he's on. He's on the Solus. I mean, he should be able to see that that's a blitz. I mean, it could be a nuke as well, but I don't think you're expecting the nuke.
It's sort of the play around the game, right? You know that they're sort of rolling the gadgets out. They're trying to get this formation of a plan. There go the smokes to cover the verticalities. They're still just setting fire and smokes and everything. It's a dump of utility versus a dump of utility, but ultimately that is going to work in the defender's favor because, well, all the land that they have right now is one that needs utility to dump in. If you're not going to take the fight to them and above them, there's the slip through. They have the blind and the cover. There's the chance at the plant. The fire is too late because it's being watched from the verticality. Beautiful stomp in. Gets a couple. Now they do stop the plant, though. There was a Goyo canister buried inside, a 4 versus 2, and they're still waiting for that to clear. There goes a triple for Stompin. And you can see Citizens had to drop round the back. Gets one. Shaiko almost dies, recollecting the kit, but won't. Stop. We have an overtime.
I mean, what was that? Stompin' has killed 3 people through the verts. What G2 were doing was obviously prepped against. Because 1, a Goyo canister in the bunk bed. You never see that. So perfectly prepped for the side of Fnatic to play against the plant position that G2 want to go for, which did work. The Goyo canister went off because an impact was tossed out. Doki died. But Stompin' just killed 3 people through the verts. This right here, you can see the impact goes in. Doki cooked alive. But it just comes to one guy. I wish we would see the POV as well as Stompin'. The kills that he was able to get.
He's busy. He's busy killing people.
And maybe this is what has been maybe the difference maker to keep G2 in this game. Look.
What the fuck is this game?
It's a game which you play, mate. A game which you've been playing for quite a while.
Sentence has never been said before.
I would say, obviously for G2, I don't think they've been fantastic this map. I've seen better layers.
Yeah.
But it has been down to individuals who've kind of dragged them across. You think of the Doki round. You think about that round of just seen Stompin' pulling off a 4K. Whereas on the side of Fnatic, you didn't really see those big hero moments that necessarily save Fnatic. The rounds that they won were very clear-cut and dry.
There is obvious sort of drives around the biggest tell in a team success, which is clutches. Clutches on either side, whether it is a player that is clutching in the mix of everything, which comes out as a 3K or a 4K, or whether it is a player that is clutching against all odds in that sort of situation. Oh, goodbye Deadshot. The fact that 2 of the rounds, Stompin' with a 4K and Doki with a 4K, have been where they're on the back foot, whereas if you look towards Fnatic's, Wizard had a 3K and Deadshot had a 3K. Those rounds happened where pretty much the entirety of Fnatic was still alive. They were driving the momentum. And there's that sort of difference between when popping off is occurring, and the first person to be popped off is unfortunately one of those players, Deadshot. Great day at the office, but all of it comes down to how it's measured in the final sort of innings. And here, they lose their man who can sort of see through the mystery and clear the air.
Deathmark on the way. Hostile.
And this is not great for Fnatic. Like we mentioned, if you give G2 that extra man, if you give them that opening pick, they can do a lot of damage. And right now for G2, they are in the perfect position. They've got themselves in towards tables with, again, no real issues. They've been able to take Bathroom and in towards Mez, as nobody's playing in that position since they lost Headshot. And for G2, I suppose you can just play default. Like, there's not much really you have to worry about outside, of course, of the bird operators that Smith and Deepek can have. But knowing G2, they'll put pressure on them. They'll start using an extra man. They'll kind of almost go for the kill on these defenders who can stop this plant. So I do expect G2 to still try and drive in and find these picks.
That's exactly where you've said that they've been at their best before, and as he goes hunting and reverse fishing, he's going to do some damage towards the Tachanka, and most importantly, it's the Tachanka, right? It's this big crotch player in the final throws, knocked towards the board, looking for the follow-through fight, but nothing can be done as Doki prepares for a fight elsewhere, but in the meantime, Stompin is clearing his way across the top. There goes the smoke in a foul second. Both of those storied heroes and champions of delaying a plant are gone, but it means in the meantime, Wizard and Fnatic, Citizen, they're going to be the ones that have to try and be Fnatic saving grace as they get themselves to a 2 versus 1. Doki leveled it up, these two. If we're talking stories and picture books, we're looking at one of the longest serving pairs of all time. They have a keen awareness, obviously, on where each other is because of the Deimos track. They're doing the dive all the way across. Doki's going to hold the plant. Which way? Western Man is the swing round. He's going to see if he can try and pop on towards the fight, but it's Doki that wins it out.
Oh, Doki! A massive 1v2 as Wizard. I thought Wizard had them. Yazami, that man right there, played a massive to give his team a chance. And it was a 1v1 against two players who will see each other for their own national team in November. And it's Doki who gets the upper hand. A stressful round for us and the viewers. I can only imagine the stress of that round for the players.
I mean, all the way around, right? Every single bit was fought for there. As I said before, these two players, Doki and Citizen, how long have they been in the same teams against each other, either side of the split? And here, God, Fnatic, they did such a good job at trying to build themselves back in. Wizard with a bit of magic of his own. But Doki was that screaming end of it all.
I think Shaiko did more of the screaming there. Oh, what a game. What a game. G2. They've now got 2 in a row there on match point. And, oh no. Don't know about this. We're now on the G2 defensive half. It's been a while since we were here. And look at the bomb site which they've chosen. The one bomb site which they did not defend in their first half, they've chosen it as their overtime defensive site.
I mean, hey, sometimes you have to reset the scales, right? Sometimes you have to sort of see where everything can come from. At this, everything Fnatic has sort of built towards, everything that Fnatic has tried to make come true. It tips on towards the scales. We have now the chance at a bit of a slip, waiting patiently to strike. But otherwise, a bit of a quiet here.
Yeah.
Fnatic. I mean, they've not really had a contest. Remember, that was the thing about this site, was G2 would often fall back quite quickly, but an early smoke coverage and a Smith's drive with the glass.
It just feels like the deep breath before the plunge. Opening pick could well and truly decide this round. And neither side want to give it away. Fnatic again direct. Reloading. That has been the name of the game on their strat sheet. But for G2, a different approach. More reserved, not looking to fight. Finally, we see a Goyo was screaming for the Goyo in their opening half. They've brought it in now. But Doki still in the Tachanka. They've got ways to stop this plant from happening, but does the plant happen? That's it for Fnatic. Do they feel safe enough that they can start moving for it? A minute remaining. They may very well look to try and eye up a plant. Goyo Cancer will be popped though, and oh, dead shot. He's tried that trick before, but this time Shaiko didn't fall for it.
Loading new mag.
Pressure on towards the breach itself. They're looking to try and clear their way across the top here, but otherwise it's a sort of battle for attrition. 30 seconds though, and everything that Fnatic has tried to build up towards this point might filter and fall away. There's patience and awareness and a keen sort of clear eye. The C4 over the top does a lot of damage towards Citizen, but it's actually Wizard that falls first, and Stompin gets the early take. Citizen's going to see if he can secure the plant. He's found a little oasis amongst the fire, and it's not quite secured there. It is, but not him. A 5 versus 2 post-plant. Deepek and Deadshot. They're the eyes and ire of destruction and death. The first is picked. They have the cross towards the second. How aware are they? They're keeping themselves out of arm's reach for now, but the Sharks are circling, and there's the first to bite. Deadshot has to get this perfectly. Oh, but there's so many bodies, so many options. They peel off, they spray back, and G2! They confirm themselves the first map in this best of 3 series.
Oh, G2! Feels as though they've aged a few hundred years after that game. Look at them, they're just relieved. That was a tough game for Fnatic, but one hell of a fight. But they knew they had that. They had the 5v2, just had to play it safe.
Well, let's take a quick break, get some air, and get back in with our desk.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the coach, breaking it right to the door.
G2 turn map 1 around, and they now find themselves on map point to qualify to EWC. This was Fnatic's map as well, and they're going to be mad at themselves for the way that they lost it in overtime.
Yeah, they're going to be putting their heads against the wall, I think, and it was all in their hands, and ultimately it was all in their hands, but I think two things they didn't do well. They didn't manage the big moments. We did wonder, we said strategically they won their attacks 6-0, but could they manage out the big moments? And the answer to that was no. Doki gets a big 4K, Stomp in here, manages to run outside, run back in the building, gets a big 2K, and that wins the 2G2 defense rounds. And then what happens is we say, well, will Fnatic play behind the utility? What will happen? Well, the first 2 kills of the building on the 7th round, the first 2 kills happen from an attacker outside of the building, and that continues into the 8th round as well, where Ben just managed to find a lurk in, doesn't have to play through any utility, and then suddenly he gets 2 kills as well. So I think Fnatic will really be kicking themselves from 2 points of view. They should have been 6-0 up, and then the second point of view is they should have sat back, chilled behind their utility, forced G2 to play into them, and then if they did that, they ultimately would have been coming out victors, but because of that, they didn't, Leo.
This game is going to be hard to forget going into the second map because they had it all in their hands. I felt like they had a good game plan. I felt like in most of these rounds, they were the better team, Jack. I felt like they really controlled the pace. They had the better strategy.
Big moment.
Even this, once again, like the 1v1 from Doki, right? It's the strength of G2, really. It's the strength of coming alive with incredible players in the most critical moments and winning that one gunfight.
Yeah.
That they need to win absolutely to make it. And let's be honest, like the reality is Fnatic needed to win that game.
I agree.
They absolutely needed to win there because Chalet coming up is not the same. And also, just want to praise Deadshot and Wizard. I think they made it close. But overall, I think that G2, they get away with the win here. It's a steal.
They did get away with it, and it took them a long time to wake up. I still stand by this. I think they got their defenses all wrong. Every single one of them wrong until it hit round 14. When it hit round 14, what did they do? Instead of giving Fnatic the fight, instead of getting isolated, they sat back, they let Fnatic take the ground, they played the time, hit a retake, and won it more or less flawlessly. And that's the round that got them over the line. And I think G2, as much as, yes, Lair was clunky, they'll learn a lot of lessons about how to play against Fnatic inside of those 14 rounds that they can then take into the next map.
And it's fair to say that Fnatic ideally would have won Chalet because it was their map pick. Will now be moving, will now be moving into Chalet. That is G2's map pick, and it's not without a reason that G2 picked this map as well.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, G2 are on a 3-win streak on the map, having beaten Team Secret, Twisted Minds as well, VP as well during the Salt Lake City Major. It's a great map for them. On the other hand, Fnatic, it's looking pretty dire out there because they played it twice and they lost it to Team Secret, and even worse, lost it 7-2 to Rebels. So just looking at a track record here, they're going into enemy territory quite clearly, G2 dominating here.
It's always been a bogey map for them. In terms of a map that, you know, it feels like fundamentally, I know you don't know that term, I'll explain it to you in a second, Leo.
Bogey.
A bogey map, yeah, like a map that they kind of could be good on or should be good on, but they could just never find a win from Fnatic. And that's a map that they end up on with Chalet is like, yes, they've now got a shield player, yes, they're going a little bit more direct. I'm not fundamentally thinking they should be terrible at this map, but I am thinking that actually G2 will be better than them on Chalet.
Well, it seems to be the ideal situation for G2 to grab their ticket and qualify to EWC. Fnatic, this is your last chance. What can you show us?
Last chance saloon. And what's on deck? Oh, even more if you're backing G2. Not really surprised. I think even if the first map hadn't gone their way, this would probably still be how the prediction would be. Would you agree, Demu?
That extra 6% sellouts. Why don't you back them from the start, eh? What's that all about? Only support them when they're on there, like.
Oh, plastic fans, fake fans.
Disgusting.
Not like you. To be fair, you're not. You've very much been a staple.
No one can question my unwavering faith to the side with the amount of stuff that's came through the doors over the past 8 years. Ah well.
Ah well.
That's crazy thing about 8 years of G2.
Has it been 8 years?
Yeah, I think it's August this year. Pretty crazy.
Time flies when you're doing certain things. Enjoying yourself, also known as having fun. Being pursued by bears. Time goes really quick, man. in space.
To you?
Bears
all
in
of these
space? All of these things are frequent, but no one's
Killer
interested
bears
in
from
those.
outer space.
No one's interested in those stories. Instead, we're here for Rainbow Six Siege. And we're here with G2 and Fnatic. Fnatic, there we go. One map is their hope to get back onto third map and play out. That's how best of threes work. At this point, they've sort of got everything to play for. Now, the last map was very attacker-sided. Between the two teams, they were both able to sort of make things sing, but is it going to turn into more of a question of momentum, right? Don't know what the point of that was, but it looked fun.
I think momentum obviously plays a big part in it. Obviously, G2 got it just over the board. I mean, it was a stressful game for G2 as well. I also think for G2, they kind of want to forget about it because it wasn't their greatest siege. It wasn't their finest moment. We look at Chalet. We had a little discussion. It's not been great for Fnatic, you know, this map. And I know the desk has talked about it. You kind of look at the last time they played it. I lost to Rebels, you know, and you think Rebels not a top side that we obviously have in the league, and Fnatic struggled against them, a 7-2 loss. So for Fnatic, they need to go pretty big here against the G2 side, which will be pretty comfortable in this map. Last time they played it, they won it. So G2 started on the defense. Fnatic have to try and get the grips of their attack, which should be the favored side on Chalet.
Curious how this first engagement is going to go. Filtering itself, obviously, across the possibilities. Well, there's a quick answer. Alamau finds Wizard. Moves ahead of one of the better performing players from Fnatic, caught by the worst performing player in the entire lobby last time. Alamau could not get his sort of ducks in a row. And there, at this point, being able to remember who he was from the season could be something that really changes the MO.
Oh, here we go. Fnatic have to try and force that shield in towards that top floor, but G2 are standing strong. Gave away any of the picks as of yet, but Citizen, he just hoping that somebody sticks his hand out, but oh, timing. Oh, it's a nightmare for Deepak. Alamau peeks at the perfect time. Shaiko finds the shield, and this looks to be a false start here from Fnatic.
Well, I guess it's as best as you say, a false start. But you know, what else can you really sort of put it together? They do find one, and then they find themselves brushed back out the door, almost a shaker, but look at Citizen's health from the end of that, and now look at it, gone. And there's the trade out. A false start is as best to put it, but you worry, is this just G2 sort of reasserting the pace? I said before, halfway through, they realized they could put wheels on the car. Maybe now they've discovered the engine.
Yeah, it's looking good for G2 already. Opening round, not much to really worry about from G2's perspective. Everyone holding their ground. I think maybe for that bomb site, you're probably lacking more utility, I think, from Fnatic. You know, whenever we see that bar and games be played out, especially with an Azami ban as well on top of it, you expect to see operators like your Yings up there, your Capitaos, operators who could make defenders move. And outside of Alamau and his gates, there was no other denial that you really had for the util on the side of G2. So they certainly could have went with the heavy util upstairs. You look at the lineup, you've got a Twitch, you've got a Solid Snake, you've even got a Deimos, you know, operators which are better at hunting roamers, better at killing. You know, you think about the two F2s, fantastic in those engagements, but whenever G2's just sat holding crossfires, using utility that they have around them, they don't really have to move.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
G2 off to a strong start in some manners, as you said. Didn't really have to move. Got themselves locked in and held things at bay. And that's the worry when you're approaching your attack on towards Chalet, is if you're not moving with the pace, if you're not moving with the energy that it demands of you, well then you'll probably not meet its demands. And they can be quick, spiteful, and aggressive, watching towards windows and the doors. Here, there's bout of pressure. The compliments we paid towards Fnatic on their start last time round was the pace applied, their sort of direct and dedicated focus on tearing apart the enemy's defense seems to be something that is otherwise slipping its way back and forth. There's drones on an Ella that can be forced out with grenades. How far will you go? All the way, but that's again just utility to buy a temporary reprieve, like a bomb rather than a coverage. Shaiko gets one, and they get one right back. Stompin gets dropped, and really, oh, there is actually somebody not too far away. Maybe it isn't entirely lost here as Benjamaster comes in to save the day, and they're trying to finish him off with a Twitch drone. It's actually going to loop around. Oh no! Hidden underneath for the grenade is more than enough, and that still leaves a 4 versus 2.
Well, that nade came in pretty clutch there for Stomp, because that could have been a humiliation ritual, getting killed by the Twitch drone. But here we are. Fnatic still down, man. No. Smoke as well doesn't help, and drops down. I mean, Diffuser is in a bit of a nasty spot too. Oh, Benji, don't be doing that. Don't be giving Fnatic a way back into this round, because it should be locked up here from G2. 3 versus 2. Both players now going to try and double up amongst each other, but Shaiko is just there at the perfect time. And Deepak, exactly where he is, all by himself now with that DMR in hand. All he can do is sit and hope that some people give him some picks. As long as G2 can sit in their hands and don't move, it'd be an easy round for them.
It's the sort of similar things that you said towards the end of the last round, right? As you find yourself in this position on this map, and at what point do you lose an attacking round on Chalet? You're often still outside the map quite late on. It's not a long map to get from outside to inside the side. You can do the transition quite quickly in a lot of places, but here having to rebuild from the back half of the map in its entirety and clear your way across, yeah, it's gonna sort of be the way it goes. 2 in a row here for G2, but what is expected loss? What is that fallible loss?
I think for Fnatic, you've lost your wing con right from the get-go. You lost missing the shield. Now Blackbeard is crucial for that top floor attack, because he's the only operator who's going to be able to get themselves in towards Piano safely and take that part of the map. Piano, as we know, can be a nightmare to push because there's about 3 different crossfires that you can set up from a defensive perspective, which makes it really difficult for attackers to get into that room. But if you have the shield, you can do that very easily. But if you lose that shield, I would say in quite a cheap way as well, like Stompin just sat on blue stairs, kills him. I think there's maybe a little bit of chasing the game almost here from Fnatic, knowing that they're 1 map down. And maybe Smith is thinking, oh, I'm going to move in here, get the opening pick. You know, I hear there's an Ella in the stairs. I'll challenge that Ella. Fnatic needed to cool things down. And I think that Fnatic have clocked that. The coaching staff has clocked it. 2-0 down, and they've used the timeout immediately. They know things aren't right. And things aren't right. It's been very seldom for Fnatic, and G2 haven't had to do much, which I think is a scary thing. If you're not even pushing G2 to the limits of what you're doing on layer, this can go downhill very quickly. Because G2 haven't really gotten out of second gear yet, I feel.
At this, an early timeout could herald the start of a collapse. It becomes that conversation. Now, last time they had their timeout on the previous map, it didn't really lead to any success. Nothing immediate. It built itself towards the end of it, at least got to OT, so maybe they have a bit more time to cook this time round, but otherwise, it's this sort of steady on. And the fact that you've obviously got, well, across, what, 2 rounds, 3 kills? Comes the worry of yesteryear, the sort of concern of the forebearers and
Cover me, reloading!
foundations that were constructed. I said it before on the first map. Fine, you have a couple of players going big. Doki's getting some clutches. You're missing out on Alamau and a bit of Shaiko, and here they are. And, well, there is still him, Doki, outside the window. And sort of sets the table.
Yeah, same old issues for Fnatic. Here's the opening pick. Has not been a great stat for them. G2, again, haven't really had to do much to get it as well. Wizard 0-3. Not a good start for him at all. Yeah, for Fnatic. Just who's going to step up now? There's another one gone. Deadshot led the charge. He led the line in the game against Lair. You're not really having the same vibes here from Fnatic on Chalet. Who's stepping up to the mark?
Unfortunately, Demo, nobody. An early sort of exit on towards that round as well. Whether the team talk was to pay a bit more caution, whether it was to sort of slow the pace down or not. We'll see if the progression is something that is alleviated by the split of either these bands or maybe even the split of the half itself from a very attacker-sided opening map to 3 defenses in a row. G2, but more worrying than anything, it's a cruise control. G2, I think it's fair to say. Their pace is very chill.
Well, timeout did really... did the timeout make things worse? It looked like it did, because that round was probably the easiest one that they've had.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Could be a very quick second map here, the way that G2 are just flowing. Fnatic, pressure's on you. You need to make the move. You are on the attacks here. I mean, look at the lineup. Again, what has really changed to me? It just seems like the same approach. You have a shield, you have some information operators, and that's it. I mean, you don't even have the solid snake now. It's been banned off you. Doesn't look like there's any immediate change in the lineup. What is the game plan here for Fnatic?
I mean,
5 seconds to go.
it has to be something radically different, right? It almost has to be the
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
revival of the band from the first map. I remember how well they sort of approached it. And yeah, it's a different sort of approach. The worry is on Chalet, you might get...
You can't go direct in this map, really. It's
Yeah,
you have
you
to do a
can't.
lot of different things. Vertical plays a massive part in this map. Yeah,
Their caution on their approach and the fact that they have to go for these widths and they can't just drive themselves direct to sight and then into the safety is something that I think is keeping them outside the building even more. There's a fear that gets put under you. And we always knew it was going to be ice skating uphill on this map for them, but you just don't really want them to forget what they're capable of, what got them to this point, because it was pointed out before the series even began, the growth that this team and roster and org has had, it's been massive. From bottom of the board to contesting to almost taking a map off of the unbeaten G2 during the league itself. Whether they go out here or not, you just wanted to go out on their own terms in a manner.
First time in the mid-playoffs. That has not happened before. Deadshot. Finally, bit of success here for Fnatic. They've got the opening pick in this round. Now, can they capitalize on that? Can they keep it moving? I mean, look at the side here from G2. Only one player remains upstairs, and that's going to be Stomping. You get Shaiko playing on the stairs, and that's really it. So a lot of pressure on the player in towards top fireplace to make this happen, and I do fear as though that a shield is going to visit him momentarily. Smith is going to get himself set up in a position. Just has to be careful, of course, of blue stairs. That is the danger spot right now. Could, of course, nade it off and then maybe try and make the push, but still for Stomping, he's by himself, and now he feels as though that the jaws are grasping around him. What a run out there from Doki. And Benji replies with a C4 onto Deadshot. You blink and you miss it. G2 in the lead.
Oh dear. Now, what are you trying to piece together? They're able to find the head of Shaiko, but it felt like G2 started just hucking things at the approaching attackers. Things have leveled off just a bit, and with that, there's no C4s left in pocket as well. They probably wish they'd held on to at least one of those. There's also 2 Deimos strikes to play on the verticality, a single grenade to force out anyone on the sort of supply line back. And still attempts at catching the heads. What were you doing there? Stomping up through the verticality, trying to find a kill on the hatch itself. Deepek gets Doki. This round, flipped one way, blown the other. Now Benja in a 1 versus 3 whilst being tracked. God, I think they just overplayed their hand a bit here. Deepek locks it in. Fnatic have a lifeline.
Yeah, it seemed a bit G2. They wanted just to fall back into the bomb site, but Then they kind of realized there's maybe too many of us in this bomb site and there's not enough safe positions to sit in. And then they start getting picked off from the open hatches. And yeah, as soon as I think Fnatic in that 3v3 make it the 3v2, because I think that Stomp, and I think he died to the hatch that Smith was on. Once that happens, then Fnatic can slow it down. They still have a good chunk of time, 30 seconds. And they can just win it out because there ain't too many strong positions you can really sit in that site. It's a bit of a worry whenever you see two players die from Fnatic in very quick back-to-back fashion. And Fnatic, well, it's not going to be the blowout. Got one round back. G2 would still say they'll be feeling confident as they can just do the same rotation again. Bar didn't work, but look where they go. Straight in towards that top floor.
Exactly. They have the sort of stretch, right? They have the ability to keep themselves moving, keep themselves going. Now, it's not that they're incapable of responding. To be fair, when you look towards the previous map and the timeout Fnatic took, it actually only really started to cook when they went back to site, when they went back towards the top floor, and then they're able to get themselves in towards OT with the defenses. So maybe they're sort of preemptive conversations towards the possibility. They're, well, we'll go back here, and when we do, let's do this. We'll go back here. I mean, it's also obviously to break the momentum, but they do have a good active response for things that have otherwise already gone away from them. Let's see. Direct, clear communication, but I think what's kind of missing here from the guns of Fnatic is, well, the guns of Fnatic. Deepak and Citizen have been able to get themselves a few bodies apiece, and Smith and, I was going to say Smith and Wesson, but unfortunately that is holstered and put to bed, as he is no Blackbeard, no Dokkaebi, no Wizard, no Magic. Is there anybody in the building? I don't think so.
He hops. Elamine goes off, exactly where he is, but G2, you know they have the numbers game, they can just peel back. And these traps are just a nightmare for Fnatic. Trying to find these kills back, and Deadshot just doesn't even know where he is. And we've been here before. Fnatic in the 2v4. Was it the same two players as well last time we were on this top floor? I don't know. I think it could have been. They just have to hope that they can find some kills back. Shaiko is right beside Citizen. He's holding on to that little bit of a gap in towards the top fireplace stairs. Fenrir trap goes off. Citizen is going to get swung. Goes off again still. Shaiko misses it. Challenge? Oh, and he gets it anyway.
He wanted a fair fight. It's like he wants to beat him in equal machinery. He doesn't want to. He doesn't need the gadgetry. It's a gun game. 4-1. The Fnatic resurgence has quickly been sort of patted on the head and put back down. One more round in the half. One more chance for them to get themselves just a little bit extra hope, because the worry is obviously on the split side of it. You suddenly find yourself having to defend against a G2 approach on Chalet. You know, when you're looking towards the grand scheme of how teams have played and where they've sort of been strongest, G2 the second best attacking team in the league. And you look towards maps and how they're sort of playing things. Chalet, actually one of the lowest attacking success rates for the league itself. It's had a bit of a defensive upswing, but they only have to potentially make it land once. That's the problem, right? They just need, across all of the half, that singular sort of chance to guarantee themselves OT, and then they can just double it down on that map, on that site.
Fnatic need this round to really keep them in this fixture. It's a 5-1 they have to come back from against G2 on the attacks. That is not favorable. Really important that they can walk away with at least a 4-2, then maybe it's doable, but still I think G2 they've got all the cards in their hands that they want to play. Benja just okay. Nade gets tossed out a window and he just stands there.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. Sometimes the keyboard disconnect. Stomper gets Smith, levels things back up. There's no more sledge. And there's limitation on that self-destruction. The clearance across the top on what can be a pretty vertical attack and in some ways a vertical hold. Stomping in the meantime, letting him explore underneath. Seems to be trying to loop his way up, but as long as he's there, he can apply pressure from snowmobile stairs. He can sort of swing on towards the fireplace. He's actually hoping somebody maybe dabbles down, goes for a rotate, but, well, nobody is. Instead, they're just drifting their way across. There's somebody bottom blue as well. They've got themselves ready for a bit of a pinch here. How aware are they? Seemingly quite, and there's Citizen getting a great take on towards Shaiko. Do they expect the second? There's the... Well, it doesn't matter if they expect it. Stomping. Gonna get their way out. You can see Citizens obviously reading all of this towards the team, and now they know that they could potentially just drive themselves on. But a minute 20. What are they gonna try and formulate next?
Force their way in towards that top floor. Still got players they have to deal with. We now start slipping out of that. Alamazuna only remains inside Piano, and he's in a very bad position right beside the window. Citizen, does he know? Doesn't look as though he does, and maybe he could find a pick. But no, Deepak is a nowhere with this DMR. Able to take him down. And Doki is on sliver of HP. It's a 2v3, and really you look towards Stomping to try and salvage this round for G2.
Well, they've been able to make magic happen before, but unfortunately that's not the correct spell. Doki, 1 HP, 3 players, 30 seconds. That's a great gun to do it on, but you think about the fact that there's still obviously 2 grenades, 2 smokes, and oh, they've got DMRs of their own. Yeah, how will this one piece together? He's making sure he can keep an eye on any of the potential drops and have his back towards something. That one will go towards a default position, but it won't quite catch it. There's the spray through, but Citizen slams it. I mean, he had to hit everything perfectly there. He couldn't, and that does give them at least a little bit of ground, a bit of land to stand on and float. But you and I, we're floating over to the studio.
It is at least something for Fnatic here on that first half, but for G2 so far, they took a page out of what happened to them yesterday and learned from their losses and used it against Fnatic this time around.
Yeah, it's a mix of utility usage to try and layer their defense, and then a mix of their aggression going unpunished in general. I feel like it's a mix of, on the one side, we had Fnatic being used to, I guess, clearing them, going direct on layer, being able to go through and spearhead their way into the bomb site. Here's the problem, Jack. Today, they cannot get themselves in the building. They cannot problem solve the most basic strong position on Chalet.
And that's exactly what was happening on there, right? Like, G2 were extending all over the place. They weren't really playing around utility, and then Fnatic, when they were going direct, tripling up, quadrupling up, were finding success. You get over to G2 on Chalet, and suddenly it's a compact G2. Suddenly it's a G2 that doesn't really want to be roaming too much. They're playing very, very close together, other than the final round where they were out on a bit of a risky roam. I'm going to quiz you, Leo. How many rounds of Fenrir was played by G2?
I would say 6.
6.
Yeah.
How many rounds of Aruni was played by G2?
6 DMR.
5.
5. Yeah.
How many rounds of Ella was played?
5.
4.
4.
Close, close. But those types of operators are basically what G2 were bringing, and then just sitting behind, allowing Fnatic to just waste their time and just wibble, wobble, diddly dabble, like just try and clear all that utility, and then hit this.
Gobi, Dooby, Bibi, Baba. I can do it too. Just come up with random words. Gobi, Google, Bubble.
That's exactly what Fnatic were doing when they were trying to clear the utility, and then they were running out of time, and G2 were capitalizing it and just shutting them down when they had to walk hallways and doorways.
And you know what's scary, Anne, here is in this position. G2, they go back to their strong side, the attacks once again. What makes them so strong is their ability to go and problem solve things in front of them. I think on a map where Chalet is much smaller, it will be not a problem for them. Actually will serve their split takes much better.
Yeah.
It's so easy. It's a map where you need to play in multiple positions. Just think of the library takes, for example. You need someone K9, you need someone on Snow Balcony, you need 2 players on library side, and maybe someone going up games. You need to play split on that map. So it fits naturally the playstyle of G2.
That's the thing, there's always, the whole idea of playing split is what you want to do is you want to surround. When you're on the attack, you want to surround the defenders, and you force a 5 versus 4 or less because eventually when you trade each other out, you'll take the ground, you'll do it with a fast pace of time, and if you're lucky, you'll have a big man advantage at the same. Chalet fits itself so well to that because you can just cut off the map entirely from one direction.
And look at those bans on the side of G2. They banned the Azami, so no strong positions, and they banned the Aruni, the best DMR in the game right now, especially important for all of this long line of sights when you're trying to hold the top floor.
And Aruni can, of course, close off 3 entryways into site. You know, think about, for example, the top floor. You've got the solo windows, you've got the bathroom window, you've got the double window, you've got the office balcony, you've got the piano door, you've got the piano window. Aruni can close 3 of those off, so that's a great ban from G2.
So it seems they don't want to fall for the same mistakes as what happened yesterday. G2 are potentially 3 rounds away from qualification to EWC. Fnatic, this really is your last chance.
And what are they serving in last chance saloon demo? Oh, tough rounds on defense here on Chalet. What we need to get from Deadshot, Smith, and Wizard, I think, is a bit of those sort of bodies put down and see what they can carry. In the meantime, G2, that first map was teething issues. The second map seems to be they've remembered they have a bark and a bite.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Fnatic, this is it. This is going to have to be one heck of a half. Same way that we kind of said that G2, they have an uphill struggle on layer. I would think Fnatic are very much in a similar boat, where they have to try and battle back. I mean, I think for G2 on their attacks, they look really good on layer. You know, that kind of split fury comes into play, where they're always looking for gaps. Banjo found a few of them. They use that extra man so well, so please, Fnatic, try and stop that opening pick from happening. Don't give away, I think, a kill so early on in the round. I think if you lose opening kill during a site execute is fine, or maybe within the first minute, but, you know, losing it straight away within the first 30 seconds, it's not great. They're in, they've planted.
They're in, they've planted. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but they wanted to interrupt you instead. Deadshot does find the first body, but it's the first of 5. They still have to sort of get through here. The fact that it was a all 10 players standing, G2 saw an opportunity and went for it. There's 2, but there's 22 seconds left on the clock. They still need to try and drive towards the site, and Stompin has the coverage because that's the problem on this retake. You have to get outside the building. Citizen gets a kill on the other side. Deadshot gets the most important one, and that leaves just Alamau. Ooh, can he get this shot? Can he get the angle? He's trying to clear his way through and pre-firing. He can't quite find it, and they find the defuse. Well, that's the way to start.
Wow. The Denari trap. Because maybe there's a possibility that Alamau could have won that if he wasn't slowed. Because he had the read. They had no idea he was there. But he just took so long to kind of get set up to go for the wall bang. Yeah, Fnatic just about get there. G2 have attempted the first round rush, which, I mean, it was successful in terms of getting the plant down, but they'll lose the round. But Fnatic have reacted well to that. So that's the bar ticked off. They now move in towards that top floor.
It's a way for things to begin. Now, I'm not going to say it's a good way for things to begin, but hey, some stories start with a little bit of a sordid tale and find themselves to a nice bit of success towards the end. That, a plant going down and everybody still playing there is sort of a real mayday call that comes across the airwaves. But they landed, that's the important part of it. They were able to win their ones, win their engagement, fight out. Obviously, the fact that G2 weren't quite able to get those comparisons. One of those engagements goes the other way. Maybe we're looking at a 5-2. But it didn't, and that's the fact is. The story can start in the manner that it means to continue here. Fnatic, they could try and level things up very quickly. Indeed, that first round, almost a blip in the sort of energy. Fine, it limits the sites that you can pick, but suddenly you've gone from half-time to a 3 versus 4 within about 40 seconds. Okay,
Got a drone.
we'll take that. Trying to control the roll-in of Intel. You can see GT love to play their sort of probing, prodding game. How aware are they of these engagements? There was often quite a lot of external that happened in G2's fights. Fnatic, they're maybe wanting to do the same thing. He sort of said, look, I know you know that I'm here. This, as they get themselves a stretch, how much pressure until Fnatic starts to pull bodies back, demo.
I like this from G2. Targeting one of the big wing cons of a player inside a closet. Deepak gets a nasty shot on the Doki, but the wall's still opened up. He's still going to just remain where he is. And for G2, it's getting somebody else rotated to try and play with those openings. But for Fnatic, once again, just going to sit in their hands. I mean, a few of them are pinched in very difficult positions, but for G2, they're really struggling. And he's trying his best Alamau, but not moving at all. Deadshot just remains where he is. Look at his HP as well. Not a single one of those bullets landed, and he peeks. And Stompin finds him. Minute or so remaining. It's a messy round here from G2. But Deepak goes down. That's the player that they needed to find. Citizen, a great shot. Takes down the big window player. Look at that rotate. Citizen realizes that nobody can stop me now from rotating around the bomb site. And he does just that. Into closet, the danger position.
Mark on the way.
They're going to try and root him out from underneath and rip stem.
Reload.
Instead, the player they've got is on the other side of the map right now. 40 seconds, and they still need to try and just punch upwards, feel themselves back in towards the site itself. Another track, another bit of motion, but as you said, they're not really scared about moving in the site right now because they know with the numbers game, and we know with the players that they've cleared, there's nobody to immediately brush them off. The closet's the power position, and they're knocking on the door of it. Oh, but this slipped by. It's going to be a narrow engagement. It's going to be a game of inches, and well, the one who could just find the difference is actually Fnatic. They've tied things up.
Oh, Smith needed to make that shot happen, and he did so. Assassin was hold on the closet, was not aware that Dokkaebi was right beside him that close. And yes, Smith almost saved by the bookshelf, wasn't he, as well? Couldn't get shot in the back. But Fnatic, I think they've adapted really well with what was happening in that round. They've seen what G2 were attempting. G2 looking to play in towards bathroom window. Shot from Deepak, fantastic. And it's the shot that Citizen hits. And it was the way that he was then able to retake. It was another problem that G2 had to solve. They had to use Dokkaebi call. They had to solve that. But they still held their ground. They were winning their engagements. And we're all square.
We got a game on, Demo. We got a game on. Obviously, this is, in some ways, across the best of 3 series, the biggest hurdle for Fnatic is this map, this chalet. We sort of called it as soon as we got towards the ban phase, that this is a place that they've been so solid in. G2, they know how to play chalet. They love sort of getting themselves set up on it. They've got the recent 4-0 record. 3-0 record, including Secret, VP, Twisted Minds. In the meantime, Fnatic struggled, lost to Rebels. Only pulling 2 rounds a couple weeks ago. And here, obviously, already doubled that performance against a G2 that's fired up. And then we obviously look towards Cafe as our potential decider, a map that both teams have recent struggles on. So maybe with the intensity of that first map, the dream of Fnatic going international and doing it at the cost of G2 isn't too far away, but that's not how you want to start.
Yeah, Doki gets his own back against Deepak. Exact same engagement as it was last time, but Doki wins it out. He does still go down. Benj is able to keep that advantage in G2's hands. G2 has still got a lot of information they can apply. You've got Dokkaebi and you've got that Deimos who can start firing out these pings. Alamau going to swing straight in through to try and get the upper hand against Deadshot, and he does so. G2, they have site control. Smith and Citizen going to be stopped by the player in big window. Yeah, Smith, that is a sea of flames right in front of you. Has to try and contend against that repel. Looks to be G2 finally broke that deadlock. They got their first attack on the board. G2 back in the lead.
No time like the present, right? Obviously, if that had slipped away and they'd suffered 3 in a row, especially in the manner that they went, he would probably have, you know, called the timeout, called the worry, called the conversation. But there, as I said before, 4v1, shame on you. They only had to make it land on one side. Technically, they would prefer to sort of drive this one all the way to bed, and they're very capable of doing it. But now, no Deimos, no Ella. That's the other removal.
clean attack.
Yeah,
again, I
very
think
clean.
I think it's for G2. It's again, whenever they can see that gap, and Alamau is fantastic at it, yeah. As soon as they know that somebody's out of position, or if they see that nobody's in a position, they will take that, and they will all break their backs to play around that call that Alamau has. You know, and I'm sure, well, one thing that Leo and Jack get, which we don't, they can hear the team comms. You know, we only hear the little N bits. I'm sure if I ask them, you know, is everyone listening to Alamau and calling off that, and it's all working well for them.
This with the yellow ban. There's the chance that those drives are a little bit slowed down elsewhere, but otherwise, should be a pretty clean route in towards the heart of the site itself. They're probably not going to get away with the same plant approach they did before, but oh, do they know? I think that's Wizard. It is just hiding in towards red. This could be a very, very surprise opening here for G2. And it is. Goodbye, Benja. And a bit of a early round robbery there.
Benja off the board. Fnatic. Start for them very early on. G2. The library is on the menu for them. We've got Shaiko outside a library. Yeah, the drone work being done. Of course, having the air jabs can stop the retake that does occur from time to time whenever you go for the library-sided take. A lot of players from the defense will try and rotate up the staircase to challenge you. And the air jab's just going to give them that extra bit of support. But getting in, as we know, can be pretty difficult, as the main issue with getting into library is both the windows can be held very easily from below, one from the hatch and the other from vert holes that can be made inside of connector. But not a lot really happening here from G2. I think it comes down to see how much ground they can take. And again, it comes down to the calling, I'm sure, from Alamau. He's currently downstairs in the basement. I believe he opened up the connector wall just to put a little bit of pressure onto players in the site. And it removes the one safe room that you can sit in. Still for G2, I think that they need to find the picks here. They're trying to open up the bomb site a little bit more.
Just struggled with the rope there to get himself back on. They're going to put the pressure here across the top and slide along the bottom as well. As you said, if they can get one more body, they can try and balance things up. The Denari is not quite falling for that trap just yet. Instead, actually, Shaiko is the one that gets caught. And now it's the same thing that we talked about before, the man advantage and how it sort of plays in towards this. As soon as you're trying to then get in the building, they can just double up on these dangerous door and window angles so cleanly. Alamau, he's hoping he can catch a Solace, but again, there's always the threat of the multiple avenues that you can get caught on, and well, they don't need to swing. 20 seconds. They still have the foundations of the site itself. Smith gets one. Alamau's trying to find one, but he won't. Instead, we find the word flawless showing up on our screen. Probably a timeout.
See if they want to go for it for G2, because this half hasn't been great, and I suppose that they did win that round before the round that we just seen be played out, so curious if they go for it, and they are. So I think for Romalio, he doesn't want to let it be again in Fnatic's favor where they go 6-5 up. He wants to try and stop it at the 5-5. I think for G2, it kind of comes down to Fnatic playing very passive. Fnatic not wanting to get into the early gunfights with G2. They're happy enough to sit behind their util. And sometimes I think that for G2, they love playing for those early engagements because they can find those early picks, and then that creates the gaps and the opportunity spotting that G2 like to play around. So for Fnatic, I think they're adapting very well. They're not allowing G2 to have kind of run of the field, let them pick up kills here, there, and everywhere. Maybe, sure, you'll get some trades that'll go into the 3v3s, but that's where G2 want you to be. G2 don't want to play the Siege where it's a 5v5. They find that very difficult.
I think is it something that they sort of entirely hinge on, because we complimented their play in terms of when they have the man advantage.
Yeah.
But do you think that sort of style of play, or would you describe that as a style of play so intrinsic that when they don't have a man advantage, everything falls apart?
No, because I think they've shown that they've got players who can clutch, which I think is the measure of a great team, which G2 are. But I think a lot of sides will obviously struggle if you don't get the opening engagement. But I feel for G2, I think they're a side which just thrives in chaos. I think they're a team which loves it with some early engagement. Sure, they might lose some, but I think they're always hunting for those picks. They always want to play from that man advantage. Even 2v3s, I think they can work with it. I think it's more if it's a full 5v5 and there's so much util that they have to go through, I think they can sometimes find it difficult. Mostly because I think, naturally, if you look at their team, all of their players, from kind of whenever they joined professional play, whenever they first started off, all of them are kill-minded players.
Well, there's 2 kills that immediately come to mind. Doki for Smith. Means the IQ is obviously pulled apart, but at the cost of a Wamai who's only really going to get stronger as the round continues. You're looking at a decent selection of pressure, right? Obviously, the Grim Bees, the chance at the flashes, the drive round, but otherwise, at this point, it's going to turn into something where there's not really any chance of mobility towards those. Citizens downed, how aware they'll be and whether the player will get back up, I guess, is a time for tell. Obviously, it's around the side of Ivy. Oh, they're going to use them as bait. They've gone fishing for the bodies that might try and cross the windows, and, well, there's the call, actually. Finish him with that. Why not? Great demonstration of the new ability. There could be no chance to stop that being stopped.
Yeah, headshot takes a lot of damage, though. A few shots will finish him off. Slowly, Manic are trying to worm their way into these tricky positions. You look at where Wizard is. We're towards Solar Stairs, and deep back in the closet once more. Here's a big nightmare for them. Deadshot with a C4. Stomping all by himself. The timeout is not going to work. It looks like for G2, unless Stomping can pull off a bit of magic, which he always can. We know the amount of talent this guy has since he joined this side. Moves into piano. 3 players to find. Double swing. No chance for that, Fnatic. Giving Stomping no outs whatsoever. Fnatic, once more, just like Lair, they have match point.
That's kind of the main worry, though, isn't it? Right, you look towards the history of the day, and you're like, oh, just like Lair, they had the match point. And obviously, when these two went against each other before, Fnatic, they got themselves close, but they weren't the ones that held match point. It got into OT, and it was actually them who clawed it back. Neither of these teams are unfamiliar with the elongation of a game. They're happy to sort of tread the boards all the way. And you and I actually, we sort of commented on the time. We had one of the longest play days the other day. We got pretty much every single possible round. In total, I think we got every regulation round possible across all of the games that we covered. It seems like that sort of curse, whatever monkey's paw wish that you and I had to watch more Siege, it's still going.
10 seconds left.
It's got really good effects, that monkey paw.
What was the benefit?
Could be for life.
5 seconds left.
Oh my gosh. Are we going to be the new Tim and Daz?
Well, they had 6 maps yesterday, so you do have to cut them a bit of slack.
They did have 6 maps yesterday, that's true. And today, well, they'll maybe have 3. And we'll maybe have 3. It really depends on G2.
Yeah.
This round, G2. The map that we all thought they should win, G2. The map that you all thought they should win, 82% of you believed so. And G2, the team that went unbeaten until potential playoffs. Still have a chance of wrapping this up in 2, and that would have been a nice way to start as Deepak, battered, bruised, bullied backwards, but most importantly, still in the round. Oh, and also not caught as they slipped their way on past, even with the E1D. You realised, well, the walls are getting smaller, so we may as well try and escape. See all the calls and everything. The flash just round on towards the close corners position. They're trying to cover the Wamai. It's Smith that's not quite able to stop any of this breaching happen. They cut their way across. Now, this was the site where they made it happen and land quite cleanly before. It seems like Fnatic have changed some of their defensive tactics here, and Looks like it's working as the blind comes out. Smith gets the kill in amongst it. It definitely is working. Benja does trade one on towards back. Now it's Deepek still alive, still trying to find a position as the fire doesn't quite get the full catch. Now G2, what do you do?
Slight issue, I think, for Deepek. Always has to pick up a phone now, based on his HP. So if he lets it go, he'll die to the flames. So that is a big advantage over the G2. It just depends if they get the call onto him or not. The boss G will slug Benja with one round into his chest. He's still alive. They now know the position that the Vigil's in. Still for G2. Where do they want to go about things? Maybe just directing the site. Maybe looking to jump in towards west. Deepek goes down. Just Shaiko just swings and wins it. Minute remaining. G2 in the lead.
But we've seen this turn on a dime many times. We've seen this struggle to get themselves pushed over the line. And with 40 seconds still on the attack, they're having to go recollect the kit. Oh, and that's not how they want to do that. They thought that they could protect it, but it's well watched and well sort of sought out. Beautiful removal of one. Shaiko finishes the other. It's in a 3 versus 2 versus 2. Even amongst the pressure, they slip their way on through now, though. 17 seconds, and I'm going to say they're scrambling. They've gone to get the kit, but remember where the site is. They've got to watch this over 2 stories, and it's 2-1 versus 1's. Deadshot in the west main position, gets the down on the man with the kit, and here we have Fnatic bouncing, clawing, and biting back. Not done yet, Demo. This series is going to be hurtling to all 3 maps.
Yeah, Cafe up next. Fnatic just about holding on. G2 faltering on Chalet. Where do we go from here?
To a break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the go, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Fnatic did it. They found a way to claw themselves back in this matchup, and now it comes down to eventually a best-of-1 to qualify a team to Esports World Cup. Both these teams winning out their opponent's map pick. I mean, I'm impressed by Fnatic. That was great stuff.
Yeah, once again, Fnatic is proving me wrong, and I think that's becoming a pattern, and I will recognize it. I think I didn't believe in them when they switched to defense. The reason for this is they look so frozen when they were in attack. You know, G2 were dominating, they were getting aggressive, they were getting the picks. The basic things the fundamentals that basically Fnatic was doing right on there did not appear on attack. And I was wondering, you know, when they're gonna switch to defense on a map where you're boxed in, where you're framed, where it's easy for you to get swung by many different angles. I felt like that panic mode would be triggered on the side of Fnatic. Instead, they were invigorated, Jack.
I expected craziness coming out of G2, and we saw it actually. We saw it in the very first round of the second half when they went for a plant. And it was 5 versus 5, and it was post-plant, and Fnatic regrouped, and then they managed to find a way to win. And I think from there, it was a very, very spirited performance. It was defiant. They were resilient. They were just finding a way to claw the rounds back. There was a couple of individual moments where you see an individual just pop up with a big kill. I think Deadshot ended up seeing out a round with a big double kill as well. And they just found a way to get it done and get it done. They did.
The most important thing you're noticing on this is a pattern. How many 2v3s, 3v3, and 2v2 have Fnatic won in that game? How many? So many rounds they win are very, very close. 1 or 2 gunfights go one way, and it's the completely opposite, and G2 would be already qualified to EWC. There is a thing that Fnatic has right now that didn't have before, Jack, the ability to close the most critical rounds.
And that comes with experience. It comes with experience, and it comes with having guys on the roster that have been there and done it. Look at the top 3 on the side of Fnatic there. Deepak who's won a major. Citizen who's played at a gazillion events, that's, you know, been across the world, played in North America, and Deadshot who was part of that Wolves roster that went to a lot of events from EML as well. Those guys, when they're in the big moments, that's what you need. You need cool, calm voices and collected heads to make those plays.
Love to see it for these two teams. Now, that best-of-1 that we essentially go to is not just any map. It is Cafe. It is a map that these two played on against each other during group stage, and because both these teams having the same round differential, it had to come down to a coin toss of who starts what side, and G2 will start an attack.
So we've got a nice new rule basically in play this year, which is that previously it would have been just a coin toss for who chooses the start side in the best of 3 in the decider. Now it's based on round difference, but where the teams are tied, as is G2 and Fnatic, they both won their opponent's map pick by a round differential of 2. It goes to a coin flip. And as a result of that coin flip, G2 will be starting on the attack. Now, if you're at home and you've been playing ranked, you've been thinking, oh, Cafe is so defender-sided, it's absolutely crazy, G2 have got a disadvantage. No, they don't. Because when these two teams played inside of the regular stage, they played out a Cafe. And they went to overtime, they went all 15 rounds. And actually, it was reasonably attacker favored. Both teams got a 3-3 attack half in regulation, and then every round in overtime was won by the attacking team.
Well, all the G2 fans are so happy to hear that, but let's also make it a realistic point, right? With the event qualification on the line, there is so much pressure on G2.
I mean, just picture this world with me. This world where G2, who have recruited Benja, recruited Shaiko, they've had a great Salt Lake City major, they've dominated the entire stage, and then they fall to Falcons, fall to Fnatic, and miss EWC. Fnatic goes to EWC instead of G2. Shaiko misses EWC. Just think of that story. Shaiko misses EWC, the one guy that won that event, even though when it was Gamers 8, 3 times in a row, that got 2 MVP there. Imagine Alemao, Doki, Benja, stomping such a strong lineup. The lineup that went to the grand final of EWC last year, missing it.
If you'd have said that to me 30 hours ago, I would have come back with one word: impossible.
And right now, it's very possible. If you look at the performance from Fnatic, if you look at the momentum they have, they are the ones that win the most critical rounds. These 2v2s, these 3v3s, it goes their way right now. And there is one very big difference maker between the two of them. Fnatic, no one expected them not only to make EWC, but not only to make playoffs. Everything here is bonus. And on the side of G2, everything here is pressure.
And that'll be the exact team talk that I would guess Tristan's going to go with. Boys, there's pressure on them. They're going to make mistakes. When you sense blood, when you feel that when they make a mistake, you push down on them and you press on it. There's no pressure on Fnatic, and that's exactly what I'd be saying to my players if I was coaching them.
And then looking into this, I mean, we see that reflecting as well. Pressure on the faces of these players, where Stomper was smiling like crazy. The happiest I've ever seen him in a matchup earlier today. It just seems like straight faces for them for now.
And it's exactly the same as yesterday. It's exactly the same as yesterday. Up against Falcons, they were laughing, they were joking, they won map 1. The weight of the world was on Leaky Fac's shoulders. As soon as map 2 ended, it completely flipped it, and it fell to G2.
G2, you were here yesterday as well, so close to qualification, but you failed to do so. Fnatic have no pressure whatsoever. They made it further than they expected to do so. Just the best map that determines who makes it to EWC. Is it Fnatic or is it G2 Esports?
Well. Once upon a time, 8% of you changed your tune. Fear, they called it. They smelled it on the air and you smelled it. It's something that you didn't think Fnatic could do it. Now, look at where you have fallen. Look at where you have gone. Look at where we are. G2, 60%. Still the preference, still the lion's share, but Fnatic proven that their dog has bite.
Here we go. This is it for all the marbles.
So many marbles.
Even though not many people, I think, are playing with marbles. Maybe Tim.
Not many marbles. We talked about this last time. Probably only Tim.
Maybe Tim. And yeah, this is it. Best of one, Cafe. I think it's a good map for both sides, which I think is the more interesting thing. Typically, I mean, whenever you kind of have a side which, like G2, good on a lot of different maps, whereas Fnatic maybe not as strong as a map pool compared to G2. And whenever we kind of have these matchups in the best of 3, sometimes the final map could also lean in favor of the bigger side, the side with more experience in the different maps. But I think in this circumstance, for Fnatic, they've always had a good history in this map. Not just recent time, but I think historically, it's been a map which suited them.
I think it's... In terms of how this map suits people, I think the sort of drive of an IGL is the main thing. I think it's such an important IGL map for Cafe, and I think that's something where it's sort of like... Observer Blast 2 is the new script leader. I think it's something where if an IGL enjoys Cafe, if an IGL enjoys controlling Cafe, the team tends to have a good time on Cafe, right? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think that's a good, I mean, it's obviously very different compared to like Lair, and even I think it does have similarities to Chalet, but it is a map where you have to try and go through a lot of stuff in terms of window gameplay, which I think can be, I mean, sometimes you get sad when it gets windows. I think there's not a lot of counterplay you can really do against it, especially whenever like nomads can be brought and just not much you can really play around.
Stumping is almost immediately removed, and a C4 of Wizard is eyeing up either option. In fact, it's 2 C4s at dawn, says Citizen, but he has to pocket his and slip slightly further away. The flashes come out, the C4 rips over, and nothing is quite caught. Instead, they sort of baited. The utility is the cost. Shaiko gets 1, Deepak gets Shaiko, and Alamal gets Deepak. Things level up, things are balanced in some ways if you're a G2 fan, and they keep that finger on the scales. The favor in towards their hand itself. Now they've got themselves those 2 opening picks in this manner. They've lost the Flores in that exchange. But where can they start to build from? If you sort of look towards the history of this map, it was obviously Fnatic opening on their defense last time as well, but even halves across the entire games is not really a preference that's pointed out on the desk itself. Instead, you're just kind of looking towards the players that are a bit quieter on Calamau and seeing if they can get a bit noisier.
I'm going to give it a good go. G2 they have control with that extra man advantage, and maybe looking at a bit of a retake in through red stairs. The Wizard's eyeing up right now, and if he can maybe just get really good timing, could catch a G2 player. I'm suspecting, but oh, never mind. Doki, it's just about made that. Almost loses his life, but that does scare Wizard off, and even finds it as Wizard was thinking the same thing. But Doki was holding the angle sooner. Now that leaves Fnatic in a sticky situation. The 2v4, 40 seconds remaining. G2, all the time in the world to make this happen. Positions will be spotted out. Exactly who they're after and what they're trying to find, and that's a dead Valkyrie. And Citizen, the same position as his teammate inside pillar, has to try and hold out. goes to the player in the pillar door and just swings aimlessly into it. I mean, information should have been there from the side, and no, they all just drop on him.
They're falling from the skies. That's a strong start for G2. It's not the first time that we've sort of had that mentality, though. Obviously, we think about the previous map, and they absolutely ran the gauntlet on the boards on Chalet on towards their attack, and then things fell across in the second half. But there, strong start, strong opener, strong, I think, clarity, right? It's the weird thing about Fnatic across the 3 maps. First map, obviously they started on their attack. It's a different style of pace, but it was so driven, so intense. Second map, they started a bit slower. They sort of remembered who they were, and then obviously drove it all the way to the end. They built up in momentum. It feels like they've slipped away a bit to first half, and maybe it's just not their defender day, right? Maybe it's just their MO is what they've built. Their strat book, their preparation for dealing with this G2 is on their attack, on their sort of pressure that they can apply against them. And this is obviously going to be that good sort of thread. As I said before, it was an even game last time between the two teams, but there was quite a lot of multi-K clutches that came out on it. You know, you had 2 rounds that were clutched by Fnatic players across the series itself in regulation alone, and that would have been enough if those had gone away from them to get G2 into regulation. But Deepek, Doki, Benja, Deadshot, Citizen, Wizard, all of them had multi-kills in the previous showdown. You kind of want that energy here, right?
Headshot, tying up at C4. Has to try and find a kill back as Citizen's gone instantly. And once again, we talked about G2. They love playing with that extra man. They get it. I think whenever you kind of look at the kitchen bomb site as well, this is where you can really put the work on it. Look at that from Benja. Headshot thought he had a dead to rights. The R4C rips his head off. And things go from bad to worse. Mentioned that Deadshot was hoping he could get a kill back, and now his team need to find 2 kills back.
See, they're just trying to capitalize upon the space, G2. As soon as they get an opening, as soon as they get an MO, they sort of just tense a little bit. They bring things a bit closer. They don't go all the way in. They don't entirely throw themselves out. There's still work to do. They almost, in a weird way, play it as if it's still a 5 versus 5. They make sure that every step is still measured. They don't get a bit too blind with it. And oh no! Smith was ready for that. Shield on the back. Swings on and takes care of Benja, who was sort of hunting for the 1 versus 1, but unfortunately couldn't quite win out the engagement. Now, with the 3 remaining Fnatic players all driven in towards the site, but with no pressure otherwise coming from the bakery and the wedding side, it's going to have to be a bit of a sort of drift down. And I'm not going to say it's a little bit one-sided towards the push, but Fnatic can have their backs to a side, and that makes life a lot easier.
Minute remaining. E2. Set up all these crossfires. Great position. Shaiko's in. He can cut the cross. In towards the kitchen bomb site. Really, for G2, start trying to work that plant. There are free smokes, and Doki gives himself away. Challenges onto the shield. For whatever reason, I don't know. Thumping, ready to go. Deepek finds Shaiko. What has happened? G2 have just capitulated.
It's so weird, right? They're in the 5 versus 3, and I was saying that, well, they play this smart, they play this wide, and then just one at a time they've lost people. Somehow, shields are the sort of go-to right now. They flick their way away. They're preparing for the 2 versus 2, but well, as they go for the coverage of the smoke, they're going to see if they can try and plant on it. It's a cross that they have to make, and there's the cross, and Deepek predicted the position. They're looking for where the player is. He's inside the plant. He's got a shield, and he's got out of there, but they're just going to charge in. Stopping gets 1. It's the shotgun versus the shield, and the Blitz can't quite get his feet out from under him. Talked about the MVPs of the team, the people that have won and held trophies, and there's a man taking a deep breath who's held one before.
Stomping was in the radius of a mute jammer, so he could not flash his shield. That is how Deepek's won that. Because he can't use the gadget. He can't flash him. In a 1v1, you're always going to fancy the blitz. But but not whenever he can't use his gadget. Oh, that is a heartbreaker for Stompin. I mean, for G2, from a 3 versus 5. How they lose that? I mean, I think this was the silly peek from Doki, wasn't it? No need for that at all. And Stompin had a right good go, but you'll see that's the Mutual right there in the corner. Nice, unlucky.
It was a bit too close. It was a bit too close.
A bit too close. I think it's a 1 versus 1 against a Blitz with a shotgun, and the Blitz is trying to escape. I mean, they had to sort of win that engagement, right, when they did. Yeah. Instead, if they got out the range of the Mute Jammer, then the Blitz gains more power.
I think the shield broke as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, especially against shotguns, because that shield break happens instantly. You know, it's different if you're getting shot at. Takes a few bullets before you can no longer run with the shield. But a shotgun, a 1 pump, all those pellets hit you, you instantly can't move.
I was going to make a joke there, but then I remembered you were like Shield's #1 defender.
Why? What's the joke? What?
I didn't even start to think of it, to be honest, because I just everything that you were saying there, talking about how, you know, shields have it a bit hard. I'm picturing you still holding onto a Blitz shield and crutching.
Shields do have it hard. I'm not going to entertain that at all. Like,
whoa.
With Ella and Ford being as rampant as what they are, you know how horrendous it is to do anything?
Oh, like grenading a castle?
All the little pocket plays just got the window. Yeah, just missed
That's
it.
That's a shame, but look how close that was. I mean,
we've all been there. I think everyone's experienced when the nade doesn't blow up the castle barricade when you think that should have. And the issue for Alamau, that's all his nades gone. So he maybe needs to try and ask for someone else to rotate over. Maybe just try and play around it, use it for his advantage. I mean, if it's closed off, nobody can really stop him from swinging in, I guess.
He's just going to go around it.
Yeah.
He's going to go around it for 2 Alamau. Charged up by being mad. Does get caught out by Smith again, who's doing a bit of work on the clash, but not really with the shield. I'm wondering if this is going to be the ban at the half-time. Obviously, big shield player for the team on attack and defense. But it now leaves the 3 versus 2. They're holding on towards the verticality. Are they going to see if they want to stick, double team up? You can see that they're sort of trying to make the transition past the stairs, but it's dangerous to sort of clear up. The air jab will force the player out, and there's the wrap-up. Oh, he wasn't quite sure where they were coming from, and Wizard desperately tried to offer some support, but unfortunately, well, does find the trade, but at that point...
Well, I mean, Alamau makes the best of a bad situation. No, if at first you don't succeed, try something else. I guess that's the motto for Alamau, where obviously the intention was that top floor clear. Bringing in the recruit too, of course, has a lot of utility because they get flashes and grenades. Was hoping to clear away the castle barricade, and then it's just your kind of traditional top floor clear. But then whenever that didn't work, he realized I can actually use this to get myself in. And then he does that nice little trick where you can sprint from the heaven of a balcony in towards bar and then straight in through the rotate. And, you know, a beautiful double kill. And from there, the rest of G2 were able to win up their engagements.
Good job, guys.
Find who they were looking for, and G2, 2-1 up.
I think from this point onwards, obviously, we're kind of getting the game that we want. We're getting those traded rounds. We're getting those sort of close scenarios. There's still that balance. I guess it's just like the unfortunate balance of Fnatic on defense. They can't quite find a way for all 5 of them to get their teeth in. They'll have a couple of players pop off, and unfortunately the others are sort of either pushed aside in their engagements, or they are not needed to. And you much prefer the latter when it's your team. You much prefer sort of being able to sit and watch your players pop off. But otherwise, that's where they'll start to go here. You want to see, obviously, Citizen, who was the tour de force for the team last time round, get built on. G2, when they're onto the sort of success level of the previous map when they've seen the attacks, the defense, how things have threaded out. And they found so many successes and still the map fell apart from them. There's kind of not really a point when you say that they've done enough, because until the map is done, they've secured themselves that journey, that international tournament performance, well, then they haven't done enough. More to protect the door itself, keep the castle, keep the stretch. And obviously the removal of the Grim and the Mirror, it's going to limit some of the hold, but Smith's free run and range to go underneath with the Pulse, and G2, they're just never immediate. Run the numbers, calculate, and maybe get caught from underneath. What was that? Somebody was toying with the idea of a fight. Didn't quite take it.
All quiet at the moment. Nobody look for those opening engagements. I mean, this is a classic position. One thing you'll see about Fnatic and their Kappa, they love a pulse, and well, that's why. Really good information. Smith can see that Doki's attempting the repel and puts him down. Benja, though, been able to find Wizard. This still all square. 4v4. Whitestairs control is firmly now with G2's grasp, but it's the top floor that they're after in towards Plank Citizen. Takes a freebie. Crossfire with Deadshot, who actually loses that one out against Benja. We're not expecting the double up. Flashbang to try and give Benja a bit of breathing room, and maybe they're going to ignore the players upstairs. They're going to try and go for the horizontal take, and it's working for them. The 2v2 now. Alamau and Benja have it all to do.
Citizen's been able to find us first. He's fishing for the second. It's these sort of private engagements, but Deepak, you can see, is trying to offer some support. They've almost got themselves a, you're watching him, I'm watching him, and both teams are trying to just formulate a 2 versus 1 engagement in the mix of it. But the problem is, G2 is sort of in looking out, right? The balance of things has flipped, and it allows Deepak the width to go for plays like that. How aware is the rotate? Oh, not enough. Benja picks up his third, and you can see now they've made the movement back over, and he's aware of Citizen's repositioning, but he can't quite get the kill itself, so instead he's going to pre-fire. He knows there's a shorter journey that they have to travel, but Benja!
Wow.
Well trod.
I can't wait to hear the end game comms at that one. My word. G2 being able to make it work. That man there, it's the reason why they brought him in after such a long time away from the side. And that has really got the blood pumping. I mean, if it didn't already, hopefully now it has for Benja.
Spicy. Hot, hot, hot. Another heat wave upon us.
That's actually inbound this week. Why'd you say that?
It is.
I'm dreading it.
It is. There is another, but are we casting through it?
Monday.
Damn it. I mean, yeah, I'm really happy for work. Damn it. Hey, you never know. If it's a series this banger, well, maybe they'll keep on going. At this point, I mean, almost 2 versus 2, but say that last kill goes into the favor. You've got Citizen that's got himself on a 2-3 from the split of it, but you're still sort of pining for the team. Shaco's confused. Huh? Must have been the wind. A lot of intel. Echo, Valkyrie, get themselves as much of a catch on anything that's coming towards them. And, well, remember last time we were here, I said that as soon as they lost Benja in that 5 versus 3, they had nobody on this side that was applying pressure. Seems like they want to not have that happen again. A big bit of pressure is being applied here. They want to go for the break on towards those positions. The smoke coverage on the single wall didn't get followed up with any immediate hard breach, or actually, yes, it probably did, because Stompin really has nothing left in his pocket, and Smith hasn't been forced out of his position. And they're going to fall back. That wall is going to fall. It's a minute and a lot of utility dedicated towards getting that open. But now you've done this. Where's the next approach? If they lose this bit of utility, well then all of this is staying together, and oh, the impact's not quite sharp enough.
Unlucky. Misses the impact trick. G2 playing this by the book in terms of a bakery direct. Got the Capital. The 2 flame bolts. G2, it's the droning phase. We also have Benja upstairs on his own, looking to see if he can find a gap, find that opportunity. 2 players upstairs, 3 players upstairs actually. That's what Benji has to try and deal with and put pressure on Fnatic. Are happy to give up sight if they know they have the vertical holes. This is what G2 have to play around. How do they deal with these players upstairs?
Ready to push them out.
They've got their eyes in towards the site itself, and the eyes are rolling out towards them. There's echoes on the back being pinged on Cam, and oh, he knew he was coming in, but Citizen was there for support. Alamau sort of got baited in towards the engagement there. Maybe hoped they weren't as aware as they were. Benja, in the meantime, is falling down a set of red stairs. They're going to try and capture the man in the middle, but, well, not cool. Oh, he was! Oh, for a second I thought he was looking the other way, but he gets 1 and 2 deep back. Oh, make it 3, buddy. Maybe make it the round as well. What a time for the IGL to show up. I said it's a good map for them. Only sort of point proven here. There's the cross. There's the flawless.
Wow. Did not expect that to be a flawless the way that G2 were setting up. Obviously for G2, they knew what Fnatic were going for. Heavy in towards that mid floor. You play Benja by himself. He can make something happen. He can surprise them. And everyone else just slowly start making their way in towards that bomb site. So whenever Benja goes, whenever he starts picking up those kills in the mid floor, nobody's going to be in those verts, and they have full site control in a matter of seconds. Now, is there an argument that Alamau should have killed the Echo? Probably. But he was not expecting somebody to be in freezer. He was not expecting the double up. And that was kind of the kicker there for Alamau. He got baited in, as you mentioned. And really for Benja, should have had Deepak dead to rights, but I mean, Deadshot just had a life shot on him. Or Deepak hit a life shot on him, should I say, sorry.
Deepak hit a life shot to make him dead.
And multiple others.
And multiple others. I mean, the fact that he then got that kill, they expected him to go down the stairs rather than up it. So then he picked up the second as well. It's just... And then pushed down the stairs to get 3.
The shot, yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pause. At this point, Fnatic not quite done yet. Remember last time we were here, it was even halves, and well, there's always the possibility we end up in the same way. Obviously, that is the site that has been 2 for 2. Now we get that change on the divide. Deepak, I mean, what a phenomenal map he is having so far. Wasn't the sort of biggest song singer for the roster. In fact, he was, of all 10 players in this lobby, the second lowest rated coming in towards the play day today from the league itself. Obviously, he plays a lot of the sort of support roles. It's, you know, he's not exactly on the Benja role or the sort of drive, but with how Alamau's fate of a season has changed, there's always the possibility that one of those sort of older voices, the IGL voices, can be someone of acclaim here. Instead, it's the pickup of Citizen that was always eyes on. Hasn't quite had the biggest day today yet. It's always possible. There's always the expectation he can come to life. And when these two teams did meet the other day, he was the top rated for the team as well. In fact, the only player, Wizard as well, the pair of them both positive. This goes out. Long watching away and a slip on by Shaiko. He's got the pings on one of the players behind the surprisingly sturdy. Oh, but it doesn't even matter.
Wow.
Knew the fight was coming, but Wizard, well prepared.
Oh, Fnatic. 2 in front. Wizard. Just for the side to side. Just moves from one spot to another, drifts by, finds the kill. Smith on this pulse again. Great information. Spot starts stomping on the window, and very much like Chalet, Fnatic don't need to move. The Wizards giving G2 a way back in. All Fnatic need to do is sit in their hands, play around the information that the pulse can supply, and they'll win the round. Alamau gonna take lead. Let's see if he can just bully his way in towards the site, but he will be called out now. Smith on the pulse. What's Alamau gonna do? Player in sight knows exactly where he is. He's going to go for the pick. And Smith now has to get off, and Oh, this is a tricky one. They're actually gonna pinch him. Benji with support, and Smith has no idea about the player behind him.
Oh, he seemed to get a little bit of a whiff towards the end, but couldn't quite win it out in that engagement. Now, it leaves us in a tied bodies, but look at the time demo, 10 seconds. Alamal's going to see if he can try and bait the plant. He's worried about being swung. They're not immediately stopping him. It's actually Deepak that wins the first fight. Citizen is going to follow through, and nobody's getting to that kit in time. We have here on our third map, on our first half of it, an even hand. We still have a direct shootout towards who is going to make it internationally. So let's have a direct shot towards our wonderful desk.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to file a request to turn this into a best of 5 because I am not done watching this game yet. I think on this final map, it has turned into an absolutely frag movie.
It's been crazy. In the first half of Lair, we said Fnatic should have won, should have dominated it. Chalet, we said it was G2. On Cafe Leo, it honestly could have been anybody.
I feel like they've both reached flow state. That's what it is. Look at this 1v1s, look at these kills, look at this moment where he sees the legs and boom, perfectly the right time, the right kill. And it's Deepak on one side. Okay, cool. But it's G2 on the other. It seems that both of these teams, they're reaching a level. Look at this. Alemao with the parkour here.
Yep.
Shooting the rating so he can go through the rotate. First kill here. The Warrior second kill here, Jack.
Yep.
It's just beautiful on both sides. Look at their jab here.
Yep.
Boom, perfect as well.
That whole strategy was completely on the fly from G2 for Doki and Alamau to double peek the player in cocktail and find all of those kills as well. And it just kept continuing. Big 1 versus 1 from Benja there that won his team the round. And then it carries on into the 4th round, Leo.
Yeah, now it's Deepak on his side. After winning a very important clutch, he's back. He gets a triple kill on those red stairs. Pay attention to the comms. Pay attention to the reactions from these players. They're all hyped. On both sides, they're going hard. And it's the reality of it, right? It's the reality of two teams that have reached flow state, like I said. I used to play for time like this. I used to play for time like this because I would get super passionate about it.
Yep.
It's the moment where only the most like genuine native adaptations come to life. It's the moment where instinct takes over, where the fundamentals and the defaults don't matter anymore. And on both of these teams, I expected G2 to be able to show me that flow state. I did not expect Fnatic to be able to contend with that level, and I'm so happy that we see it right now.
That's the thing, regardless of what happens, and it's going to be a crazy next half of Siege and maybe an overtime, but regardless of what happens, Fnatic can be seriously proud that they've got to this position at this point. We did say Cafe was maybe a little bit more 50-50 than we anticipated. We did see a 3-3 split. Fnatic will now go into their attack half, so that's where they can really show their flow state, really show some of their attacks that they've got going.
And then looking at the bans, of course, as well. We'll see a Monty ban and a Zami ban. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
No, especially because Smith has been abusing the shields as much as possible. It was already the strategy on the side of G2 to try and remove him from the most important shields. And the Grim, who will be abused for Cocktail especially, who will be abused for Bakery on basement. Two strong operators remove on their side.
Yeah, you don't really think of the Blackbeard necessarily as being seriously strong on Cafe. Maybe the same with the Blitz other than a Bakery fast push. So I can see why they would get rid of the Monty. The Monty can just cross angles, can move people out of position, can play it slow and more methodical to try and move people for window cutoffs. The other two shields not so much, so that's why they've chosen to get rid of the Grim instead.
Well, with EWC qualification on the line, this game will have you on the edge of your seat. The absolute fragfest continues here.
For one final time, Demo, you and I will be into the breach and onto Dostoevsky, and as they sort of said, can we get Fnatic's flow state? They opened brilliantly at the start of this series, a series where pretty much everybody had written off their chances and said, good job Fnatic, you got this far. Well, you can still be proud of that, but this is where it ends. In fact, it was even a couple of quotes that might have been said by the desk and us throughout this game so far, but here, leveled up a final sprint. They weren't happy with what was said. They weren't happy with the possibility of not going international, and they weren't happy with just another loss to G2. Org versus Org. G2 have won the previous 7 engagements against Fnatic. Apparently, it's not lucky number 8.
Fnatic and make history here for G2. And not qualifying for an event feels... it kind of freaks me out that I'm saying that, but that could be the possibility of what we're witnessing. As Fnatic are really giving us one heck of a showing here. Now they move over into their attacks. That means Smessy gets the shields. Only one of them going to be banned away from G2 side, the Monty isn't going to be available, but he still has the Blitz, and I'm sure a Blackbeard will probably follow if any more get banned. Fnatic looking at the lineup. Looks as though they're going to try and go for the freeze or execute, where you bring in the sense to cover off the lines of sight over towards VIP and restaurant and drop in and get the plant down. Players have to be on their toes here. I mean, Benj is always going to be the problem in that position inside of VIP. He can stop that hatch drop, so that's why you need to bring those sense walls. I mean, for G2, they should know what's going on here, but maybe it's going to be actually a different approach here from Fnatic, because now they've moved towards Bakery. They're droning out the other side of the map, so they're going to change things up. They're not going to go for the VIP and restaurant take.
Oh, C4 almost gets the Ender Smith there, and it's the perfect man to watch for the job. The shield has made its way on past, though. Sees him a split second too late. Wizard finds Stomping in the meantime. They have the coverage, and he's not quite able to get himself locked in. They're just keeping him at bay. Peppered shot. Shaiko does get the Ender Smith. Alamau gets Wizard. And that is those two players on that initial push caught out. Citizen's going to still try to make the most of the end of it, but it's dead shot above with the drop shot. Gets Benja shot and killed and taken out of the round itself. The 2 versus 3 here, and the gadgetry is live and active. A single impact, and Shaiko might try and make the impact. Verticality, he's so worried about being caught out on a drone, and he knows that the players inside are going to be circled. They have 40 seconds. And though it's felt like it's been very quick and very direct, it's actually just sort of the change of pace. And here, look, Deepak, he's on one. They've doubled up to try and remove the player itself. They've opted instead to leave a Citizen in a 1 versus 1 on the coverage. And there's the isolation, a great cross. And that leaves just Alamau left. The DMR at Dawn does some of the damage towards mainly himself, but he can't quite get the end of Deepak. They're putting the pressure in, and Fnatic strike first, strike hard. Strike 1.
Fantastic. Fnatic. Love it. In the 3v2, what do? They assess the way G2 play. What do you think G2 love? They love a flank. They love a retake. They love whenever they're a man down, they try and make a play. They stop that play from happening. They take their time. Everyone freezes. They wait until they can cover their flanks. They get that drone position. There's a little bit of a shoulder jiggle by the player in red stairs. Didn't know he was caught out on a drone, but Fnatic knew. And what did? They waited until they could get everyone in position, and then it's a 3-2-1. They have a guy in the window stopping him walking up. Deadshot has the verts, and all important, they have the Glaz, who has a line of sight that he can make with his sniper rifle to finish off that player in red stairs. The way that they've went about dealing with that threat that G2 have tried to force with that retake has been dealt with there and then. Leaves Alam out in the 1v3. Not going to do much for the operator that he's on. He only has a DMR. Doesn't have any form of denial. Fnatic. Yeah, fantastic. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Camera ready.
Camera.
4-3. That divide gets a little bit further, a little bit wider, and reminded a little bit more about what that early game Fnatic was like at the very start of this series. As you said, great prediction, great sort of knowledge of the game being put, and I quote, in that first half of their attack on Lair against G2, our desk was pretty concise on the idea that Fnatic on their attacks, they were tactically brilliant, could have gotten all 6. Should have probably got at least 5 of those, if not for a big clutch against them. And it's sort of getting just that swing. I have intel on the enemy. In the second hand are a team that has built their sort of bread on their attack. G2 being put to the paces by somebody who's learned those lessons, studied them at school and said, I think I can now graduate and do better. Early engagement isn't seemingly the MO right now. You can see they're sort of assessing, feeling themselves up towards the top, clear across and don't get caught by a C4 as Citizen treads the boards. The IQ getting all the work done as well, removing the Valkyrie cams. Again, you look towards what is 5 C4's demo, and you get an idea of the game that they want to play with the Valkyrie and the Pulse. Deadshot is the most vital person right now.
Yeah, floor is lava. I think that's the game now that we're going into. Fnatic have to be very, very careful As G2 are primed and ready with his C4s. Need to get Alum out in a position to feed that information over, but everyone just got theirs, I mean, pre-placed, but you don't really want pre-placed C4s whenever you're dealing with the IQ. Deadshot can call them out immediately, so nobody from Fnatic will be at a danger.
Threat detected. This area is hot.
Wizard in a really good position too, in towards Pillar. As the Solid Snake can scan it out. Oh, Benja swings him from the double door, and Fnatic are going to get a move on in towards the bomb site.
Well, as they go down and sort of drop each other back and forth over the bow of the train itself, they're sort of left Benja in the middle. They're probably not getting him back up before things turn into a shove, but they don't want to hand themselves in towards the engagement. You saw how close it was there. They know the bait was laid, and Shaiko does find Smith. But then there's still kills coming out from inside the site. Deadshot doing a hero's job inside, leaving Doki alone. And I said at the start of this round, Doki's clutch was one of the reasons that Fnatic weren't able to get as many rounds as they did before, but it won't be the case here. Fnatic, 2 in a row, 2 ahead. Strike 2.
They're doing it. They're doing it. By the way, I do feel as though your strike thing isn't going to work, because even if it gets strike 3, G2's still in it. So they're not... Is it strike 4 and you're out? Is that what you're going for
play
here?
a different game of baseball here. Listen, I didn't expect it to hold up for 2 rounds, but I can't stop the pattern.
Well,
I was going to
by
strike
G2. Neither did they.
I had a plan if you hadn't have mentioned it.
Thank you.
But now you have. I can say during the tech timeout, if they lost the 3rd round, I was going to say the ball is hurtling towards strike 3.
Oh, you would have delayed it, I see.
I would have delayed it. I would have kept the audience on the edge of their
Bit of a cop
seat.
out though, isn't it? Bit of a
Ian Chambers style.
I mean, G2, I think this is where the... I don't want to say panic, but it's that kind of feeling you get in your gut where it's like, oh dear, we have to pull these rounds back. Because I mean, now they need 4 rounds and Fnatic only need 2. It's a lot. It is a lot that G2 have to try and go through, but just take it 1 round at a time. But Fnatic, I love the call of just hitting the site direct. You know, whenever you get Wizard, and I think it's from the fact that Wizard was able to gather a lot of information, and then they played off that. But as soon as you lose the site player, it is a bit pandemonium for G2. They were really struggling to figure out what they wanted to do, and then there's some backstabs that worked really well for G2 also. Or for Fnatic, sorry. And yeah, I think overall, G2 need to try and step up here. Benji's got 7 kills and that's it. Look at Fnatic, Deepek on 12, Citizens on 8. More players coming into the fold for Fnatic than there is for G2.
I think, well, that was always the thing I said, right? On the split of it was on their defense, only a couple of them operate, but then they get towards this side, and you know, that's like the Deepek who's playing an absolute blind there. The whole team is just sort of gets an uplift when they come together on these approaches, and you have the comparison of the last time, obviously, that these 2 teams sort of met on this map. As I said before, only 2 of them were positive. Smith was far and away, unfortunately, the lowest rated player in the server. It was 4 in 12, and it was a max OT game. So if just one of them, if just Smith fires a bit better, as he's doing, well then maybe it's a different fate. As I said, 2 of the rounds were clutch rounds from the side of Fnatic, but at this point, they don't need them because the team has uplifted itself on attack. It's a project that has lasted a very long time and had many different iterations and many different faces, and maybe finally they found the one and get their way off just national play here. They're looking for that first body, that first pick. They're surrounding on towards the lock below. And they've obviously been able to get themselves a bit driven here on the previous kitchen approach. They sort of sent themselves in, and you know, it was a back and forth, and then they pieced it together. It's a different MO here. They're above. They're being a bit slower and steadier. G2 going to try and interact with them.
Well, good information. Once more from Wizard. 3 of them being pinged out. if Fnatic can try and formulate off the back of that too, and Bakery 1 inside of prep. Zoya will be popped to try and give Doki a bit of safety. Just worrying that somebody could jump in through the window, but maybe it's a bait and switch as Fnatic have turned their attention towards VIP and Restaurant. Alamau, though, strikes first, and here comes the shield, but Benja wins that one out, and Alamau, the DMRs, they are singing right now. But Wizard, with 2 responds, needs more than that, though, to keep his team in it, but not going to be the case. Shaiko puts an end to that, and Deadshot has it all to do, and it's going to be a trade, but Shaiko, he doesn't care as long as he gets the kill.
Well, that's 4 rounds in a row ended for Fnatic. They got the last 2 defenses, first 2 attacks, but G2 have finally found a way to stop the seemingly runaway train. They keep themselves within touching distance, 5-4. But at this point, they still have to go back potentially towards the site that they've lost. Obviously, Reading Room and Fireplace was where things got a bit heated. It's not that it's sort of runaway rounds. Obviously, there was the one flawless previously, and then at the very start of the game, G2 had a pretty solid round. But otherwise, it's just this thread back and forth. A whole season sort of comes down to just this map. And outside of saying the results are what got him here, the results don't really matter so much. You just have to play the game in front of you if you want to find yourself earning spots on the plane and international acclaim.
Prone razor shell. Reloading. Calibrating air compression. All set.
Right, G2, you've got 1.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A few more than that. Fnatic,
10 seconds to insertion.
how will you deal on your next attack? We head in towards the top floor now. Top floor was not seen at all during Fnatic's defensive half. They stayed away from this bomb site. They played the other ones, but didn't dare go upstairs. Now, I know Mesa Pyrite, he detests this top floor. This is his most hated site in the game, I believe, joint with Chalet Basement. He thinks they are undefendable in many circumstances. I think the reason why Tim would feel that this top floor is kind of like that is window gameplay. I think window gameplay really hinders this bomb site for defenders. You don't have a lot of safe positions you can sit. If you've got maybe 2 players on rappel, 1 player towards piano, other player on the cocktail rappels, very, very difficult. You can get pinched very easily, combo that with a bit of utility. Yeah, bit of a nightmare. That's why you see operators from G2. Castle, great at denying that utility. Blocks those line of sights on the windows. Sadly, very easily counterable. Sledge, light work of that, no problems at all. But also for G2, they've got the mirrors. Mirrors upstairs do make this top floor defendable because you can hold piano. The most important bomb site on this top floor, you're not going to be able to get into it now unless you can pop those mirror windows. So for Fnatic, that's the struggle. How do you get through those mirror windows? Looking at the lineup, they don't have much.
They're going to go for a bit of a hot and heavy drop on towards the hatches. Alamau pulls back. It's a nice shotgun, but it's not quite the one that you want to be hitting on towards multiple targets. You could see that Deadshot could try and loop a grenade up. It's actually Benja that gets the C4 first. What's that up through a hatch? Was that a bit of potential pressure? But you can see Fnatic, they're having to sort of scarper and change plans and tact. Peeling back, and oh, Deepak almost suffers next just on the transition away from Rappel. G2, they're putting the pressure external, leaning out of the skylight, of the windows, of the doors, who knows where they'll try and bite from next. But instead, they're not going to take the drop on the hatches and that sort of swing of the pressure. They'll pull themselves back. It makes life a little bit easier here for Alamau. He can direct his fight singularly, puts himself up a Razor Bloom, and means, well, even if we take the fight, I'll still have a bit of a slow on you later. And instead, actually, he's worried about pressure that can come up from behind him, gets the flash, and well, he's not quite sure which way to go, Demo.
I think as he castled off behind him, so I think he's pretty safe. And this is where the castle is very important for this top floor and how it works. For Deadshot, unless he hits the nastiest one-shot headshot of his life, this shotgun will put him down at close range. Benja finds Citizen, and yeah, just it feels as though it's going to be a lockout here for G2. The util has been set up correctly. Fnatic just don't have enough to try and get through, and Alamau just overextends himself, but Still, it's going to be up against it and will be slaughtered. That castle barricade was fully prepped, or was it impacted? I don't know which. I think it's not actually impacted and out. And Deepak now in the 1v3 has it all to do, but Stompin puts him out of his misery. Great top floor hold there from G2, showing the power of a castle in a mirror.
Okay, still going. They've been able to get themselves clawed back in, Demo, and if you and I thought we were done, far be us for be correct. Now, the timeout. Both used in short succession. The problem is, Fnatic, over the 2 timeouts they've had throughout this series, neither of them were immediately successful. They had success the round after they were successful, but that means that, well, they would just be fighting in towards overtime. They wouldn't be fighting ahead, front foot forward. Things have fallen slightly by the way. The way could be made a bit clearer here. They just have to sort of bring things together on towards a tertiary hold. Technically a tertiary site. 1-2, lost 2. You know you'll be attacking that mid floor. What do you bring out for it?
G2 got that momentum back on their side. Fnatic, bit of a block here. Need to try and shake themselves out of it. You know, overall, if we look at the kills, Benja is in double digits now, the first player for G2 to be on that. Still, for Fnatic, Deepak leading the way. A little bit closer now in terms of kills, but
attackers have located
still,
the
this
bomb.
game is up in the air. It's just who's going to grab it. Fireplace is where we head to. Last time we were here, it was a very quick, direct take of just based on opportunity spotting. So for G2, they need to be aware of that. Even for G2, I mean, they've kind of sacked off the C4 game that they had. More trap operators come in, which I think is a bit of necessity. Whenever you're against Fnatic, whenever you know you're up against Smith, who's always going to be playing those shields.
There is obviously the sort of balance at this point where both teams have been able to have a team talk, and G2's has netted them immediate success. So Mario could have just sort of given the continuation of the drive on. You can see slightly less dedication towards the C4s of the previous hold, but it didn't work. So before Deadshot was the most important man, and now he's only really got a singular problem. But the hold itself, whether it's a play towards the open spaces, the limitation, the castle alongside the Fenrir mines, they're not doing the we're going to try and watch from afar and get you sneakily. They're saying, bring it on. Find us in the firefight. Find us in the mix of things. Force Fnatic inside. You can see they're already changing the tact by the contest of the top floor.
Maybe a top floor clear. See that the Candelas are primed and ready from Deepak. Just depends if someone's ready to jump off the back of it. Fnatic, quiet at the moment, that's the memo. In goes the Candelas, but not much is happening. I mean, look for the Blackbeard is. Always keep in mind who has the diffuser. He's just out on the south rappel, seeing if he can find anything, but G2, plenty of an extension in towards reading, and still, you've got player inside cigar shop. Alaman's there with that shotgun close, so difficult for somebody who wants to try and challenge into him from red stairs. Oh dear, G2's going to be the one to go first, and ho-ho, Fnatic have tried it again. They've tried to walk into sight, but this time it's been stopped.
4-3, a single body slips on that distance, and as you said, stopped as they tried to root themselves in, and it takes the wind out of the sails. We've seen this sort of slow down.
Look at Ket.
Fall apart before. Yeah.
Where it is. You have... Oh, it's not ideal, is it? I think he came in through the window, didn't he?
He did.
Okay.
That's not ideal either, I think. Doki does get Deepak in revenge, but... Oh, they just missed the rotate. 2 of them missed the rotate there. They could have leveled things up instead. went further down. Citizen does find Benja. Couldn't quite connect to 2 versus 2, 20 seconds. The position that Doki's holding. He's in the offside. He's going to get tracked, so he can just sort of slip his way over. He knows the gadget's ahead of him, and instead they focus on towards Citizen. Wizard can't quite get Doki. G2. They sit on map series and major point.
This is the first time in this series that G2 have sat match point in regular time. It's been Fnatic who have went 6-5 up the other times. So G2, they can close it out here and now. Same thing for Fnatic. They tried to just force that shield into the site, and well, if it doesn't work, you're always playing catch up, and that was the case here for Fnatic. Would like to hear them whenever they win, if they win.
Imagine if they were just like, that was good. they all let out a round of applaud, which is when you do one single clap.
Nice job, guys. See you for scrims tomorrow.
See you for scrims tomorrow. A single round of applaud.
Yeah.
Done. Back to work.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I love it. I think any sport, you need to have
5
passion.
seconds to go.
Any sport, you celebrate. You keep the energy.
They had passion from the first round today. Sure, we heard
Yeah,
it all the way back at Lair. They're up for this today, and equally, I mean, I think for Fnatic, they have played great today, and I think that is maybe the sad thing, you know, for Fnatic. This is the closest that they've ever been to making it to an event.
I think it's the element of the passion and intensity of G2, the team that we know and expected to sort of get towards the international stages. We know what these world-class players are capable of. We know how well they did slightly earlier on in the year. Them showing how intense they are about the showdown is, in a way, the biggest compliment to Fnatic. Is they're forcing this level of energy. They're forcing every round for G2's sake to feel like the World Cup win. Because G2 knows how tough this game is.
Yeah.
And it's not done yet, right? It's not done yet. That was just them getting to this stage, as you said. Imagine if they took the whole thing. Well, that's because Fnatic have made them have to work for it. Here, from an unbeaten run, in groups towards the fall yesterday, towards this, one round away, and getting themselves to one round to tying things back up.
Here we go. Fnatic. I've got what they wanted, that mid-floor control. Dead shot. Start using that buck, right in that vertical. It just depends on where Fnatic want to pivot to. What's going to be their approach? What side of the map do they want to attack? It looks to be Bakery is on the menu. Got the Capital lined up and ready with that util dump, along with that Glaz once again, and Smith's on that shield. So similar lineup to how they played it last time. Oh no. Oh no! It's a big oh no! Shaiko! He put his hand on his head because he knows he might have fluffed it.
Well, they have that body advantage. You said it before, G2. They sort of operate when they have that. And now when they don't, well, how can they try and put stuff together? Smith desperately trying to make a way in, but being rebuffed either side. But Citizen gets the free target, and there goes Stumpin. There goes Doki. There goes that cheer, turning into a little bit of a screeching stop here. Alamau on a massive flank, finds one, retakes the verticality, but with Benja getting two, suddenly it's the 3 versus 2. Now what do? Do they try and cut their way across for the fight against Benja? Do they try and plant with the shield on the back, hope the verticality doesn't quite make it? You can see they've crossed the divide. Do they know about the position of Benja? The C4 won't quite get the down on them, but Deepek does find Benja, and now the plant. Coming together. Can he get to the angle in time? I don't think he can. He's got to drop down. And we have ourselves a post plant. They've rotated on the verticality. The shield has just sat on top of the kit. They've gone wide on towards Bakery with the assume the Glaz. Yeah, you heard the bullet start to pop its way across, and I mean, you expected that, right? The shield is just going to hold sort of court close by and say, look, you got to turn your back to me. Oh, okay. Made that a bit easy. But 20 seconds, the Glaz the experience of these players. And they've pulled themselves back and further away at this point. He's just going to be picked up. We are in OT.
Here we go. OT once more, just like map number 1. What a series we are being treated to, and
I know.
Well, we have to talk about the first engagement. Shaiko. That was the moment, and he just total freebie and he let it slip. I also have to highlight, I think Smith, the plant position he chose was perfect. Realizing that Deadshot's died above, he knows where Benja is. If he can just jump in through that window, get himself in towards the rice corner, and he can just plant. No problems at all. Nobody can stop him. There's no vert angles on him. That's it right there. That's the moment. And he knew he messed up. Yeah, whenever that kill comes in, Smith then knows exactly where he needs to plant. Oh, Benja just got caught out because he proned.
Let's go.
Come on, guys.
It's a big difference in terms of, I suppose, the scream factor. Is that the right way to put it?
It's kind of what I said it earlier, right?
It's nice and chill in Fnatic, isn't it?
Fnatic have been so chilled. Now there's that weird worry. They are on defense. Statistically, it has not been the sort of angle of the game, the angle of the map. They've just looked more kinetic on attack. They've looked more confident. But this is that other statement that I sort of made. They heated up into the previous game. They heated up. These things sort of continue to go. So now we get that taste of an overtime game with them. Well, they've had that chance to heat up. They've had that chance to come in fresh on towards the side of their attack. The split here, the fall away from G2. They're on towards the shield. They'll try and drive the blitz in. See, in terms of how these sort of sites have hit heads before. It's been a long time since we had G2 on the attack. I don't think, so I have a sort of quick scan through. Okay, they ran one blitz on a round that they won.
Device ready. Deploying drone.
There's no immediate contest.
Does feel like Lair and the OT, where both sides just don't want to give the first pick up. And goes the ramp. Safe way, of course, to remove the vertical flooring. Epac obviously was angling for a C4, but realized that, wait, if I C4 that's not a real person. So, G2. You got the verts. Where do you want to go? It's going to be a VIP restaurant tank. Look at where Stompin is. He's on the shield. He can run straight at Wizard. He's going to be in the hot seat. It is top, so he can slow the blitz. There is a counterplay to it, of course, and has a C4.
Yeah,
Citizen.
Yeah, he's in the swing position, right? As soon as they try and drive themselves in, as you said, on towards that position, on towards the tub, that they'll sort of, it's almost this conversation, it's mutually assured fighting as Alamau is the one that steps round. They're going to force the player out from behind the bar. Do they know about Citizen being close? Deadshot takes damage, drifts further and further away. They're going with the Finker boost. They're going to see if they can maybe try and move in. We can hear some smokes pulping elsewhere, and that's the slow of the Tubarão, but it's Doki with a pitch-perfect pinch on towards the player. And now that leaves Tubarão a little bit alone around the Christmas presents. He avoids the first quite skillfully. He puts the pressure on with the second. Where's the support? Where's the fight? He doesn't need it. Doubles down the drive now on towards Deadshot. He slips back into the site, but as Shaiko gets one and it gets traded back. There's one more, but look at the time, 20 seconds. And it just leaves Deadshot the shield over the top. He's going for the knife. He's able to get the cover man. He's not able to get the other one blind. G2, once again, map series point.
Oh, they forced it. They have forced Fnatic to fight. They've went for the traditional execute of VIP restaurants, stomping with that blitz. Won that engagement against Wizard. Just about, didn't they? It was a little bit of a will they, won't they moment where maybe Wizard could have got a headshot onto, but that DMR is difficult. I want to say, Doki, that shot on the Citizen. Cracker of a shot. And then for G2, they just overwhelm. They have the 2-man lead, and they just keep it moving. And again, for Fnatic, tried their best to get it down into a 2v3. This was a shot there. Look at that. Bang. It's this moment as well. I thought maybe Deadshot could have done something. Just think, imagine if he maybe had the lineup as well, even if he was flashed, if he was able to get the headshot, maybe he could have had that 1v1, but the shield is the shield. Remember, you can use the flash. That's what it can do. G2 back on top. 1 round again is all they need. Look where they go. Into their fireplace defense. Now, for Fnatic, first time they were here, it worked out for them. Their attack was strong. They went direct. They got bomb site control very early on. Then they tried it again. They doubled down. G2, they reacted well and able to at least stop that initial take. So, how do we go about round number 14?
Who knows? Seems to be the general feel, but again, you can't help but think that attackers have that benefit, right? You can't help but sort of look towards how these rounds have shaken out and anticipate attack success. Obviously, with how things have gone before, where we've had G2 on their defenses. They locked out a fireplace once, a single kitchen, a single bar. They've sort of found success all over the shop, but it's more the momentum that they take away instead here. As it is, they'll go back towards their mining room hold where things were, to be honest, at points a bit slippy, a bit strange. The mid-round reinforcement almost caught out the position. It came down to what was a 2 versus 2 with Doka getting a 3K. At the moment is currently holding on above. They're just sort of covering the drop, making sure that they can drop without being caught out. Swung onto immediately. Catch is not caught. C4 attempted up through the break, isn't quite able to drive on. Quite a bit slow pace, slow roll. There's a way of hands-free removing it. They're just trying to keep themselves, as you said, out of danger and not be that first body.
I really like the change up from Fnatic. It was one thing that G2 did really well. They were able to hold on in towards Cigar Shop, and that's because they had a lot of traps up there. But the Spats are doing really well against the traps. Seeing Deepak was just able to clear away all of those gadgets and made it very easy for Fnatic to now gather that top floor control to do like that. However, they haven't found any kills. And with only 1 minute remaining, this can get very, very messy. As long as Fnatic try and get themselves into the bomb site and get that plant down, then, well, this is risky. It's worked out for them, though.
Right in towards the bomb site. The walls on the back end, they're both reinforced, so Alamau can't stop or assist anything at this point. You can see Benja's gone underneath. Try and cause some problems, but he doesn't have a C4 anymore. Instead, it's just part damage done all over the shop. Smith gets caught. They can't get the plant, but Shaiko, can he even get away? He's being shot from all over. Gets one, drifts round. Leaves just Benja, and I mean, they know he's there, so they're planting elsewhere. A 1 versus 3 post-plant situation here. Benja trying to get his way back up, but well watched, well fought, well found, well. Here we are, a best of 3, a whole season of play. And there is but 1 round to determine which of these 2 teams gets plane tickets and which of them sits at home.
This is it. We talked about marbles before. I think the marble bag is much bigger now.
Oh,
Been some donations.
never seen a bigger bag.
Where are we gonna go? I think that's the question. What site is Fnatic gonna make their final stand on? Don't forget as well, whoever loses this round, their season's done. Also, so you don't get to go on and try and challenge to be the #1 team off this stage. We go to the kitchen. We double down. Fnatic. They've played it already here in the overtime. They're gonna go back to it. My word, this is a big risk.
Do you know what's crazier when these two teams were in overtime last time, both teams played Kitchen at least once. Both of them lost them on their defense as well. G2, when they won against Fnatic about a week ago, it was on this site when they were on the attack that they flipped the balance and won the game. And here, they have doubled down. Here, they think they can find sanctuary. Here, they think they can find success. And here, they may be silent. Fnatic. It's an intel drive. There's all of that game. What can change the fate of a hold on the Kitchen? I ask you, the site that obviously, as I said, has had both of them with no success. The Echo, the Valkyrie, the lead outside, the push and the pressure, and the way to stop the quick rush with the laser gates and the fire canisters. In the meantime, the lineup from G2, one that sort of screams vertical control. And to be fair, you look towards previous success, as I said, when they made this happen. The G2's attack last time in the same round. Oh, they had a very, very similar lineup. The only change was swap the Blitz for a Flores.
Well, Fnatic, big changes, no clash. Then Smith on the Echo. Now, what was the issue that Fnatic had the last time they were here? Stomping on that Blitz, able to isolate those 1v1s in towards VIP and Restaurant. With that Echo, they can stun him, they can counter him. So Smith, a lot of pressure on making that Echo drone happen to give Wizard a more favorable engagement. Still no pick yet. All the vertical work has been done. This is where G2 will transition into their clear of VIP and Restaurant. Exact same scenario. You have Stompin ready to walk down in towards VMP Restaurant. It's all coming down to this Yokai. It has to be on the back of Smiths.
Citizen is the first to take a shake of damage. But as we enter the final minute of this game, he's able to find the first head. Shaiko goes down. And they go for the drop, the pressure on the site, but Deadshot doubles down. There's one for Stompin in the meantime, a 4 versus 2. But he's isolated inside the site. Toki gets 1 and 2. The 2 versus 2, but no kit. And 40 seconds, the Tiburao is trying to get out of there. They need some support. They need to find each other, and Wizard finds the header 1. Doki, the man who has done so much, is stuck between 2 different angles, and they are stuck at home! Because Fnatic, against the odds, against the gambles, on the outside chance, have become that inside team after how many games, series, days, months, years of wanting to get on towards the international stage. They find themselves confirmed, and G2 unbeaten until it mattered the most.
G2 fail to qualify. That does not happen to this side. Fnatic, I've already praised them this stage. It's the best that they've ever played. And they've went on and qualified. My word. Fnatic, all credit to them. What a series. I have to commend both teams. Yes, I know G2's the loser. But still, what a game that both of these two teams have put on for us. But Fnatic, just at the last, they inch it.
I mean, it's been such a series. It's been just so continually competitive between these two teams, and really, there was nothing else they could give. And, well, neither for you and I, as we throw it to our wonderful studio.
Massive congratulations for Fnatic. They get it done. You see it on the players' emotions, how much it means to them. Valiant effort for G2. They brought it really close, but Fnatic, they surprised everybody. They're going to EWC.
What the hell was that game? What the hell was that game? Even the very final round, you think if Fnatic got it unlocked and Doki brings it to 2 versus 2. Oh, and that really just is playing on instinct. It's what Leo said about in the halftime. It is just flow state. G2 did really well, I thought, to bring that game back. They started causing Fnatic a load of problems on their defense because Fnatic were running riot with it. Fnatic found a way to get it to overtime, and then once you're in overtime, it literally comes down to who holds their nav. And it was a huge call. It was a monumentally huge call to go to Bakery in round 15 after having lost it in round 13, to make the adaptation, to play on the Echo, to play the different positions, and then to get aggressive when they did. Citizen comes out in that round 15, gets the opening kill, Deadshot doubles down, and it gets them to EWC. I'm honestly lost for words because we memed on Fnatic a lot. Really, Leo, we have, especially across the whole of last year. You know, they finished in the relegation places, despite being a partner org is the only reason they're still here. And then they get it done, come back, revitalize in 2026, stage 1, and they find a way to get over the line. They win it in a best of 3 against the undefeated team in stage 1.
Wow, just wow. I'm still recovering from what I've just seen. It was. Honestly, I hadn't felt that way watching a Siege game in a long time.
That was the best series I've watched in ages.
Honestly, it was an incredible game from both teams. I am baffled. I feel very sad for G2 because I feel like they make the right moves. I feel like they have the potential to be that winning team. I think that the team that we saw today lose against Fnatic can be the same exact team that's going to win the major, by the way. They have that quality. I think that today we just saw two teams go to exactly what I meant before when I said the flow state is when you reach a point where both teams play just that good, that it's up to the instinct, the intuition, the craziness of the adaptation, the call to go to Bakery on the last round, the crazy comeback, the opening kill on Shaiko, and then even in that 2v2 to be able that 1v1 from Wizard, by the way, the nerves on that player. I mean, he was a rookie at stage.
Yeah.
The fact that it's the 3 most experienced player on the side of Fnatic that carries them to the EWC. I mean, there are so many things, so many ingredients in this matchup, so many storylines. What a way to go. What a way to go for Fnatic.
I want them to get back in. I want them to get back in the ring and go for a best of 5. I want to see this again and again. The 4 maps they've played against each other, 3 of them have gone to overtime and the other one went 12 rounds. These two teams have been so close together this stage.
It is incredible. And I mean, what a series. It had everything, an absolute fragfest. Strategic, everything. All I commend you guys for having words to even describe it and talk about it. My heart is in my throat. What an incredibly close series. But it does see Fnatic move on. They are still in that lower bracket, as we said, but they won't even care about that. EWC qualification is the most important thing for them. And they managed to get that done. From now on, it is only about SI points, which you can then double up from 200 going to 420. That would be an extra, given what they've already done.
I mean, that's a huge point from both of these teams, to be honest, Dan, because Fnatic are going to want to do as best as they can in terms of getting that SI qualification. We've not seen Fnatic get a 6 Invitational in a very, very long time as an organization, nor the core of this team. And then for G2, on the adverse side of it, yes, they did go to Salt Lake, but you know, realistically, they're going to hinder themselves with SI points. They could have done better at Salt Lake in terms of those SI points. Puts a lot of pressure going into stage 2 on that stage and the major.
They didn't have a deep run at Salt Lake City. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the back of G2. Yeah. I wonder if the question we asked in the pregame, which was Fnatic feel no pressure, everything is bonus. No one expected them to make playoffs. No one expected them to take down G2. They didn't have the pressure on themselves. All they needed to do is have fun, play the game like they did in the stage. And this is why it's so important for them. I think the pressure really was on the side of G2. As many players can say that I don't feel the pressure, I don't feel the nerves. I can tell you the nerves were there. I can tell you everyone was shaking in this game. I can tell you the name of G2 Esports not making EWC, the thought that was in their head during the game. I can already tell you this, and that made the difference.
And you could hear it in the team comms. We're fortunate enough, you know, obviously that we can't put them public during the game or anything like that. We're fortunate enough to listen to the team comms, and every lost round you could hear like quivers. You could hear the voices shaking just that little bit more. The kind of when they were trying to pump each other up, it wasn't because they were enjoying it. It's because they felt that they needed it because people weren't getting to the level.
One moment that I heard Doki at when they're done that says, guys, at some point we need to fight, guys, and he starts yelling, we're not gonna lose to these guys. And I think Doki really was that voice he was that voice that they pushed them all the way back to the overtime. He's the voice that pushed them on match point. I just feel so bad for him right now. He gave it all. I think everyone on the side of G2, it feels like, and I want to ask the question, you know, had Fnatic been on the other side of the bracket, maybe G2 and Fnatic both would have made it to WC.
It would be deserving, I guess, with how close and exciting this matchup was. But we'll spin it back to the positives because we have a big positive here, and that is an interview with Citizen. Congratulations on making it to EWC. That was your last event last year, and now you're going back. Tell us how you're feeling.
Feeling electric. I think my voice is going. I'm scared I might talk like Harry Kane from Mexico game. But yeah, I'm just so happy. I'm proud of everyone, the work we put in. New G2 was shaking their little boots. They were, could just tell the way they were playing, sitting far back. They let us do whatever we want. And yeah, happened to win.
Ben, I've got to ask you a question. Whose call was it to go bakery again in round 15? Because the entire EWC goes on a round that you've just lost on the bakery. Who made that decision? What was the adaptations? How were the guys feeling in that round?
I mean, the guys have 100% trust. Like, I'm kind of calling a lot now, so they just have like a lot of trust in me. And I said go bake, and then obviously like they adapted. Like Jimmy, Deadshot took Valkyrie. Biggie wanted the Aruni for whatever reason. He's just having a life game, so he took it, and then I just filled in whatever we needed, and then. Yeah, that's just crazy. I'm lost for words, to be honest.
Did you feel any of the boys felt the nerves when it kind of got real, when it gets to the overtime in Cafe? And then I suppose for you as a more senior player in the roster, how did you help them out with that if they did?
Nah, we didn't get nervous. I was saying to the boys, like, even if we lose, like, it doesn't matter, because as long as we give our best, like, we go to bed happy. And obviously we've qualified. And even when I was hearing you say about, like, Doki was screaming, like, come on, we're not losing to these guys. Like, you could tell they're just shitting their pants. Like, we're just chilling, having a good time, winning rounds, and they're just shaking,
How do you tell that the enemy team is, in this case, like, shaking and shivering in their timbers? Like, how do you notice that?
They're doing 15-second executes. I think that says it all. Like, what happened to G2 go kill? Like, they're just scared. I don't know. Just giving us 3 rounds, I guess.
Ben, first thing first, thank you, because I think you revived my passion for the game a bit here. I already had it, but I think this game was probably the best one I've seen in a really long time. I want to ask you the question, do you think that the chances that were made by Fnatic, the fact that they brought experienced players, and the fact that they finally added someone on your staff made a difference today for you guys to finally have incredible results as a roster, despite 2 years and a half of missing big events for this organization?
Yeah, I think the biggest things really is just like the mentality shift. Like I brought up last time when I was on the interview, it's just like I think that game against Twisted Mind, I'll say again, really like helped us out, to be honest. Like our mental was, you could tell. I think there was like obviously with Smith being in like a newbie, there was a bit of like that you could tell we might be scared. Like even like Wizard can be a bit nervous as well, Big Eads. But then like I think after that game, like something just snapped. And then even against the G2 game when we lost 8-7 on the last play day, like we even had that mindset of just like whatever happens, happens. If we win or lose, and then had the same mindset today and kept building on it, and yeah, here we are.
And obviously I made a joke about rejuvenating my passion, but I actually believe that you guys are basically rejuvenating also a little bit of your careers for the older ones on this roster, I think Deepak, I think Deadshot, all players that had a lot of success in previous rosters and were trying to find that new home where you would experience that success again. Do you feel like there is something that basically lined up with this roster that basically rejuvenated the passion from all of you guys?
Yeah, I think I've already said on the Intero podcast, the stint with Secret was just, I think the biggest takeaway I took from my teams is just the environment and trying to keep it like the same, just there's no like trying to keep the doubts out, the fear out, and just keep positive. If you lose a round, next round, positive. And yeah, like just because that environment was just terrible, to be honest. Like you're just playing with like someone breathing down your neck all the time wasn't good. And I think me being in a team that I can finally let my voice out and speak and coordinate stuff for the team, and it's helped us out a lot, I'd say, and brought us here.
Well, and we've seen where that led you to as well with this new roster and you being able to use your voice. Citizen, once again, a massive congratulations on making it to EWC, and thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Great speaking to him, and we'll talk about that interview and everything from this game as well in just a little bit. I think we need a bit of a breather, so we actually have something very exciting. We have, of course, the player reactions, and sit back and listen, because also the player comes.
Listen, come on, bro!
Oh my god, guys! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god!
Joke! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I need 5 minutes, boys. I need 5 minutes.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Alemão's a shit! Alemão's a shit!
Oh my gosh,
Get
bro.
me out of that fucking lobby! Get me out of that fucking lobby!
They are shit!
Boys,
I love you!
Okay,
wow.
That was a very clear target in the end there, but a few big takeaways, of course, the happiness, but also for Smith.
Yeah,
it's two different reactions, I think. It's, on one hand, you've got players that I think have experienced multiple majors and have waited years to go back on stage.
Deepak.
Yeah.
And then on one other hand, you've got a young player that just got his first year one experience. And for Wizard, it was not long ago either. Two young players that will get to go on the first international stage. I think it's two different reactions, and it speaks so much. And by the way, don't care too much about the words. When you're within that team, when you're fighting so hard during one of these games, you will say this kind of stuff.
It's just an output of emotion.
It's just an output of all of your emotion. You don't really think it. I've been there before, but the most important thing is what a reaction from all of these guys. How much it meant emotionally, I think, is also what was the main driver for them to win in the most critical moments.
I think so many of these guys have had a point to prove. Maybe not the younger players, but like you say, from Deepak's point of view, the last major he played was probably the one he won. In all honesty, 4 years ago, you know, Deadshot's been finding his way ever since the Wolves roster, and I think Citizen's had a chip on his shoulder. He's had a point to prove for a long time. So, like you said, for those guys, they want to be back at the top table. This is the first step on the way of doing that, and you know, fair play to them because they went through. They got battered through a best of 3. That was not an easy best of 3 for either of those teams. And whoever came out on top gets everything, right? And whoever ends up losing it was unfortunate because it all comes down to one round.
Yeah, it's like, what, 41 rounds to determine the winner in this case? Are you okay, Jack? Like, you're going through the motions.
A little bit, yeah. A few more grey hairs appearing up here, and I'll be honest.
I mean, it was a crazy series, and that's the thing that we are, 3.5 hours in, and we have yet another best of 3 to go because we still have one more ticket for an EML team to go to EWC. Before we do get to that final series, though, we've already sat down earlier this stage with Jack and Leo and talking to him about Siege things. But if you ask these guys anything Siege related, they will talk for hours and hours and hours, and then somehow we condense that down to just a few minutes so we can sit and listen to what they had to say.
It's a big crepe cake.
Big what?
Crepes cake. Have you
ever
had
a crap cake? I was like,
no, a crepes cake. So you
like
put
a cake with a crepe and 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 a crepe.
Patch, buff, patch, buff, patch, buff. Nerf. I think the meta is quite clear, right? Attacks have never been as strong as today.
Agreed.
We used to have a defender-sided game for a very long time. That's it. Attack has taken over it. First group is Shields. They're played almost all the time. We've just made a segment about their presence in the game. The second one is the crowd control operators. The KB has received the crazy buff. The last operator that was released was Solid Snake, incredible at crowd control. And just before that, a few seasons before, there was Deimos, who's also really good at roam clears. Now, if you take all of this into account and you have two super strong operator pools that are pooling attacks in a way that they're now not overpowered, but the balance has completely shifted from defense to attack.
Long gone are the days that you would put an entry fragger on Ash and then put him in front of a drone because it just wouldn't work in today's meta. So I think we're probably in the most flexible meta probably ever for the attackers.
When we started this game in 2015, there was only EU and NA, and EU quickly became the dominant region thanks to the G2 and Penta era. EU was the leading region.
Left. Two of the best known players. They'll look to push together. The diffuser in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway. As they start to defuse, Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world.
Then there was the Brazil era, where they dominated everything. In between, there was a little bit of NA success. And then we're arriving to normal day Siege, where I think the hierarchy has not been clearly defined. I think that Brazil has lost a little bit of its glory. NA has taken over, and EML in all of that hasn't won a title in so many years.
So we're looking at 3.5 years since we've won an S6 Invitational or a major. I think one of the reasons for that is actually that our best talent, our best players have been exported. If you look on the playing side, we've currently got Savage, who was probably the best European IGL that's been created in the last 2 or 3 years. He is now playing in North America. One of the best and our hottest fraggers that we had, Spoit, gone. He went over to North America in early 2023 and never really looked back. And I think we will start to see improvement on that because of the pipeline that we're now generating. We've got a strong tier 2 ecosystem. We've got Combine, we've got Southbreach, we've got Rumble, and a whole load of tournaments that support those tournaments instead of the full tier 2 circuit.
And also that we had for the longest of times, having one team that dominated everyone, BDS, now Falcons, and that eliminated a lot of EU teams at the majors and at SIs. How many times have Falcons eliminated Secret, for example, in 2024? And yet, despite all of this, they always reach the grand finals but never won a title. And so, in my opinion, EU has been way more consistent in the last 3 years than NA. But NA, they know how to come alive and have the momentum to win an event.
We were gutted. We were absolutely gutted when Secret lost that game, because ultimately, yes, we are objective and we want the best. Ultimately, we want the best team to win and we want the best siege to win. But at the same time, when you're in the context of being in the country, you've got a countryman there in Mowgli, up in front of the fans, home crowd, and they're at the Sixth Invitational Grand Final. For a team that just a year ago wouldn't really have expected that, this story was absolutely incredible. So when Secret did end up losing, I personally was absolutely gutted.
I think the main thing for a new team to lift the hammer at SI is overcome the mental block that comes with winning a grand final. I think it's a question of mental fortitude to be able to live up to the expectation on game day for that grand finals day. And if you look at Brazil, you look at the guys from FaZe, they're cool, they're calm, they're collected. They didn't even register it was infinite overtime because they didn't register it was a grand final. Because in their head, getting the grand final is day-to-day business. For NA, it's not that it's any game day, it's that it's the game where we're gonna let everything, all energy, we're gonna fight. They have the tooth and nail, they're gonna trash full queue, they're gonna have this stuff. For EU, we're still a little bit quiet there. Either we need to not care too much about the fact that it's a grand final and just play like we play all the time, either we need to be matching the level of energy that NA has. I think in general, we're lacking the longevity in the roster that helps you overcome that burden of, oh my God, it's grand finals. And I think also on top of that, the last 4 chances EU has had at a grand final in a major on SI was on the back of a team that was feeling that mental pressure of not another grand finals that we're gonna lose.
What keeps me in this game is the strategical depth, I think, of the game. There is not a game like it. We say it very often, but it's a first-person shooter, but with so much depth, decision-making, utility, the maps, the environment, how you can destruct it, reshape it even.
Do you remember what I told you in the couch yesterday when we were watching EML? This game is so good.
It's so good.
You remember?
It really
I told you
is,
that. I actually told him that yesterday.
And we're like 10 years down the line. And it looks very different from what it did 10 years ago, even 2 years ago. The game is constantly evolving and constantly changing. And what that means is it's constantly challenging you to think about it new ways. How can we win around? How can we view around? How can we explain around? It's constantly changing and challenging you. And I think that's what sets it apart in terms of the game. And that's ultimately what keeps us all coming back to it.
Great joy for Jack and Leo that they get to sit here and yet talk again about more Siege with our second best of 3 of the day. We have GK and Rebels going up against each other for the final slot at EWC for the EML teams. Now, talking about these two, especially GK, they find themselves in this matchup having lost that game yesterday, but they did come back from many map points against them, and that shows great resilience. It shows how much experience there is on this one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for another game, first and foremost, and I'll be honest, my heart rate's not recovered. But yeah, GK, we've seen them attend a lot of international events, and I think the one benefit that they'll have from this is that a lot of these guys have been here, done it before, they've ran lower bracket gauntlets, they've been in the matches to qualify for them. Yes, yesterday didn't go too well. I think they got found a little bit lacking on the strategic side in map 3, but they've got guys, look, as the guys on your screen that you can see, they've got Ask, they've got Yoga that have been to a lot of events. Even Grubby at this point has been to a lot of events, so they've got the experience heading into this bracket, and that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, despite I would say maybe the shallow depth of strategic abilities, I think a little bit crushing a little bit on the lurking aspect. I think that the talent on the roster and the experience on the roster has proved all of the grit that this team has, and we've seen it yesterday in that match. They never gave up, even when they were down multiple match points. They saved multiple match points. And I think that roster basically carries a similar momentum than Fnatic, in that sense that no one expects them to make EWC, and they want to prove everyone wrong.
Well, that's the contrary in regards to experience for their opponents today. A lot less S-tier events. In fact, Astra's only 2 events were back-to-back EWCs.
Yeah, and if you look at the 27 S-tier events on the side of Rebels, it's not really 27, by the way. If you just look at it, it's mostly LMs on this side, 16, and then 3 players that are entire rookies. 0 S-tier titles for 3 out of 5. And obviously, it's a very different roster. We have 3 rookies starting in Tier 1 with Rebels. They're not expecting to make EWC, but was Fnatic expected to make WC? No. And so that hunger, that fire will definitely be in their hands. I think very different expectations from the 2 roster, but both of them were kind of unexpected.
And then when we look at the stats for this team here as well, you know, maybe that kind of inexperience shows as well in the biggest delta in regards to their attack and defense.
Exactly, yeah. Rebels are the biggest defense crutches inside of the league. Now, what you're going to see on the left-hand side of your screen is basically you don't need to worry about the numbers too much, but the bigger the bar to the left side is the more defense crutch a team is, and the bigger the bar to the right side is the more attack crutch a team is. So Falcons at the bottom of your screen, attacker favored by nearly 10% in terms of their delta. Rebels, it's nearly a 30% delta between their attack win rate of 35% and their defense win rate of 64%. Now, those stats and those underlying numbers signify that you can get away with that in a best of one. You can find a way in a best of one to get to overtimes, to get victories. Across a best of 3, that could come back to hurt you. So that's where I'm looking for their improvement to be made today.
And another improvement we're looking at is a kickoff. Kickoff, they made it to the playoff, and then reached BO3, completely disappeared. Was it because they're so weak in attack compared to the defense? Was it because of nerfs? Was it because of a lack of a map pool? Many different reasons. They've had months to work on it. We need to see the results today in the BO3.
Guys, since it worked so well for Fnatic, how about we kindly explain to Rebels as well how to take a team down that dropped to the lower brackets?
Yeah, and the main thing to me is if you look at the playstyle on the side of GK, it's a lot of lurking around. It's a lot of split takes. What's the main way to take them down? It's basically trying to force them to problem solve power positions. Because look at this. This was obviously Warden main stairs. We're looking now at them trying to clear out this player roaming inside the fireplace. We're looking at them trying to clear out a player playing in suicide here on library. How many times have we seen GK fail to problem solve some basic setups, some complex setups with the Denari ones? But basically, utility is the main key for victory against GK.
Yeah, absolutely. What did Neko say in the interview yesterday? They are all luck, luck, luck. And actually, if Rebels play into that, they can really, really punish GK, because GK didn't seem to have a strategic depth of maybe unifying behind a shield, playing utility, maybe fast plans. It was all just about initiating lurks across the map everywhere. If Rebels don't give them that, that could be their key to victory.
There's a consistent issue with GK where they're going to spread around the map, and when they're going to face a problem, they're going to be like, oh, I need you to clear this. Oh, I need you to basically burn this. And then you can get this shield. But the time for people to rotate and actually do this together takes ages. And most of the time in these rounds, they've lost half of the round trying to do something so basic.
So if you layer in and you're falling back, you'll eventually just win on time, basically.
Now, speaking as well of, you know, the importance for these players, right? You know, we talked about GK having that kind of, you know, the head of esports behind him, like, oh, hey, you know, we expect you to be making it. We've already counted you into our rosters and teams making it. But also for the other side, Rebels, a lot of French players. You know, the potential of playing in the country, in front of a crowd maybe even as well, should they progress in the tournament. That's two big things that are back in these two teams right now.
LMs has not seen a French crowd since leaving BDS, so it's a massive one for him, you know. It's going back to an STR event in front of a home crowd where he missed SI in Paris. And for all of these young guys, it's a dream come true. They've watched players like Liquefact, players like Brede attend huge events in front of huge French crowds. They've dreamt of this moment. And in their first season, they could maybe do it. Emotionally, that's gotta feel important.
And of course, we did just have the Six Invitational in Paris as well. You know, they will have sat there, they will have watched it. We had Neko on the interview yesterday say that he was there and he really wanted to be at an event in Paris, in France. And so for a lot of the guys that you see on the screen, it really is a dream come true, because you don't know when the next Rainbow Six event is going to be there on such a big scale. So I think there's a lot that goes into this game. There's organizational sides, there's team sides, there's experience, there's so much that goes into it. And as we've just seen in the very final game that we've just seen beforehand, it's about who handles the nerves and the pressure on the day.
I just want to speak about GK a little bit, and two players on your screen that you've seen before. It's Ask, and on the other side, it is Yoga. It's two players that have sacrificed everything. They have crossed an ocean. They've went through visas. They've went through relocation. They have abandoned their family, their friends, their close ones to go live from their passion. I've been there before. I've done it twice, 2 years. I can tell you these sacrifices, they can lead you to retirement if you don't get the results that you want. I retired because of this, because I sacrificed too much and I didn't get from the game what I wanted. Ask, Yoga, what they expect from an adventure in Europe is to make those STR events. They're one BO3 away from it. For their close ones, for their parents that didn't see them, it must feel truly special to see their kid actually live their dream and go back on stage. Prove to everyone in your close ones, prove to everyone in your family that you made the right move, that you made the move to go to Europe, to live your passion, and to actually live up to the expectations that you put on yourself.
And then it's just that best of 3 that separates them from making it to an international event. I want to know what maps we're going to for said best of 3. And as it turns out, we'll be starting on Chalet. I just saw that one on the clips.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be starting on Chalet and Water. These are the two maps quickly that I'm going to focus on, because actually talking about Rebels and their defense win rate and the fact that attack struggles, both of those maps are pretty easy to attack. So I think for them, the fact that they've got 2 out of 3 maps that are good attacking maps is pretty good.
Yeah, and then there is Cafe. But Cafe is a question mark in the map pool of Rebels, because Cafe is the first time that we saw Rebels capable of attacking. And it was against Falcons. They beat Falcons on the map. Incredible game.
Oh, the scope was clutch.
The scope was clutch. The famous one from Auto was on that game. It feels like ages ago.
It does.
It was only a couple of days ago, but then when you watch Fnatic G2, you age a little bit. And I just want to show a little bit of things. If you look into this matchup on Cafe, you might think that GK have never showed it. And indeed, at a tier 1 level, they've never showed it. But if you look and crunch the numbers, Jack, GK have actually showed Cafe recently at Belgium Masters. They took down VP on it, and they took down the team that just beat G2 to make it WC. They took down Fnatic on Cafe as well during Belgium Masters. In these events, most of the time, you don't show too many strategies. However, you show your core fundamentals. And if GK, based on their defaults, on a ranked playstyle, can take down both VP and Fnatic on that map, I can tell you that it might be a trap on the side of Rebels to go on Cafe.
And it's match day reps in the bank as well. You know, it's a little bit of confidence, it's a little bit of feeling. You beat two good Cafe teams, and VP are a good Cafe team, and Fnatic have been a good Cafe team for the last couple of years. You will feel a good confidence, so you'll be fancying playing anybody on that map.
And eventually, you land on Border. Border, a map that is all about firepower, all about lurking, all about momentum. And if you look at the two teams and their win conditions throughout the stage, Rebels, it's on the back of incredible momentum, huge multi-kills, on the back of Marto clutching, on the back of Linko and Feno going crazy with multi-kills. If you look on the other side, GK, it's on the back of their main players going for multi-kills as well. Chaos, lurking, fried power. All of these, the two playstyle, if they clash on one map and it's Border, the decider would go crazy.
So what I'm surmising from this, ultimately, is we've got both of these teams on 3 maps where they really, really feel comfortable. All 3 of them, in theory. If the GK theory holds true that actually they played it in Belgium Masters and they're very comfortable on Cafe, because we know they're comfortable on Chalet. I think Grubby called it their best map at one point. We saw him go crazy with the castle and all those little strats and setups going on yesterday as well. And then a final map of Border where it probably does play into both of the team's strengths. And I think sometimes you'll see this in a best of 3 where teams target their opponent's weak maps, and sometimes you see it in a best of 3 where teams target their own strong maps. And I think we've been kind of fortunate here that all 3 maps are going on. Both of these teams are relatively strong on all 3 of them.
I'm glad we had this in-depth discussion on the maps and these 2 teams. We're still waiting on the final players to join the lobby and get the match going, but we can already talk to our casters because we're swapping shifts. We're joined by Ace and Dez for today's game, and I know, guys, we always like to joke that you always get the 45 rounders, but we just had a series like that. Do you think there is yet another one in the bank for us?
I feel like I've cast 45 rounds, to be honest with you, and I was sat there watching it, just screaming in my room. I couldn't believe it going down to that. We've already had we had Argentina, Egypt earlier. We have Fnatic and G2. The best things come in 3s, so surely this has got to be a banger as well, Tim, right?
The thing is, how do you follow that? How do you follow that G2 Fnatic game? We'll give it a good go. Crazy. I'm sure that GK and Rebels will as well. But, you know, yeah, I hope we get 3 maps out of it. I hope we get another cracker, but it's going to be tough to follow that.
Yeah, it is. I hope we get a good series as well. But we also have good news because the map is ready and it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Jan. Those are like words to my ears. I like music. Knowing it's all ours, Tim. A big best of 3 to get into because, again, EWC remains on the line. You've heard the death sale up there around the playstyle of GK. Now Rebels can respond to that and how many S-tier events sit under LMs in particular. I feel this one's really hard to call. Yesterday I would have said GK, but the more I've thought about it, the more I honestly can't split the 2. I don't know who's going to win this one.
For me, it really, they spoke on the desk about the experience within Rebels, and obviously Lems has got this wealth of experience. Aster a little bit, and then kind of everybody else is catching up. So, you know, need those opportunities. But I just look at Rebels, and I think there's maybe a little bit, you know, a few question marks there. They've not been through that process before, some of them, and are they going to step up? I'm hoping they do. I'm hoping that they deliver the best for us and that they don't get kind of overwhelmed by the occasion. Let's be honest, we've just seen G2, I think, in some forms there, be overwhelmed a little bit by what was in front of them. And, you know, the thoughts of failure going through their minds seeming to have an impact. And so, yeah, we'll keep an eye on how Rebels do with that. It's very much possible for GK as well. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure on both of these 2 teams in many ways because they know how big an opportunity it is. You look at EML and you think you've got Virtus Pro Falcons G2, so you've already got and I know this isn't the case now, but you've got, when you look at it from outside looking in at the start of stage 1, you think, right, that's 3 spots there for EWC that are done and dusted. So you feel like if you're one of the other teams, it must feel like everybody's fighting over 1 spot. And now you're in a position where G2 have actually just lost their spot, and you're thinking, you know, these are actually up for grabs a little bit, and there's an opportunity to be that team that gets in there and starts to make a difference, starts to be the one that is at the events that we haven't seen before. And so yeah, I think there's you know, there's a bit of pressure there when you look at it and think there might not be any expectation. I think they could be.
We're going to miss the game. Let's talk about these bans real quick, because I was going to say, interestingly, this is the exact map that these two teams played in the middle of the stage. It was on Chalet. It was a 7-4 win to GK. They were up 5-1 in the first half. They had the entry in 7 of the 8 first rounds they played. They dominated the early round, or the early game, sorry. I really want to see Rebels come out swinging here and show some strength in the early game. Granted, they do start on the defense, whereas they were on the attack last time. That's what my eyes fall to.
Twitch I'm going to be raining through, trying to find some utility. It won't be, certainly won't be finding any Denari trip connectors. Denari with a little bit of an unusual ban there, but we do see a lot of Denari used on top floor of Chalet, particularly to lock off all of Solar, bathroom, piano, and everywhere around it, deal with all those windows. So I think that's why we have seen the Denari by the wayside. Everybody else on there kind of makes a lot of sense. No major surprises. Ooh, does get picked up. I think the Thorn down there. Fenno was just sort of waiting to see if that drone turned around or not. It did in the end, so he's going to have to dip away.
I mean, bans, just kind of touching those really quickly, by the way, are nearly identical to last time. The only difference is they haven't banned away the Monty here as the early ban. Instead, it's the Deimos, which was a ban that came out later in the game from GK. So a small couple of changes around. I'm kind of surprised not to see the Monty being ran, but that's how things stand. The Lems kicking things off with the entry. Yupa falling down, who had a couple of tough maps, I've got to say, yesterday, Tim. I think he'll be looking for a bit of a stronger showing today, but on the Capital to fall down so early, that is not so good. A Lems into water second, getting one over on Yogg and securing the trade. 4 versus 3 for Rebels. Good first round so far.
GK have done very little to deal with the Lems in this corner. We saw his first kill go down, which was Yupa, who just kind of jumped in through window and ran towards Mezzanine without a backwards glance towards Lem, so it was almost like he didn't know that he was there. And then he's got himself a second as well. Marto manages to pick up Groovy. That's going to be the Grim gone. You haven't got your man yet. Need to keep fighting here, Sarks, which he will do, but it's a third for Lems. They've done very little about him. There's been no disruption onto Lems. No utility seems to have gone in there. Nothing to prevent him playing in that corner. And Lems, you can see, celebrating the round there because he's just run all over them here.
Dare I say the big mistake from GK in that round was just giving him constant 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. And you heard the devs speaking about this a little bit during the interview yesterday. We heard the reference to GK are this lurk team. They don't really play this hyper-structured style of stage that a number of other teams might employ and overwhelm you with. It is somewhat reliant on individual brilliance at moments. And I think in that first round, you've seen them try to make that happen and just realize they're very much out of sync, and Lems has punished them for it. Far too easy. The fact that they weren't even aware that he was there in the corner is, I didn't even notice that at the time, but that is frankly ridiculous.
Yeah, that first kill went down. And the thing is, it's on that side as well, it's just a position that you expect to be held. You know, and I said coming in here, maybe Rebels would be overwhelmed by the occasion and the opportunity in front of them, and, you know, a little bit of an expectation of an opportunity, but GK showing that it is more than possible on their side of things as well. And they are going to miss a few key details in round 1, I think it's fair to say, and give that one over to Rebels. So it's going to be round 2. Master and Office will be our second side. Which side will GK shape up for the attack? At the minute, looking like they could be going straight towards a little bit of Solar. The fact that Yupa is on Ace would suggest that's going to be the case, with Groovy heading towards Trophy on the Monty as well. We'd expect to see the Ace get on Solar windows like he's doing now. He needs to be careful because there's somebody from Rebels stood just inside of those windows. But he's going to be looking to get one of those Selma charges onto the wall and open up the long angle into sight. But they have to make sure that all of Solar's clear before they do that, otherwise it'll just be shot off the wall.
Yeah, I do like here how GK have read into it. They had the Monty banned away against them last time. It was going to be a Monty ban. So with this being I mean, okay, fair enough. That happens sometimes. They decided to be there so quick and they're paying the price for it. But I was going to say, now that the Monty's not banned away as it was last time they played in this map, I did want to see them using it back in round 1. They sort of course corrected and realized in round 2, wait, the Monty is available here. Maybe we should be playing in behind it and are doing so. So it is going to force them to play more as a unit, more as a team. You can't well send the Monty in by himself, not with the options on the other side to disrupt him. A lot of utility being dumped in, a plant already going on down. He's got a C4. No, he'll try and spray away at the feet, and Groovy scared off for a second. Sarks makes it a second, and we've got the Yokai's up above at the same time. They can hold on here, Tim, but their numbers are dwindling quickly.
Yeah, I don't think that GK need to force the plant here, to be honest. I think they go in and they just use the Monty now. They've got the extra man, even with Fenor finding Yoga. They've got the extra player. You've got to win your gunfights, though. That's the problem. Sarks loses a big one there to Asa on that office door. They are going to go for the plant again, but it is getting shaky here as Rebels continue to fight back. Ast gets one. Too little too late with the Yokai, though. Plant goes down, and the momentum that was looking like it favoured Rebels swings back in the direction of G2. Sorry, of GK, but not ideal. Groovy starts fighting back with that pistol, gets his man, closes out the round, and that was chaos in the last 30 seconds.
I did think to myself at the start of the round, I can't imagine Groovy's too chuffed about being put on the shield. Like, he wants to play with a gun, he wants to be problematic. He don't care what you chuck him on. He's got 2 kills there on the Monty at the end in that 1 versus 2. Really well played by him. But between Lems and Groovy, dare I say, sorry, the other man that was left alive, probably a little bit panicked there, I think, felt they had to make something happen, and Groovy capitalized brilliantly on the situation. Not a bad round overall, but I was a little bit nervous because for GK, they were in a 5 versus 3 team, and the fact that it came down to a 1v2 for your Monty kind of shows you need to get a little bit better at holding on to these rounds when you find the advantage. But it's a round on the board. Both teams have got a win. Both are fired up. That's what you want to see.
I don't feel like GK combined well enough with the Monty. So Groovy goes in, tries to throw a plant down, comes back out after being disrupted by a player in bathroom, fair enough. But they've got a big man advantage at that point. And GK don't really use that shield so much. Groovy walks in through bathroom, kind of walks onto piano bathroom door, stands there, wanders back to solo, but they never really go and then disrupt the remaining defenders. There's only 3 of them left alive. You've got manpower. You can push yourself forward and try to take some of those fights. You know, commit. It felt like GK just didn't really commit to one or the other. They tried to put the plant down. It didn't quite work. So, right, get back off. We'll have a look. We'll get some intel with the Monty. But it never really committed to it. Never like, right, let's actually go with him, get some kills, clear some space. And then it was back to the plant, and then it was off the... And it was just, yeah, I think they were caught sort of, you know, between one idea and the other at times and not really knowing which to commit to.
We're going to come back to the map veto for this series, by the way. It's the first time that I can think of it. So for those who don't know, behind the scenes, we have a stats platform where we look at map preference, which is based on when does a team ban away a map. If they ban it away as like a first ban in a map veto, then they get a lot of points added to that map as being a map they don't like playing. And if they leave it right until the end, then they get very, very minimal points on it. And it helps draw that when you stack it up against attacking round win rate or defensive round win rate, how good they are and how much they like a given map overall. This might be the first time that I've seen a best of 3 where both teams, all 3 maps, sit inside of their top 5. Both teams very happy to go to all 3 maps that we've got coming up today, and I'm really hoping it means we have a proper high-quality series as we go through. Like I said, Tim, the best things come in 3, so why not make it the earlier series? Why not make it Argentina versus Egypt? And why not make it this game as well?
Well, both of our games yesterday as well went to 3 maps as well. We had all 6 yesterday. We could, and that is a long time since I've seen 4 games, all best of 3s, all go to the full 3 maps. So let's see if it happens here today. Just got a slight technical pause. I think we're going to be heading back in now. But yeah, for me, I think a little bit of nerves showing on both sides. I expect GK and Rebels both to settle into this, but we saw those early mistakes from GK in round 1, you know, just completely feeding Lems in the corner of library like it was, you know, some brand new position to hold on bar and gaming when, you know, it's just number 1. You expect somebody to be there, so a bit of a strange situation there, but also then just that second round, I think just a little bit of lack of commitment by both teams to kind of either plan, Rebels reacting but not dealing with the Yokai quick enough to disrupt the plant, for example. And yeah, so for me, a little bit of nerves showing. I think both teams will settle into it. 1-1 seems pretty fair after the first 2 rounds, and hopefully we continue with that back and forth.
Absolutely. Well, we started out with it, Tim. Let's see if it carries on through round 3. Of course, someone has to win it, so someone's going to start pulling back into the lead. But if we stay neck and neck throughout, then I'll be a happy man, given again how the last series went when these two played on this map. As a reminder, it was 5-1 to GK after the first half. Very, very dominant from them. Rebel showed in round 1 they can play this game as well. They can learn from the last time they played each other and correct the mistakes, right the wrongs of the last time that they faced off against each other. The IQ1 sides, I think, is an interesting pick here. Normally being in towards putting things like the Razor Blooms that might come out, of course, in towards the Electro Claws as well. But part of it wouldn't be surprised with is also leaning in towards the Solus of Alems here to, of course, help hunt it on down at the buff where she's got a slight range increase as well. So in a spot where she can see even more through the map now.
1 minute in, then just having a look at GK. Not really too established, although Ask and Grubit are now making some progress through Mezzanine, and we've got the Thatcher just waiting strategically underneath there to be able to clear out those Electroclaws. That was a really good throw on the Nitro. My heart was in my mouth for a second there for Grubit, because I didn't know if it was just going to kind of clip past the edge of his shield. It does a lot of damage to him, so the Monty needs to be careful. Yupo does manage to pick up Fenor. Given that he's on the Nomad, I would expect him, I was going to say, to be outside of a window. It is on the bathroom side. We saw the Denari ban come in, so that's GK leaning into that ban, and I like that. I'd never like to see teams take an operator away and then not use the avenues that they've opened up for themselves, but GK are doing so by pressuring that bathroom side. Lems nearly loses his life as well.
I'm going to say they're stepping across a massive risk, but keep yourself alive and well, though they saw again the arm to step out for a second, and Yupa rips the head off of Asta, who's stepping out, I believe, with a C4 in hand. Certainly a little bit of a yeet to get that one all the way to the window and pays the price for it. So 2 kills starting things out for GK. They were here last time, though, Tim. We found them in a 5v3. They took it all the way down to a 1v2. Yogdo ensuring they maintain that advantage for now. And the walls are starting to close in here. On towards Linku. Gets away with 1. But there's a shield in front of his face. And no doubt a player on Solar. He knows that swing is coming. Didn't quite know when. But As gets the kill. Marto left all alone. Yupa with the close. GK with a really good third round.
Yeah, I think, as I said, those nerves there are going to start settling over these first few rounds. I think we're starting to see that, particularly for GK, and they get themselves a very solid attack there to take round 3. They've also had the entry kill in round 2 and 3. It was something you mentioned at the beginning of this one, Des. We're starting to see GK get themselves, you know, a little bit of advantage there. Sarks and Yupo picking those 2 up. Heading then towards round 4, where we'll get our last bans come in. Rebels decide that they've had enough of Grubit on the Monte. 2 out of 3 rounds, round 2, round 3, they've seen Grubit on the Monte, and he's been pestering them, so they're going to take that away. And it's going to be a Rooney on the other side. Lems, of course, playing a Rooney in that library corner. Seems like a little bit of a reactive ban, does that one?
This is was about Marto in round 2. He found himself 1 or 2 in the round as well, so I'm not too surprised to see it going away. In fact, no, I lie. He was the entry. I'm thinking of the Lems back in round 1. But they played out of 2 of the 3. I think it's fair to take it away. The DMR are just so deadly in so many power positions on this map. And interestingly, again, looking back at the last time they played this map and the bans that came away, at least on the side of Rebels, the bans that we've got here were exactly the same. It's now just a change in order. On the other side, somewhat towards the same. They took away Solus last time around, though, rather leaning in towards the Aruni. But clearly identified, we feel there's a bigger problem right now coming in from that DMR than there is from Solus walking around with a P-shooter.
Aruni's great for burning utility, if nothing else. You know, you think about it, those 3 laser gates can then be 3 flashes gone, couple of nades, you know, whatever it might be, 3 pieces of utility, or maybe even drones, if we look at those as a separate thing to clear out those laser gates. But then they can be re-energized after a period as well. So, you know, 3 is not really the limit with those laser gates. So if you're looking towards playing an intel game and, sorry, a util game and being able to go in there and disrupt those power positions, of which there are a few on Chalet, then yeah, it makes total sense to take the Aruna out of things. So back around we go for Rebels to Baron Gaming. This is the site that they won in the first round. I will give GK a pass for that first round, but if they do not deal with the Lems in the corner of Library this time, then they deserve everything they get.
He's been nerfed a little bit.
I think it's Ask this time. Is it? No.
He wasn't even on Mez, was he? He was sat in the very, very corner of Library, but he has been dealt with out on Mez. That's where he was playing this time. He's been removed by Groovy relatively single-handedly as well. He was playing outside at the time too, so a bit of a misstep argument there coming in for Lems and pays the price. Thankfully, not too much to worry about on the other side in terms of utility to punish him. I mean, there are smokes in the back pocket of Twitch, and of course, the Capitão's got some of his own. But it's not like you're having to deal with any Candelas here without the Warden on side, so it's not the end of the world for them, but still painful to lose the entry.
The problem with this site and losing the entry, Groovy does actually get taken down as I'm speaking. Marto manages to pick him up. Linko and Yupo in a direct trade, 3 versus 3 now. But losing that entry here on this site particularly means you start to lose one of your corners of that triangle upstairs usually. So your library stairs, your corner of library, your library box, or a mezzanine, wherever that person is playing, you start to lose one of those. And when you lose one, the other two become considerably weaker, like this position now for Fenno. He's just trying to move around and cause problems as much as he can, but he can't overcommit to anything because he'll lose his life if he does. So nicely played from GK. Get that entry, break that area down, and start to use that vertical superiority, which they're now doing.
Time-wise as well, it is the last return they've got to roll out, so it's not like there's loads more to worry about clearing away. Tiny little bit of softening up inside the sides itself, but without loads of vertical here, it does mean you might just find Rebel players able to sit in little, dare I call them rat corners, or in sometimes quite relatively the open and punish you for it. They've got this hatch, and that could be absolute hell for them. Sarks, well, he's fed into the bait there and triggered the Razor Bloom. Fenno steps out for his second in the round. Ask with it all to do. They're just going to sit and wait for him to step his way down, and sure enough, that's exactly what he does. They know that he's now pushing his way in through lobby. A challenge in towards Fenno, who comes away on top of this one. Fenno's giving it the good old 1-2, though. Ask can't win it out. Fenno with the 3K in the round. That's 3 in a row for GK, Tim. I said good things come in threes, and for GK, that is definitely a good thing.
That was really smart from Fenno there. He was just waiting as long as he could to take that challenge because he knew that there'd be a reload at some point. So he just kind of, I'm not saying he's counting individual bullets, but he's probably just getting a little bit of an idea himself. You know, that's 3, that's another 4, another 4. So he's just getting that rough idea of, right, there's going to be a reload coming here. There has to be soon. Steps out and wins that final fight with ease, as that was the case. So nicely done from Rebels. They managed to hold on to the same site, albeit in a different way to how they did it in round 1. They had no presence inside of library throughout the round. GK were able to get top floor control, but didn't ever really use it. Rebels dropped away nicely. They knew that it was getting a little bit too hot in the kitchen, not quite literally, that's going to be this round, but they knew it was getting too hot for them, so they dropped away, fought their fight elsewhere. Really nice stuff from them on the defense.
All right, well, I think it's fair to say we've got to see a little bit of a turnaround, a turn up here then for both sides. Stayed neck and neck as it's gone through so far. Rebels obviously managing plenty fine without the DMR on side. They've managed to find their way through and battle it back in, so can't complain that much. Dining as well will step down to for round 5. And looking towards that lineup, there's still going to be a few headaches for GK to have to work their way through. Mainly looking in towards the Mute Jammers and in towards the Kaid here as well. Malusi we've spoken about a number of times, and it's something I heard a few like co-streamers speaking about as well, is when would you want to bring along a Brava if you see a Maestro on side is always an obvious go-to. But also when there's a Malusi, because she does get 4 of those down, and because it is not so much about always slowing down attackers, it's about the fact that it gives information away in the same way that Razor Blooms do. If they get shot out or triggered or whatever, you just know that someone's pushing in from that side and they're committing effort and resources to trying to clear out that part of the map. So here, of course, Linku doesn't have that challenge, but maybe it'll be Yogg on the other side with the Thatcher EMPs that will help them towards that end.
Drones will manage to dodge the Mute Jammer there, get on inside, have a little look. They know that there's a player up on mezzanine. It's going to be Fenno on the Thorn. Has played his Razor Blooms particularly well. We saw a great example of it last time. How about that from Groovy though? Marto's going to be kicking himself. Should have got the kill there, but Groovy manages to swing almost 180. Pick up the cap can, takes him out. 5 versus 4, and that's a 4th entry in a row for GK.
Yeah, they just keep on making it look easy in the early round, don't they? And on with you, Tim. Marto will be kicking himself. That should have been a freebie onto Groovy every day of the week. Wasn't even looking at you. You'd walked into front door free. That's the kind of kill that you get in ranked all the time when people don't bother to drone. And it kind of felt like there, maybe that's what was starting to punish GK, but Groovy gets away with it, spins it on a dime, and gets what he needs. Now, in terms of vertical control, I'd say they're looking for it. There's not a whole lot they can do with it once they've got it, mind you. They've only got the 2 breaching charges in the back pocket of Groovy here. As kills start getting exchanged, it's Ask on towards the Mute, a key one to find, but Linku, that name again appearing in your kill feed as he finds 1. We're into a 3 versus 3, at least temporarily, while Yogg is down on the deck.
Yeah, not ideal here for GK. You're going to have Yog come back up onto 20 HP, so most guns are going to manage to find the kill onto him. 4 versus 3. They're aware. Yoga manages to shut him down, and that's why you always pick your players up. You never know what they're going to do later in the round. U4 manages to find Linku, 4 versus 1, and it is now just a case of find a bit of space and put the diffuser down, which Ask begins to do. Fighting from the hatch, though. Asta manages to get 2. That's going to be the plant stopped as well, Des. 4v1 becomes 2v1. GK, they could have a problem here.
Is it a bait?
It is, but he knows.
Looks like it might be. They can keep playing this game all day. It's going to be that problem here. Does he know? Yes, he does. And he gets the down as well. Oh, no. Pushing up Solar Stairs could have been the play, I would have thought. Will he be able to get his man up, though? Looks like he will. Hasn't got the angle on towards him. One of them has to hold these verticals. One has to go for the plant as they come in towards these last 5 seconds. They're going to try again. Asta's looking in towards the wrong spot, though. No, they're back in the same place they were earlier. But he doesn't have any idea, Tim. He was so close. A second or so away. And maybe we're celebrating an amazing clutch, but instead, this now looks like an impossible comeback for Asta.
Yeah, that was really rough for Asta. He was so in control of that situation. I thought he was just going to keep picking the right plant spot every single time. Gets his man, though. 1v2 becomes 1v1. We've got a flip reversal. Sox has gone upstairs. Is he going to be able to find the angle? Asta's going to stick it. He's going to get away with it. A 1v4 clutch from Asta, including disabling the diffuser. He's just absolutely dominated GK.
That should not be happening. That should not be happening. Not when they're in the spot where he's managed to get away with a 4K. As you say, diffuser goes down. Doesn't manage to get the 2 players that are left alive. Comes dangerously close to him, mind you. Does get a temporary 1v1. They get back up. They get the diffuser down. You think there's no way they can win this. But the problem is, Tim, they split up. One stays around downstairs. One works his way upstairs. You either go together and play as a unit and look for a trade upstairs, or you stay on the downstairs and you hold for a crossfire. GK probably going to be kicking themselves there because, again, they found themselves with the entry, but not been able to convert the round. Cannot be giving a 1v4 away like that. You can talk now, Tim.
So it's Rebels currently sitting on top of things and getting themselves a slim advantage, but in the overall picture of Chalet, this could be particularly big because the attackers do generally have a good time of things on Chalet. If Rebels are able to come away with a 4-2 defensive half, or even having secured the 3-3 is pretty good, but if they could take the 4-2 half on defense, GK could be in some serious trouble before they know what's going on. Depending, of course, you know, we always see that side switch. We don't ever know what we're going to get on the other side of it, but Rebels, if they come through on the attack and start getting a round or two, GK could be panic stations.
Just a little. Just a little. Again, if we look back at the last time the 2 teams played against each other, and it's always worth jumping back into what the stats look like, what they banned away I was speaking about earlier on, but also what the results were. It was that 5-1 first half for GK that was just so ridiculously dominant. Worth touching on, they are 3-0 on this map. They beat Virtus Pro here just yesterday on this map. Like, they should be in a spot where they're dominating the map. But Rebels have challenged them every single step of the way. And when it was Rebels on the defense, they managed to win 3 defenses. It did only take 2 attacks from GK to see things over the line. But as it stands, Rebels are matching the performance they had last time around. When things switch sides, that's when we might start to see them coming a little bit undone. 2 halves to a game of Siege, I always say it, and it might be that Rebels really struggle on the attacking side, but we'll see when we get there.
The entry again goes to Yoga. That's 5 in a row, by the way. But Rebels just don't seem to be too affected by it. They are happy, at least whilst on the defense. I'm sure they would choose otherwise, but they seem pretty happy to get these rounds won, even when they start off with man disadvantage. The pattern tends to follow that they lose an early entry. This one wasn't too early, but in the first half of the round. But then there's not much to follow from there. Opportunity for Fenor to level it up, which he does. And all of a sudden, that big entry that GK got is a little bit neutralized. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, the battling back and forth is the key one, though, right? As much as they've walked in with the entries, 2 kills coming back from GK to equalize things. However, it's not late in the round, but it's at a point where it's still the mid-round, right? Where you're still able to disrupt and take things away from the attackers. The Grim Bees, the use of the book downstairs, for example, they've lost those two key capabilities. And the softer capabilities they've got in the Ace and the IQ, gone. A swing from Lincoln, surely a freebie, no! Should have had his name every single day of the week, but Ask is second in the round being collected. It's a 3 versus 2, makes it a third for himself. Not at all a bad showing. Ask has already pulled off a 1v4, Tim. What's a 1v3 in the next?
It should be easy street now, shouldn't it? The only thing is he doesn't have that verticality to play with that he showed us so well last time. It feels like GK know exactly where he is as well, which they do.
Wow.
Ask finds his man as he comes around the corner, and that is going to level things out. 4-2 on the half? 3-3. 3-3 on the half.
3-3 on the half. Well, we're confused in the heat, but let's go back to the desk and see what they think.
This was really pushed back and forth between these two teams. I want to take it back to round 2, where we saw something from GK that led to the Monty ban, then led to Rebels winning more rounds on defense.
Yeah, it feels like I can forgive Ace, because so many of these rounds you feel like should go the other way. Look at this one from Grubby, by the way, a 1v2 clutch, really beautiful one from him with a Monty. The main win condition on the side of GK, and you're gonna see it in this round 3. Look at the pressure that Monty is applying, creating movement, right? In Solar stairs, he's all the way upstairs, and one player has to swing from bathroom, gets the kill. Same thing happens downstairs here in Trophy. How many players are caught moving too much by Ask on the Nomad or by Thatcher on the Trophy window? The game plan for GK was simple. We're gonna push people away with a shield, we're gonna have people lined up on windows, and we're gonna punish the fact that Rebels move too much. But the thing is, how many times have we seen GK basically get the man advantage and somehow throw it away because they lose these gunfights?
Yeah, it was 5 inches in a row, and ultimately they've ended up, what, 3-3 in terms of the scoreline. I think, yeah, the Monty ban was pretty significant. I think Rebels got themselves back into it, but they also got themselves back into it on the back of a huge clutch, by the way, coming out from Asa. I think, you know, what was it, 1 versus 4, peeking down the hatch. Now, the GK comms during this round was that he had info, because he just seemed to be absolutely everywhere, knowing exactly when they were going to plant, everywhere at once. It was just pure game sense on his front. Gets it down to the 1 versus 1, and then gets the defuse off from inside of West Main without being, you know, exposed to any of the vertical. Absolutely huge clutch from him. Keeps his team in it, Leo.
Such a good player. As a reminder, it's a player that, you know, made his debut not that far ago. You know, it was only a couple of years ago that he arrived in EML. Was already so strong on their side, and it goes to show, if you hear the comms, the momentum on their side whenever he did that. I will say this though, this was the best side for Rebels. When they switched to attack, it's not the same story at all. They've always struggled with it. There is one common factor between the two of them. It's hesitation. Hesitation for GK means that in so many of these rounds, they get the opening engagement, and in these late round situations, they take the wrong decision. Arguably, the clutch from Grubby should not have been on their way. They should have lost that one because they hesitated in the execute. Same thing happened in that clutch from Asa because they hesitated. And that's a problem that Rebels find themselves as well when they're in attack. Hesitation is killing their victory, basically. And so there's one thing that we need to see from them is decision. Decision making needs to happen.
I wondered if it would come out. I wondered if the ban would come out, because we have now seen GK play this map at least twice, maybe even 3 times.
How many times have we seen Grubby on Castle?
Oh, just most of it, to be honest.
All the time
most
on that fireplace.
And it's so effective, and the reason it's so effective is because it just cuts some of those key lines aside, and it forces people to play close to it or bring a hard breacher, which you don't necessarily need on Chalet. So if you're playing close to it and you're soft breaching it, then you've got to physically put somebody there. You can have a play made on you, or you've got to bring Habana or an Ace, which aren't always available, or you don't always want to play on this map. So I've been waiting for a team to ban it away from Grubby. Rebels have finally done it.
Yeah, which could maybe be the key for them to win attacking rounds. We talked about that delta being so big and really favoring the defense. So for Rebels, the harder side on Chalet is up next.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, it is going to be that harder side to play their way through, but Rebels have matched what they did last time, Tim. They've got to show real prowess on the attacking side, and as the guys alluded to, we saw a lot of Grubby playing Castle yesterday. He loves playing that operator on this map when things like Mira and his army are banned away, so I think here will force a little bit of difference out of the other side.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Grubby and see exactly what he's brought the Denari this time, but we'll see. It's more where he's playing particularly that interests me as well. You know, we saw yesterday those great escapes from him just in that spot between bathroom and solar on that you know, he was just unmovable. I think he soaked up 3 nades at one point, was on his belly to stop somebody shooting him from the roof.
Twice.
There was just no getting to him, so we'll keep an eye on Grubby and see exactly where he's playing. I'm just looking at the numbers for Rebels as well. On the the attack of Chalet. Only a 47% win rate. They do tend to fare much better on the defense than they do on the attack. So there is still an opportunity for GK here. Early challenge comes in. Ask manages to get one. He is surrounded, was always going to be taken down, but look who he took out with him. It's Linku gone, and he's got the Grim. Great start for GK.
Yeah, definitely good for when the later round comes in and they're trying to push into certain parts of the map or in towards site. The Grim being offline would be massive for them. One of the stats we didn't really get a chance to speak about before we jump back into this was this actually mirrors very closely to the last game as well. In those first 6 rounds, we had multi-kills in 5 of the 6 rounds. So if you've not sure what that means, a 3K or better. A Lems in round 1, a Yupa in round 3, Fenno and Asta in 4 and 5, then Asta that 4K in round 6. We even had 1 clutch last time. We've had a 1 clutch here. Granted, it was a much better clutch this time in a 1v4. But the parallels to the last time they played, it's quite scary how well it's tracking so far.
Let's see if it continues to track then. As we have Yoga managing to pick up Fenno, GK just getting themselves the advantage in the round. A minute 15 left to go. We've got Lems out on the rappel as well. And Marto outside of the map. So there's only actually Asa inside of the minute. The clock could become a bit of a factor for Rebels here because they've got work to do now. They aren't in a position. You can see those trip connectors are still active from the Denari. They've still got utility to clear. They're not in a position to even, you know, consider putting the diffuser down. And we're down to 50 seconds. 2 of them, at least one of them, needs to get inside of the map to help Asa out. It's going to be a very nervy finish for them, I think.
For a second, he might have stepped that a little bit further forward and take control of Groovy's favourite spot. Inside of Solar, tucks in behind the pillar. And if he had, he would have been dead to rights, since that floor, as you've seen, had already been blown out. Not quite pulling the trigger there. Sarge could have had a freebie on towards Marto. It's Asa elsewhere to find one for himself and starts his march on forward. Does he know about Groovy? He does, but does not manage to hit the shots. 3 versus 2. Looking a little bit ropey here for Rebels, Tim, as now we're in a 1v3. All to do for Marto. GK starting the half off strong.
Yeah, it just felt a little bit separate. It's not to say that Marto isn't able to win this out. You know, we've seen him win the biggest clutch of stage 1 without question, but I think it's fairly unlikely now. 3 seconds, that'll tick by. He's not going to get anything. And I think GK have played that round as a team much more than Rebels did. So Rebels had Marto out on bathroom window. They've got a Lems on the Ying on double window. He's sending Candelas in. That creates a little bit of space for Asa to move up the stairs. But Asa, even though he gets a kill, he's always kind of isolated in that position because nobody's inside of the map to help him. You know, as soon as he moves past bathroom, if effectively, he loses that support from his teammates on those windows because they don't really have angles any deeper into sight. Arguably, maybe he puts the diffuser down instead inside of there, but because they hadn't cleared Groovy out of the bathtub, it wasn't really an option for him to do that. So GK, I just think, had those angles, had those positions locked down a little better. I saw the vision from Rebels, but I just don't think that they were really, you know, in the positions or kind of playing strongly enough. They needed another body inside of the map to help Asa out there, or a way to deal with Groovy and clear him, but it just wasn't to be. GK get their first defense.
And Tim, if we find ourselves seeing the entry go the way of GK in this round, the parallels to last time continue because, once again, we will have seen a perfect stat match to last time. 7 of the 8 entry kills would have gone to GK as they did the last time these 2 teams played on this map. It has been 6 in a row now for GK. The early round has been all them. Rebels have struggled to fight back in a lot of them. Did at least manage to restore 2 and get it onto their side. That's why the score still stays relatively tight. But I do worry that if things carry on at the pace they are, GK will just start to run away with this the same way they did last time around. It was a 5-1 defensive half for GK. And dare I say, it feels like we're going down that same road again.
You can only play 4v5 for so long. You're absolutely right. Before it starts to take its toll, you know, before you feel like you're always on that back foot, and especially on the attack when you're losing. The last time it was Grim, you know, let's see if it happens again and they lose out on the entry. Which operator do they lose? Is it, you know, is it the Capitao this time with all that utility that comes along? Is it going to be the Deimos with those tracks and the verticality? You know, you're losing so much in terms of your attack at the beginning if that entry doesn't go your your way. So a minute in, Rebels are applying some caution here. Certainly not throwing themselves into the map. Feno's the only one inside at the minute, and not really. He's on the balcony. Manages to find his kill towards the inside door, and that's big for Rebels. They get the entry. They don't lose that early body. It's Thor and gone. Sark's taken out. Great start for them, but Grubek does find an answer. Nitro onto Capitao. I said, what utility are they going to lose in those early kills? And it is some big utility with the Capitao.
Very consistently, it's been that as well, right? Like we've seen Grim going down, we've seen the Capitao going down. It has been key operator. It's not like you pick it like an IQ or something. You're not too bothered about losing overall. Like, yeah, it'd be a bit of a nuisance, but losing these bigger operators that are focused on your execute, I think is a real stinger. Now, for now, as you've just seen, there's still got a little bit of control going on upstairs. They're not in an awful spot. Still need to get that diffuser from top main. The spot where they're softening things up. We saw this back in the first half where GK didn't have enough vertical destruction to snip out everyone on the side of Rebels. It led to Ask being left in a 1 versus 3. Sorely needed a kill of some kind there, but Ask, speaking of the devil, lies straight down to him. He is surviving everything right now. Throw whatever you want him, and he needs to come away on top.
How on earth did Ask survive for that long, can I ask? Yoga manages to find Fenor, takes him down 3v2. They know that he's on his belly. Lems is going to find Grube. Takes him down 2v2. This round like a rubber band, back and forward. Jupor finds the trade. 2 versus 1. Yoga full health on the Warden, so he's not going to be bothered by the smoke that Marto's got in pocket. So it's looking pretty good for GK as it stands, but a 1v2 is very winnable. Sees his man. Jupor manages to spin, put the DMR to work, get the kill, and it's going to be GK taking another. That's 5-3 now, and they're starting to find that little bit of space on one of their favourite maps, shall we?
It's where I was a bit worried again. The parallels to last time are a bit too obvious, and not all that much can change, I don't think. We saw GK have that 5-1 defensive half last time. They're building towards it now, and I said it when we were at the 3-2 scoreline for Rebels. They had a brilliant clutch off the back of Asa, sure, but I was nervous about what happened when we got into the second half and we saw them on the attack. And we're seeing exactly what I was worried about here. A little bit of coherence, I'd say, coming out as a team. And it's weird because on the desk before the game, we were speaking about, and a very, very fair point, it was all an original interview, for example. GK likes to play that more like lurky style game. Like, admittedly, on the defensive side, it's harder to play lurk. It's more of an attacking term when you say someone's lurking. But you'd expect Rebels to be able to tighten things up here in the same way they tried to in the first half, to try and play more as a unit and be able to contest in groups. I'd say here in the second half, they couldn't look any more disparate if they tried. You have one player trying to go on to repel while we had a Lens pushing his way down main stairs and looking for kills. I was a little bit like, can we bunch up a little bit, boys, and not go too crazy here? They've just really got to tighten things up, I think, on the attacking side. This is where it's falling apart. Is them not playing as a team, and it's only going to keep on costing them rounds.
Round 9, we'll see us go onto another GK defense, and they are looking at a really important round. Nitro, what an arm he's got on him. Manages to almost take out a Lems, takes an absolute ton of damage there, and that is not a good start for Rebels. I was just about to say if GK win this, they will get themselves 3 match points in a row, so a very important round coming up. Rebels, by contrast, can be back within touching distance, so if they get this one, there will only be 1 round between them. So although, despite GK's best efforts, it is still 5 versus 5. Lems with a lot of damage on him, and if we have a quick look across, nobody in the building yet for Rebels. 45 seconds into the round until Marto takes himself into basement.
Very common to see a Sledge walking in up here and then up through lobby stairs and looking to cause carnage that way. It looks like he's trying to go for the same, but he's just heard him move. Pretty slow, chunky operator, I'm afraid, is giving himself away, and now Marto at close range. No, we can't even find it. Ask had one of his own. Turns out his shotgun was a little bit better. It'll be a flawless round for GK. And once again, Tim, it feels like Rebels are just starting to crumble. That's 4 in a row they've lost now.
Yeah, I love that aggression from Ask there. Of course, he was heard, but you've got Sledge coming towards you. He's not the quietest of operators either. And Ask just decides, I'm going to take this fight on my own terms. Steps out, gets the kill with the shotgun. Beautiful stuff. And his team just accelerate towards the line from there. 6-3 then. 3 map points coming up for GK to get themselves off to a strong start. To remind everybody of what's at stake here. The winner goes through to the Esports World Cup. That will round out our 4th team. They will join Falcons, Virtus.pro and Fnatic as the EML teams. Team Secret as well, because they qualified as last year's winner. The loser will not be able to make it to the Esports World Cup. There will be no second chances. They will just go on to, I think it's a 5th place playoff at that point.
Absolutely. You already heard the dev speaking about it a little bit, but of course, got to worry about the SI points. The DP can run into towards. This is why it's important, yes, to win here and now, make it into EWC, but also to make a good run here through the overall bracket. Not forgetting, of course, you've still got other teams to play against as you roll on through. The winner of this one against Fnatic. Then you've got, of course, Falcons waiting. You've got Virtus Pro waiting. Some big teams waiting there, and the points for the winner, I think, is 420. If you finish in 4th place, you get 200. So it can be quite a difference. And you and I remember all too well, Tim. BDS, back in the day, missing out on an SI by 5 points to VRX. Just go to show that every position you can get, every point that you can scrap over the line, it can count.
It really, really does. When it comes down to it, you'd be amazed at how close these things end up year after
It's like
year.
getting relegated on goal difference in the Prem.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Ask, he's feeling himself. 9 and 5. He's having a great game so far, by the way, today's Ask. Really
It's funny,
solid.
because yesterday I spent half of the first thing. I thought he was playing
You were
crap.
not happy. You were not happy yesterday with Ask. Look, you asked for better, and Ask is delivering.
Well, can't be complaining. Certainly giving them a good show. Yupa also alongside him, one of the quietest players yesterday. They're doing good, and Nate in the corner. Can he tuck in? He can indeed. For now, he's still here. Another Nate over the top. He's scared. He had to try and find a kill, but Linku knows all too well to back away, get behind the shield, and let the nade do the job.
Ask's actually got really unlucky there. He springs into action on that window and he shoots right in the correct place. If it's anybody other than Blitz, he gets killed. He gets a kill and he escapes, but it just wasn't to be. He knew that he was in trouble. I think as soon as he pops out, it's, you know, one of those moments that he knew he'd made a mistake, and the shield was right there in his face, and it was a big problem. So a good start for Rebels. They get themselves at least that early pick. 5 versus 4, 1 minute 30 left on the clock. They can start chasing down Sarks inside of Big Garage now as well. They know his position, but he does have a nitro, so the Blitz needs to be a little bit careful. We've also seen the shotguns doing really well against Blitz over the last couple of days. We saw it in that Fnatic game, if you remember, stomping. It was when he was pushing onto Freezer. Deepak managed to hit him with the shotgun, and we've seen that a few times. Very effective at picking up the damage on these operators.
It's always the danger of the front door. We've seen a couple of times now. It's the reverse before when it was Groovy pushing in through here. We've got a freebie onto Marto. This time round, of course, it's Rebels looking to get control of that upstairs. Starting his move here is Sarge, not towards his side. The shield was waiting and ready. Patience of a saint there from Marto. Groovy elsewhere does get Feno though. So although it could have been a 5 versus 3 team, that gap still stays at 1. And just like that, it gets turned on its head once again. What is it with attackers not being able to hold on to a lead on this map, Tim?
Yeah, it's certainly been tough for them, and it's a top floor site as well, so I was just going to say GK can just kind of drop back and take the fights as they come. They don't need to, they just get them as they are. Pick up the final one inside a fireplace. That's going to be 7-3. A quick, smart win for GK on Chalet.
They'll be feeling very optimistic about this one, Tim. A 7-3 performance like that going into a map that barely anyone has seen you play. Cafe is going to have fireworks. We'll see you in just a few.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
GK go flawless on their defenses, and they now find themselves on map points to make it to EWC. What a great half we just saw from GK. In particular, there was nothing the Rebels could do about it.
No, and it's exactly what we feared, Jack. We feared that all the fight the Rebels could put, the only moment they could really contend with GK was when they're in defense. Because in defense, their game plan is pretty sound. In defense, they'll get aggressive and they will feel that confidence. In defense, they can trade each other. They can have those big clutches. But on attack, they need to coordinate stuff. They need to have a deeper strategic knowledge. And that's something that they clearly don't have playing against GK.
And even then, the defenses didn't look that great. Relied on one clutch, also relied on the fact that they had to ban away the Monty. Whenever GK were playing the Monty and unifying behind a shield, it really struggled for Rebels. So I'm very fearful. I think for GK, the one thing that I was actually impressed by was yesterday, and for a lot of the stage, all we've seen is lurk. And yes, we did see lots of that today when they were on their attacks, but they did have those rounds where they were playing behind the Monty, playing more for a cross clear, more playing for the plant, which is another layer that we haven't necessarily seen from them yet. And then as soon as they got onto their defenses, they were just capitalizing it, identifying the 1v1s. Look at a lot of these engagements, the lack of refrags, the lack of team play that's coming out from Rebels. When that happens, you give the advantage to the defenders. You just give them easy 1v1s because they've got the powerful positions, they've got the utility to play behind, and they will punish you for it.
And GK are exactly good at that, at just that, punishing them, right?
Yep.
How many of these rounds, just pay attention to Grubby winning these 2 gunfights on Denari, by the way. It's him basically picking these guys, but on top of that, you always see another defender ready to double up on him. And what a great game from Grubby once again. I know we've talked about Grubby's resurgence throughout the stage, but it's actually incredible to see the consistency of of it. There's one thing to do it during a BO1 in the stage, but the fact that he's done it across the 6 win streak they've had, and then continues to do it yesterday during a playoff, and again today when EWC is on the line, you have to praise this player, right? He farmed his way through tier 2, he grinded his way, and then had to go back to tier 1. What a great pickup here. Great to see him and Upor as well, the two from Team Heretics, the 2 tier 2 players carrying their team going into this one.
Yeah, looking at that player in particular as well, you know, a big step up for him there from yesterday, going into today, really.
Yeah, I mean, we said it, right? Against VP, Upor was basically the only weak link, really, from that lineup.
I love this graphic.
Yeah,
yeah.
he was struggling a little bit. He felt like he was pressured. He played a lot of these positions that were where he was getting tripled utility banged by VP. And I think that right now, today, we're starting to see him show up. We're starting to see the potential in this player. And just at the right time, he comes alive when EWC is on the line.
There's always been a player there as well. I think we've seen Upor now on multiple tier 1 rosters, not for long stints in any of them, really. I think Harvey probably gives a little bit too much to the team in terms of personal sacrifice. He will often play in the trickier positions or the trickier operators, but when push comes to shove, he does have raw talent with him as well.
And with him stepping up, if we add in the another ingredient, looking at the map, Vito, with the map that we have next for us in this best of 3, that means we have a GK map pick, right, for Cafe.
Yes.
That means that then Rebels get to pick their
Rebels
yeah, no, it's Rebels map pick, sorry, yeah. So that means that GK then gets to pick their starting side.
And of course they will pick defense. And we did just see quite an attacker-sided Cafe between Fnatic and G2, but we're not going to see necessarily that between GK and Rebels. Let me remind you of the graphic that we showed all the way back at the start of this game. Rebels are the biggest defense crutch team in all of EML. They have almost a 30% percentage differential between their attack and defense win rate. That will have only gone further, by the way, because when they played on Chalet, they won 3 defenses, they got a 50% defense win rate, but they didn't win a single attack. Now they're going on to Cafe. That is a map that you need to be confident on the attacks on. For a team that isn't confident attacking, I worry, Leo.
Yeah, 0% attack win rate. Attacking on Chalet, one of the easiest map to attack in the meta. One of the easiest map where you can problem solve strongholds easily. You have to do it on Cafe. Much stronger map for defense with a lot of crossfires and a lot of utility laid in front of you. It's going to be a rough one, especially mentally, to come back from it.
It sounds like a dangerous recipe, honestly. Individual players stepping up, plus GK starting on their better side on Cafe. But can they cook? Cafe will tell us.
Can they cook, Tim? Will it blend? We're going to find out. All these cooking-related culinary questions will be answered in the next half an hour or so. And of course, the one answer that GK are looking for is the one that sees them walking away with the map win and making it to EWC. Rebels have got to fight their way back in. But fair to say, Tim, the audience are still as split as we are. Tim?
It's a really tough one to call, Des. I think GK carries some good...
Where were you?
Breathing.
Were you on mute? You were on mute, weren't you? Yeah, brilliant.
I've told you before, it's dangerous giving me buttons. It's going to be tough to call.
You know that old man to come around soon and start like putting like tape over your keyboard so you can only press like one key on it at a time?
Yeah, tape over every button on the remote control. Apart from on, off, and volume up and down.
For your birthday next year, that is exactly what I'm getting you. A keyboard and a mouse, where only like the left mouse button is left available, and all the keys except for like your name are blacked out as well. It'd be brilliant.
Look, it's a difficult one to call. GK carries some really good momentum in here from Chalet. It was a good performance, specifically in that second half. Really, really nice from them. They were on the, defense there. They've come in on the defense again, so maybe that gets them rolling. We know that Cafe is pretty good for attacking as well, but just having a look, the other interesting point for me is that we haven't seen, and I'm sure this has been mentioned, but we haven't seen GK recently on Cafe, whereas Rebels have played here 3 times in the recent past. April onwards they've played here 3 times, so this footage available from for them, not a huge amount but enough, whereas with GK, you're kind of going in blind here. You don't necessarily, if you're Rebels, know exactly what they're going to be bringing to the table. So you're going to have to be very reactive. Siege, and I really do see a world where GK take this in 2, despite this being Rebels' map pick. I know they've basically, and I like when teams pick a good map for themselves and say, yeah, we're just going to go there and we back ourselves on it. But honestly, I don't know that it's a bad map for GK.
It's not. They never play it, but their banning tendency again points towards them being willing to play it. Just no team ever really takes them there. And you heard Leo say at the head of the show as well, they played it at the Belgian Masters recently. So they've shown that they can play this map. They beat Virtus Pro there, it's worth stressing, 8-6 by winning 4 attacks. That tells you they can play this map. So let's see how they shape up first and foremost on the defensive side, and we can worry about how good they are on the attacks a little bit later. As we saw back on Chalet, for Rebels, the challenge was on the attacking side. With it being their map pick, I am hopeful. I won't say optimistic. I'm hopeful we see a good first half out of them.
The shield is in above. Ooh, that was a little bit of a late flash there. Not going to get the job done. Thorn will not remain alive, however, because he gets picked up from an alternate angle anyway. Aster manages to find him. Sark's taken down, and despite what I said about GK maybe having a little bit of a plan, a little bit of an unknown here, Rebels come in super strong to kick things off. Not an ideal flash there, does flash himself, but 5 versus 3 numbers now on their side, and GK have been pushed back to site with still half of the round left. It's going to be tough for them to hold on, especially with a shield on board as well.
Well, that's it. This really is a spot where you look at it though and say, right, you're in a 5 versus 3. This is the kind of moments that you shouldn't be losing. Like, you've got all the advantages in the world. They've tossed C4 after C4 at you and not managed to find a single kill with any of them. Like, this is your round to lose. Like, if you lose this now, it's not really on the back of GK. It's on the back of you losing the round.
Just watching the verticals, knows there's going to be some pressure. Here's the nade, goes for the spray, doesn't find any damage. Game of cat and mouse continues. Nice. However, it's Linko and LMs who managed to pick up the next 2. 1v5, plant going down. Yupa has certainly got his work cut out. Does manage to find the kill and drop the diffuser, but you still feel like it is unlikely to be enough. We have seen a 1v4 successfully pulled off by Aster tonight, though. Yupa could go one better here. Just dodges out of the way of that nade, but as he gets up on top of the utilities in the corner, Lems is watching, waiting and anticipating. Manages to get that kill, takes him down. It's going to be Rebels taking the first round, just like they did on Chalet.
Like I said, hopeful, not necessarily optimistic. When they played against Falcons, which is the last time Rebels played on this map, they only managed to win a single attacking round. They were battered in the vast majority of those rounds. They weren't even particularly close, though in OT, did manage to win the one that mattered. And then, of course, we all remember that round 14 Marto 1v3. So if you see Skopos getting picked up, well, start to feel very, very nervous. But of course, that will come around when we see Rebels on the defensive side. A change here for GK going in towards the Mutant and Mozzie lineup as a pairing. That's looking to deny away a lot of the intel game coming out from Rebels. Maybe a read from them in the last round that, yes, things like the Blitz were a little bit of a nuisance. Yes, they played it well, but a lot of that was informed by utility. How do we change that? We deny that utility away from them and make sure there are black spots across the map where they have no idea what's going on.
If the game plan can pay off for them this time. The problem is if you're going to play, and you're not going to this time, by the way, if you're going to play against a shield, you know, they broke the Mozzie and the Meme combo last time. Part of the reason it's not going to work is because they brought a shield. So they go in there and it doesn't matter whether they've really got the drones on, because they're quite happy to just face check anyway. They just walk in behind the shield feeds the intel, and it's basically like having a really big walking drone that has a gun. So it kind of solves that Mute Mozzie problem. He'll slow you down a little bit, but you can walk through and you can feed that information back into your team. They don't have that this time, so it could be more effective. If we watch how quickly they manage to take that top floor control, we'll get a good idea as to whether it has been more effective or not. The castle's going to slow them down as well. We spoke about Grudy's consistent use of castle previously. I don't think there's going to be mute jammers in place to stop those Hibana pellets taking the castle barricade out. And 50 seconds in. It's, I think, pretty even at the minute. Rebels are doing some good job of clearing utility, but GK are doing a good job of playing behind it as well.
Whenever I see a castle barricade on this double door, I always, it really winds back the years. I remember back to the days of having like a Sophia, like a Bolo was playing on this window.
Sophia.
Yeah, exactly, like impacting out those doorways. You had like a Rooney when she first came out, was being used to double stack them. You had the castle barricade with the laser gate in front of it, so it was even harder to get through. You had to bring even more utility. The good old days, man, good old days. That must have been a good, what, 4 or 5 years ago now?
It feels like Sweden SI, which was 2022. So yeah, I think it was somewhere around there. But how about that? Asa well in position. Asa no chance but to try and dash to safety. Will be taken down. Rebels continue to look good. A minute 30 left on the clock with Sin. Sark's waiting around with this nitro in hand for the longest time, but Rebels just not giving him the opportunity to put it to use. This is great play from them. Very aware of the dangers that are around them and where the threats are coming from.
Sure, and if they keep playing this level of structure, Rebels will just keep on picking up wins. Again, it's looking very similar to last round where they're not making the mistakes with Shally, where they're going around doing their own thing at times, and they're not really on the same page. They look very aligned on what it is they're trying to accomplish, and in both rounds have really punished a GK using the verticals. Once again, it's building out that way. Once again, they're in a 5 versus 3 and could be yet again heading towards a near flawless round.
Push just holding that long angle through onto mining window, gets the opportunity, and it is as easy as that to pick up Marto. At least gets GK back into things, but as I said, that Fenor manages to find the trade 4 versus 2. Groovy trying to make his way back towards site here, but he knows that he's held from White Stairs, rotates instead through pillars, but he's held from New Hatch. It is tough to move anywhere whilst the plant is going down as well. The kills come in. That's going to be that. Rebels 2-0 and looking very strong on the attack, I must say.
Absolutely. Again, it's that coordination where last time around, they were a little bit disparate in what they were trying to do, arguably trying to do too much. But in these first 2 rounds, you've seen them slow things down, focus on doing things as a team. They've still got 4 players, for example, sat upstairs, opening up the floor, peeking into these verticals, trying to move players around with drones and identify where they're at. Yeah, the new Mozzie gameplay that was coming out from GK that we've now seen across both of those rounds really isn't proving to be all that effectual, to be honest. It's just always been an answer on the other side. Really well played by so far. You can see why they like the map. They're playing it brilliantly so far.
Yeah, looking very good. Like I said, coming in, maybe you don't have a full picture of what GK are going to do. They haven't really been playing it at a tier 1 level. Maybe there's some surprises, but in all honesty, I don't think there's anything that's going to surprise Rebels on this map. Looking very, very good, and GK need a round sooner rather than later. Losing their entire rotation defensively to Rebels here is going to be pretty catastrophic. We haven't seen them go down to kitchen yet, interestingly. They've played both of the mid-floor sites now that they are going back to reading. I don't really know what they're looking at here and thinking, you know, yeah, we were close. Yeah, we could get top floor this time. They've had 2 rounds in a row of trying to hold on to that top floor. Both times, they've only picked up 1 kill. Yupo has 2 kills. Otherwise, nobody else has got involved so far for GK. So I think it's a little bit of a mistake here going to that side. I think you may be being a little bit overconfident in your ability to turn that around. I'd have been thinking, let's mix it up. Let's get down to kitchen. Let's, you know, do something different. As I say that, Grubby does come out and gets the first entry kill that GK have had yet. Maybe that will be the difference maker for them.
Now it's upstairs, on the rappel as well, while everyone else is focused on the downstairs. Again, this is where the concern comes in for Rebels, is when they start trying to do different things. Is when they're not playing as a team and things start to sting them. But there is a lot of map to clear before they can even start thinking about the site here. Of course, that top floor control is going to be a big part of their wheelhouse once again. They've done an excellent job of going from a 5v5 to a 5v3 a couple of times. Here, they've got to try and do the same thing, and they get themselves down to a 4v3, which means doing it a man down. And of course, you've lost the Nomad, you've still got the gridlock on side. You've still got the ability to lock those flanks down, so I don't think they'll be super bothered by losing Feno, but the gun was nice to have.
Seeing if they can find those verticals there, but nothing doing at the minute. How about that though? Straight in. Asa manages to get a double. That's going to be Ask and Groovy taken down. Upor as well. 2 versus 2 though. Yoga fights back on the belly. Does the job. The Mozzie picks up the kill. Sarks finds them now in a 2 versus 1. Linko's going to drop down to that mid floor. Exactly that. He's got seconds on the clock. 80 of them left to work with. You know, he's got a drone in pocket. He's got a nade. He's got plenty to work with here.
Obviously, has no idea exactly where they are. It's being very mindful in case they have worked their way up white and are just waiting in an off angle. But so far, so good. I'll be able to at least get hold of it. But my curious question now is, where the hell does he do with it? You can try and plant in the default spot on the snow fireplace on the snow side door, but they're just going to know you're there. They'll be ready to peek on you together. They'll be playing one inside a utility, for example. Could he play inside a fireplace? Maybe knowing that no one has made that cross yet. I think he needs to kill at least.
Yeah, he's got to get... There's no way that he plants in a 2v1. He's got to get this back to a 1v1 to have any hope. 35 seconds left to go, so he still has a little bit of time to work with, but it is certainly slipping through his fingers like sand through an hourglass. Sarks manages to pick up the final kill as he does go into sight, and that could not have been a better timed round win for GK. They did not want to be 3-0 down. That at least gives them something in their minds. It could be a 4-2 half, and they move on from there. They will probably expect to do better on the attack than the defense of Cafe, so we don't need to go to panic stations for GK just yet.
Now let's take a look at what operator bans come through here for that second quarter. Yeah, Mute and Mozzie has been a big staple of it. I wouldn't be horribly shocked to see a ban come out against the Mute, but instead, no, the Valkyrie being taken away that we saw from Groovy in that prior round. And on the other side, Tim, interestingly, the Nomad coming out. That's going to feel like a bit of a target ban, I think.
Yeah, I'd have said so.
Well, Fenno has played it every single round so far. Yeah, alongside the Gridlock, it's been a nuisance. Yeah,
Anders played well so far. He lost himself as the entry death in round 3, but otherwise he's got himself a couple of kills and he's been reasonably influential. So yeah, definitely. We're heading into round 4 then. It's going to be down to Kitchen, as I suggested. But look, GK, they know better than me. They managed to get that mid-floor site. They managed to get that top floor hold done that time. And a lot of the hinge, I think, came around that entry kill. Getting Fenno taken down, giving themselves the 5v4 advantage through the round. It was a little bit closer than they might have liked at the end of things, but still, it gave them that impetus. It gave them something to move forward with. I'm just looking at who's likely to be playing inside a VIP, and I've looked and I thought, oh yeah, Groovy on the smoke, he's over there, he'll probably play in VIP. But then I looked, I thought, oh well, no, they've got a Warden. Yupo might play there, another common spot for a Warden. Oh, they've got a Tubarau. A Tubarau's very common to play there. So we'll see who winds up inside of VIP. It's going to be an important position at the minute. It looks like it's going to be Yoga committed to it, so he will be able to freeze out the hatch. He needs a little bit of support, and it looks like that's going to be Groovy's job inside of the sort of long bar area.
Right. Well, with the band shaping up how things are going to play out at least a little bit differently, there's a full step away here from the lineup we saw from Rebels. They played 3 rounds, running the Nomad, running the Gridlock, running the Sledge. You will see none of those present. Of course, the ramp makes a lot of sense when trying to attack onto a downstairs site anyway, but it's a departure from the Nomad and away from the Gridlock, and arguably also away from the Snake, I think, which is the big switch up. Verticality in different ways. No Sledge, but you've got a Deimos and of course still got the Ram. Otherwise, it lets them bring along different operators, Grim mainly being the main one, and a return back to that shield that we saw in the first. So I like how we're seeing that adaptation was away from Rebels here and saying, nope, we've still got plenty more strats lined up for you. Don't you worry, Sunshine.
Yeah, they're going to be relying on those shields again, and it's going to be up to Asa this time. It was previously Marto who brought along the Blitz. Need to start clearing out this mid-floor, and then they can start with the verticality. Another 10 or 15 seconds before we need to start worrying about the clock. Get the Ram inside. It's going to be Marto's job, of course, to start doing that work. How about that, though? Groovy, second round in a row where he's managed to pick up the opener, and it's been Fenno both times, becoming a little bit of a tete-a-tete, a little bit of a head-to-head between those two at the beginning of these rounds. Toxic Babe Canister is going to back up Asa as well. GK getting themselves well back into this one. 5 versus 3, looking like a good defense of Kitchen so far. There's still verticality can be done. There's still another boogie drawn. A minute left on the clock. But they've got a number of very, very difficult problems to solve. There's still a Warden on the board, which means it's difficult for the Blitz to have too much impact in the round. Could have some, but maybe not complete. And then they've still got VIP to deal with.
Reloading.
It's like a little bit too much to worry about, right? You can put all this time in towards getting vertical control if you really want, but the problem you then got is that everyone just spreads out laterally, and you've still got an entire ground floor to clear out. Marto left in a 1 versus 5. It feels like it's going to be a flawless round coming out for GK as he rounds on towards White. 1 HP to his name. It's about to say almost lost his head off there to Yoga, but I think no matter what he does in these next 25 seconds, Tim, they aren't going to find the round going their way. Adaptation, unsuccessful.
Marto, so much so he's going to get himself up onto the rooftop, and losing 2 rounds in a row. Rebels, I think, feeling that it's time for a little bit of an unofficial timeout, have a chat within the team, see if there's anything they can do, because look, they can't let this one slip too far away from them. That is the problem. They're on the attacking half. They'll feel like they can do some work here on Cafe on the attack. If we have a look at their previous numbers, not amazing for them. 30% usually on the attack. They are much better actually on the defense of Cafe. So, you know, again, no need for Rebels to be worrying. But given that they've lost that first map, given that they lost Chalet, they need to be cautious here, because if GK can get on top of them, if they can get too far out in front, then it means that Rebels are constantly fighting for survival as this one goes on. It's going to give that added pressure. So I can totally understand why they've taken the option there to just have 10 seconds and a chat.
Have a little breather, because it is a lot on the line. Like, I know we're obviously only in map 2 and we could yet be going to 3 if Rebels fight their way back in, but that reminder again, it's EWC that's on the line. It's the potential to get an instant qualification to SI 27. Like, it's a big deal. And like, you know, obviously we saw G2 go out early to Fnatic, which no doubt will be the upset of the year, but what a fantastic series it was. If you're looking for something to watch back throughout the week, I can wholeheartedly recommend going back and watching it. But you can only imagine how the players of G2 feel at this time as well, and it'll still feel just as much of a sting for these boys here who look at this and say, hey, we're 2 teams relatively evenly matched, like both of us fancy the chance of doing it. It's going to sting if they can't get themselves back on the wagon, so it's now or never.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
GK then, can they build on the momentum that they've had over the last couple of rounds? I'd say certainly nothing that Rebels need to be worrying about just yet. They are pretty much on course for their usual sort of numbers here on Cafe. Going to be that mid-floor once again. We just have a player drop out there. We'll see what happens as we progress. It looks like everybody's kind of stopping, assuming, but we will wait for that call. And the request comes in. Droning will continue for the time being, but we will have a call on that, no doubt, very, very soon. So, GK, like I said, just building that little bit of momentum. There we go. We've got the confirmation that we needed, so we'll just get that reboot done, and we'll get them back into the server as soon as we can do. Yeah, GK carrying that momentum. I think GK, realistically, looking at those attacking numbers, the 71% it is normally for Rebels on this map. 10 out of 14 attacking rounds won. So, you know, sorry, defensive rounds won. So really, really good pedigree for them on defense. GK need a 4-2 here, realistically. If they want a chance going into that second half to wrap it up and to get it done here in 2 maps, I think that they really want that 4-2. They can't be losing any more of these defenses. Otherwise, Rebels are going to be smiling to themselves going into that second half.
Did we speak about the fact that it was your birthday on Sunday on yesterday's broadcast?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't think so.
We spoke about the podcast. I'll say it now. Happy birthday, Tim Tam.
Oh, well, thank you.
I know it's 2 days a little bit late, and I'm sure you had a wonderful day. What did you get up to? Yeah,
well,
happy birthday.
They get a little bit less exciting the older that you get, because there's a big bit of it that you
get
think,
pants and socks, and that's it.
Well, no, it's more that you just think, oh, it's another year older. That's the problem. Like, your back hurts a little bit more each year. You know, it's a tough one to take the years. But no, I had a great day. I went to the driving range with my daughter. She is progressing wonderfully with her golf game. She's going to be beating.
That's how you know you're old.
Very soon.
When you're talking about taking your daughter to golf and complimenting her on a swing.
She's doing very well. She's very she's only 11. She's very impressive. She's going to be beating me before long. Not that it'll take much, but went out for some barbecue food later on. Had some wonderful brisket, and yeah, it was a pretty quiet day, but a good one.
I don't suppose you expanded the gardens to enable you to make that brisket yourself?
I did not. No, that's next year's job.
Till you get a smokehouse in the back of the garden.
Yeah, it's on the list for next year.
I did the other day. Me and my missus were looking for something to watch. We were watching like American Smokehouse competition thing on Netflix. Just proper trash TV while we were eating a bit of dinner and a chat and all the rest of it in the background. And it's a whole competition on like smoking meat and all that. And I was just like, you know what? I really want to buy a barbecue and I really want to start smoking meat. And I spoke to one of my guys at work. You'll know him, Alex, at work, who does it. And he was saying to you the other day, he got up 14 hours before it was required. He was up at 3 a.m. to start smoking meat.
To get it going.
And I was like, I was like, brother, that's commitment. To be fair, when I have been to one of his barbecues before and the smoked meat was great, but I'm now at a stage where I'm just like, do I want to buy a smoker? I might.
See, I don't think that you could commit to the 3 a.m. start for the smoking. You know,
say that, Tim. I could, because I don't go to bed. Last night I was up till 3:30 because I was watching the Belgium-US game.
You are very much a night owl, but I don't feel like you've got the commitment level, you know, for a 14-hour slow cook of some meat. You're very much stick this on 5 minutes before. You know, you're very much I need to be there at 2.
That's kind of what I do before as well. Like, chuck
it's
it in.
3 hours away. I'm going to
hours.
set off at 10 to 2. You know, that's very much you. So I don't know if you could commit to that.
But I haven't got to think about, once it's in there, I could just be like, right, set an alarm 14 hours time and don't even think about it again. It's so easy. I don't mind that. See, my golden rule for cooking, for everyone listening, is if it takes longer to cook it than it does to eat it, I'm not interested. That is generally my rule. I'm not
So
really
unless you're going to take 14 hours to eat the meat, Des, you know, you're going to be going against your own rules.
Well, the thing is, I can make meals that take like an hour. I do like Sunday roast sometimes, but they're quick and dirty Sunday roast is the idea. If I have to spend as much time chopping up vegetables and steaming them and all the rest of it, I'm not interested at that point. If it's nice, quick and easy, bung it all in the oven or in the slow cooker or in the air fryer, you name it. Yeah, I'm good with that. So I actually think smoking meat might be my thing. I'm very aware how that sounds. I've said it 3 times. It sounds very weird. I'm going to stop saying that phrase now. I'm well into smoking meat. Hell yeah. Oh, dear.
Well, we'll see whether you buy into it. There's a smoker could be on its way to you.
How much is a good smoker?
They're not cheap. Not cheap.
How much is a smoker?
Not cheap.
£40 for basic entry to over 3,000 for premium smart grills. What does a smart grill do?
It's measuring internal temperatures and all sorts of stuff, I would imagine.
Has Wi-Fi connectivity and internal computer algorithms to automatically feed wood pellets to hold a perfect temperature. Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's a bit ridiculous. I don't think I want to go that deep on it.
Big business, mate. It's big business. There's no messing about.
I know somebody who smoke a barbecue grill, 80 quid. That'll do me fine.
No, that's not. I might order it right now. That's not going to cut the mustard for you.
It looks good. It looks good.
No. I don't think you're going to achieve what you want. I know somebody who's got some like thermometers for food that are Wi-Fi connectivity. Everything's Wi-Fi.
Don't tell me Ollie has.
No, it's not.
No.
Everything's like Wi-Fi connectivity now, innit? But yeah, you can literally like see the internal temperatures of your meat like on your phone. So you can just monitor that perfect internal temperature to see when it's cooked.
A bit mad, that, isn't it?
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, mate, it's a science. Let me tell you, it's a science.
Oh yeah, watching that show, I was just like, they take this far too seriously. But I also understand it because when I did go over to Austin a few times, there's a place there called Terry Black's Barbecue, and nothing in Europe comes close. Like probably the second best I've had was in Copenhagen. Nowhere near Texas barbecue. Oh my God. I'm thinking about it now. My mouth's watering. I need to go back.
I went to a place when we were in Atlanta, when we were in Georgia. I went to a place there. I was on my own. I just needed some food. I was like, so I did a quick like Google, where's the best barbecue places? Because of course Georgia is the gateway to the south. So I thought I've got to get some barbecue food whilst I'm here. So I went to a place there, and it was absolutely dead. It was excellent food. It was dead because it was like 2 in the afternoon, and it was like so I got really good service. I got really looked after because I was like the only person in there. Everything was cooked dead fresh. It was really, really good. Yeah, that food was phenomenal. I think I've told the story about how I walked out with barbecue sauce on my face, but that's probably a story. That's a story for another day, that one does. So let's get into and it is exactly as stupid as it sounds. Let's get into round 5. It's gonna be another mid-floor site coming in from GK. They were able to win Reading Room back in round 3. We're seeing them go back to Fireplace for round 5. They tried it in round 2. Rebels were able to get the win. Last time around, it felt like the entry really made a big difference. Groovy was able to pick it up for them, get them the advantage. You can see him just waiting with that nitro on the windows, ripped and ready to go. And GK, funnily enough, have got the last 2 entries and have won the last 2 rounds. So keep an eye for which way that first kill goes. Nitro goes out, not going to find it smart. Groovy does manage to escape from Piano. Just about, I tell you what, that smoke just detonating there. Might well have saved his life. Ask does pick up the opener. Is that now going to be converted by GK? Linko going in, looking to see if he can get himself into a tricky spot.
He is in quite a good spot, actually, but Varley's, for every second he wastes, his team is kind of falling apart. Aster dangerous to know, but not yet taken out, and here he is. Springs up inside the bar, looks for the second, but Ask is there for the trade. 3v2. GK looking pretty good in the round overall. Let's not forget as well that we saw Chalet end at a 3-3 split, and Rebels are coming out the first half. It looks like we're heading towards a similar thing yet again.
Going to see the hatch getting open slowly here. It's just a little bit of a...
him.
Sorry?
I never disappeared.
I'm sure that you did. It cut you off for me halfway through your sentence. So they have to work slowly to get the electrical taken out. And they will get that done and get the hatch open. 3 versus 2 still, though, for GK. 1 minute left to go. Time is going to become a factor for Rebels. Marto just seeing an opportunity there, but not able to find a kill. And Sarks, Yupa, Ask, doing a good job of just keeping themselves off the radar. 45 seconds left to go, ticking down. Rebels, they need a kill before they can, I was going to say, before they can think about trying to get a plant down. That really changes things.
Yeah, it's almost like in a sense Linku had the same problem upstairs where he was being, granted, very, very cautious and very careful and quiet about things, but arguably left it a little bit too long, and now they may well pay the price. Knows where the Kaid is, and no, Yupa's going to find the kill. That's GK looking pretty good, up to 3-2.
As I said, yes, it is good for them, but I feel like a 4-2 is... I don't know if I... Is it a minimum? I think it is. When Rebels have historically got a 70% plus win rate on the defense, I think you need that 4-2 if you're GK, so that you can then, you know, look at getting yourself at least into overtime or better. So, yeah, next round still needs to go their way. Where are they going to be going? That's the question. I think we will see them go back to reading room again. That is the case. They're not using top floor. Hallelujah, thank you, GK. Can they hold on, though? Looking at their lineup compared to last time they were in reading room and they won it, it is a little bit different because the Valkyrie has been banned out, so they're going to have a little bit less intel than they had last time around. They've got no Goyo either, so a little bit less slowdown. Instead of those two operators, they've got the Wamai and they've got the Aruni. So given that the Wamai is there, that would suggest to me a stronger hold over Piano. Sometimes if you're going for a top floor hold for reading, you don't really worry about Piano too much. You give a cursory fight over it and then you drop back and move on, and the fight more takes place over Cocktail and Longbar, for example. But this time I think they are really committing to that entire top floor hold.
And a bit of a change over on the other side too. Rebels leaning back in towards a little bit of the flank. I say flank watch, it's more the lockdown of the flank, I think, or anything else. Crowd control, as you might call them, with the gridlock on side. But it's the double leaning towards the intel that's different. They played the Deimos earlier on, didn't play the Snake in the same round, but now that that's on side, I suggest, or at least lean towards thinking, that's probably because they're just a little bit sick and tired of finding out players are hiding in little odd corners that they can't deal with. A little bit of the GK Classic. However, they've got that Mute and Mozzie back on side on the other side, and we've seen a couple of times, in fact, on this very map, how a Mute can help you against a Snake. You do not show up on his Soliton radar, you don't get any kind of warning, so you can surprise him.
Working on the rappel, just looking for that opportunity inside. I've commented already how the entry has been decisive in every single round, so keep an eye on which way that one goes. It's been GK for the last 3 rounds, 2 for Grubby, 1 for Ask, but the shield is going to start its slow march forward. The last time that we saw Marto on a shield was round 1, and it was a convincing win for Rebels. Are they able to replicate on the back of this? Sees his opportunity, takes a pot shot at Cocktail, doesn't manage to connect any damage.
I think it's a bit mental trying to take a fight onto Naruni with a pistol, I won't lie. Either way, they've managed to find 1, they've found 2. Astra's capitalizing off the back of the damage being caused by the shield. In he comes for a 3rd, not even looking at him, Tim. His teammates doing all the work and stretching their attention. He's walked in and got a 3, and now in a 3v2 and half a round to play. Surely they can't see themselves losing this round.
You wouldn't have thought so, but 2v3, I was going to say 2v3 is not necessarily the end of the world for GK, but the shield makes it particularly difficult. Now that it's a 1v3, it makes it practically impossible. We can see Sarks just rotating around, goes to the shotgun, gets taken down on the close angle. 3-3, and I think Rebels will definitely be the happier with that out of the 2 teams.
ultimate beginner's guide, how to smoke meat at home. I have time to sit and read that while we go over to our desk.
Thank you very much. And how we set this first half up to be, I think we have to be really happy for Rebels, right? We talked about their struggles on attack. They've kind of proven us wrong here.
There is something truly special about Rebels attacking on Cafe. Something where they come alive. They can show how they attack properly. You can see that from the regular steps of getting the initial control, of setting up the flanks with the gridlock, of getting the initial control that they need later on in the round to set up the execute. All of these fundamentals, even like their aggression, right? The pacing, it's a little bit more there. The first 2 rounds were really good. Geeky somehow find that way back in the round 3, and I think that really shifts the momentum. Arguably could have been a 3-0 for Rebels already there. Could have been a 4-2 split for Rebels on the attack. And you can see it, right? It's a little bit of lurking. It's the abuse of Solid Snake. It's the abuse of the shield sometimes to get the initial control. Anyhow, it's basically Rebels going through their steps and Geeky fighting really hard to get them, to stop them from gaining the entry. They're trying to play the disruption game. But it's double-edged sword, right? Every time they lose those gunfights, Rebels can just like go full on.
There's 2 operators for me really that were influential in that half. The first one was Solid Snake. It was particularly Asa playing out there on the Solid Snake. He was very, very good using the F2, a bit of a crutch weapon, but he was very, very good with it. And I think he was a big reason why Rebels played so well, because he was the one that was getting the frags. And then the second operator was the Gridlock. Why was the Gridlock even in play? Because the Nomad got banned. That's how much the Geeky wanted to get outside the building, wanted to get active, wanted to get on the flank. And as soon as Rebels started shutting that down, that's when they refound the success in that very final round, because they were shutting down the movement from Geeky. So I think the fact of the matter is, yeah, Rebels are really struggling on attack on basically every map, but Cafe seems to be their home, and a 3-3 attack split certainly stands them in good stead heading into their defenses.
Makes sense as to why they would have picked this map as well, right? Getting that early few rounds in on the attack here for Rebels, now going on to their more favorable side, right? We talked about this win delta so much. Anything that they can do and maybe even ban away from GK to get this map indeed over the way?
Well, I mean, actually lurking on this map isn't amazing, like being honest. Think about if you're defending the top floor or even at the 2 middle floor sites, like where can somebody lurk from realistically? White stairs up,
that's it.
Snow door, maybe red stairs. Like once you start shutting those areas down, and they're very small compact areas, I think that's just the big thing that Rebels need to be aware and focus on.
I can already tell you what Geeky will do. It's the classic. They're gonna split around the top floor, they're gonna open all the windows, and they're gonna wait for a gap.
And I think that's the important bit, is don't get moved, don't get moved by any like nades, play a lot of Jaeger, Wildmine maybe. Just stick to your positions, allow them to execute, test their execute, and I think Rebels will find success.
Force Geeky in the funnel of going through the layers, the natural layers of the map. That's the biggest thing. On Chalet, back then, what happened? They moved too much because they were pressured by the Monty. If they can stay still here with the Monty band, it will be a very different scenario.
Well, Des, since you got excited about reading, maybe Leo has another book that you can add to the collection here about how GK attack.
Nice, got us a drone.
I'll give you a 3 out of 10 for that one, Anne. For the book to add to the collection. I've got to buy a bookshelf now as well.
Razor wire in position.
Well, it can keep all your meat smoking books, Des. It can keep all your meat smoking books.
I have managed to go and order a £500 meat smoker during that break.
Of course you did. That's
no, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
What I expected.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Nah, I'm not having it. Nah.
I did. Though the Smokemaster 3000 is looking pretty good.
Smokemaster. Okay. What a name. Brilliant.
I made it up. It's fine.
Brilliant.
Give me the marketing team voice.
3-3. 3-3, we move into the second half. Rebels, I think, I agree with Fresh and what he said there. Look, it puts them on, I think, the better foot out of the 2 teams. Like I say, given that historically they're at like a 72% win rate. However, I am going to say, at the beginning, you remember me saying that Rebels have played this map 3 times, GK 0, so there's at least at tier 1, so there's less footage available for GK than there is for Rebels. Rebels on defense, that's where GK are going to have been able to really pull apart every single one of their defenses. They should be very well prepared here, so do not be surprised if GK come out and start winning some attacks here, because I think that this second half is where that extra bit of information is really likely to start paying off for them.
Sure. So again, making use of the nomads, the gridlocks. You've already heard the Death speaking about this a little bit as well. More of the same of that will come out in this half because they know that the verticals come out can be a nuisance. If you start letting players up behind you, really not a massive switch up, I guess, in terms of actual operators both teams are bringing along. So don't imagine there'll be a massive drastic change in how things are being played. You know, start out with the vertical control, with the ram on side, for example. Still got to make sure you're clearing away Those electro claws easily dealt with, hatch being opened up. Now the real question is, the Rebels avoid exposing themselves to early kills in the same way that GK did in the majority of those rounds. The answer starts out with a resounding no. A booming no, in fact, Tim. One getting a kill, the second not. You'll take that.
The Ram just getting that boogie drawn down. They're taking a little bit of damage themselves there, but it's not really going to matter too much. Doing the work of ripping up those floorboards, but also just creates so much noise, does that boogie drawn. It's not something, you know, that we can ignore in terms of what it brings to the table as well, because the movement, the shifting, everything that can happen around it at the same time. GK do manage to find a kill in response. Linko taken down. Gaio off the board. 4 versus 4, but 40 seconds left to go. They need to think about how they're going to get into position to put this diffuser down on the ground. They are currently being held at bay by toxic babes from Asa. He has 2 remaining, so can smoke out the majority, if not the rest of this round if he plays this well.
Oh, they know about Fenno? No, they don't. Did you see what they're... Oh, no, Groovy! He's let him slip the net. It should have been an easy trade to pick up, but I had no idea where he was and pays the price. And like that, Fenno is on an absolute tear. May have an ace coming out of this round. If he gets his final kill, a couple of bullets land. Yupa, well, might just hide away here and let the clock do the work for him. But this one looks done. Fenno surely fancying the step out, and he gets the ace Tim to kick off the half.
Yeah, really big message sent from Fenno there. Rebels, they are here to play. They are on the defense of their map, and they are not going to give an inch. 4-3 now on the scoreboard, and you just feel like there is more, plenty more, where that came from Rebels. Like I said, are we, you know, where are we going to see GK? Be prepared, be ready with this footage that they've had available. I don't think we did, to be honest with you. I think there was quite a few things there that Rebels did that they just didn't really expect. So I now am fully on the side of Rebels being in the driving seat and GK being in trouble.
Well, well, well. That is certainly a way to start off with a bang. I really thought for the start of things, GK were looking good. Now they've got themselves set up vertically. They were doing all that they needed to open up the floor. They were looking for hatches being opened. I thought, okay, they're starting out good here. Maybe they'll do okay. But frankly, it's unforgivable to let Fenno slip the net like that. I know that we had them playing the mute or the monster to deny away a bit of information, but at the same time, you can't be letting him sit in that position. In fact, when someone on their side was doing that back in the first half, I want to say it was Fenno who was playing on the snow repel that managed to punish the player sat in that exact position. But this is maybe where now you're going to see this map pick really starting to come into its own when Rebels know these little comfortable spots to play inside of, and GK maybe aren't quite aware of them.
Looking at that attacking lineup, your eyes are immediately drawn towards Sarks on the sense. He's going to be looking to play from bottom white. His job will be to make it difficult to play from VIP. He wants to get a light screen in between freezer wall and VIP to make it tough to be able to have an impact from that position. If we have a look, nobody's actually playing in VIP at the minute. Lems is kind of nearby. He's in bar, but the one that's really catching my eye at the moment is going to be Fenno, that probably moves to VIP. He's on white stairs at the minute. The one really catching my eye, though, is Marto on this score post. Where have we seen this before? Well, we saw it in a serious clutch against Falcons, so something that I'm sure GK are aware of. I hope they are. They better had be, because otherwise Marto will punish them.
Yeah, I don't think it'll quite be the same play given where it's positioned this time around compared to before, but it's certainly not in a bad spot. Feeds a lot of information over, and he can of course keep on dancing around upstairs along with the other players that are up there looking in towards Fenno, who's causing a bit of bother too. He has that ability to move up and down as he wants. He has actually teleported down to it, Tim, and that feels like a massive risk, but is it bait? I think that he might be, as they've now tried to get small bait control. He said, yeah, thank you very much. I'll teleport in and make this a bit of a headache for you, and he even gets away with it. Nicely done, but it's still GK with the advantage. Never mind, they haven't got the advantage anymore. How the hell has this happened, Tim? We're down to a 2 versus 1. Linku to clutch up big. Now GK bring things all even.
Does he know that the man is just inside a wedding? I think he does here with the approach, but surely he's been heard. Yes, Ask is there waiting. 4-4 as GK managed to get themselves a successful attack. And that might just put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit there, Des, because Rebels looked so comfortable in round 7, but GK have just shown that they too are here to play.
Yeah, this will get interesting now. If we keep on getting into this exchange, it could find ourselves pushing even towards OT. towards the back end of things. And while we won't quite catch up, I think, to the hype of the last series, Tim, because 2 of those games went to OT. One was a 7-5. We, of course, had a 7-3 back in map 1. You could still see it going down to the wire. Again, we haven't seen GK play on this map all that much, only in the Belgian Masters. So Rebels, there's more tape on them. There's more that GK can learn to respond to. Good response from them in the second round there of this half. Let's see who gets into the lead in round 9.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Still avoiding the top floor, which is what I love to see. Thank you, GK. Thank you, Rebels. Maybe somebody's starting to listen to me finally, Des. I don't know. Maybe they're just looking at the numbers and seeing that it doesn't add up for the top floor. It's never got a good defensive win rate. So here we go into round 9. Not necessarily as impactful as I often talk about. If we're at a 5-3 here, then this can be absolutely game defining. When we're at a 4-4, a little bit less so, because the only thing you're going to get out of this one really is a small marginal advantage. It's round 10 that becomes more important now. It has that extra weight in a 4-4 because that's going to be the one that decides who gets those match point attempts or how many they get being the point of particular importance.
Absolutely. Again, more of the same with the Nomad and the Gridlock being rolled out. We've seen one of these banned away, the Nomad being taken away back in the first half. Very curious to see if that is the case come the end of round 9. But Rebels certainly don't strike me as a team to maybe play as aggressively as what GK might want to. They have their moments. We've seen Linker in some real cool spots. We've seen Feno in spots. We've seen Marto playing on the Scott box as well. They can do it. I just don't quite think they want to invest a ban in to be able to play it or enable that play style off the back of it. So we'll see what happens when we get there. Still for now, GK taking it slowly and carefully on their focus on getting top floor control. Linku dancing around inside the bar, just underneath the skylight here, not under immediate threat and can drop away. Just has to be careful, of course, they don't lose no door. Otherwise, that drop starts to look a little bit precarious.
Yeah, there is an angle that can challenge onto this position from Pillar's window, but Linko is well aware that there's a player there. Nitro goes out as well, unsuccessfully. A little bit of damage has crept onto Sarks from that explosive, and he decides, you know what? I know I'm here. It's time to dip out of this fight. 1 minute 30. GK not really, or not at all, inside of the building at the minute, not getting themselves established. Feels like they're just stalling out a little bit.
It's always the worry. Just being mindful that they might have someone still ready to sing them. In this case, it's just the Razor Blues as Groovy eats yet another. They are torturous. When they're stacked up in close proximity to each other, it is vile. You feel like you can't move without setting off a landmine somewhere nearby. I'm with you, Tim. They're looking a little bit stuck. They've got the verticals they need. They're probably thinking about an execute here, but Feno once again has got himself in underneath on that Mozzie. Do they know that he's there? I don't think they do, you know. They know that a C4 came on towards this window, but that is all they know.
Work now needs to be done. Going to clear off the electrical, so that is going to be the hatch opening up. 45 seconds left to go. Still lots of work to be done. If you have a look at the side of Rebels as well, no chip damage whatsoever. The same cannot be said of the side of GK, so they really need to find themselves just a couple of really clean kills here. They need to just get some where they don't take any damage, where they don't get seen, and it just gives them that little bit of an advantage. 25 seconds left to go. They're not going to check this. There's absolutely no chance. This is going to be, I think, a round winning position.
Oh no, and they know that he's dropped as well. And then they go for a plant in the back corner. Oh, you couldn't make it more perfect for him. A golden chance to spring up, and there we go. Onto the man getting the diffuser down. Panic stations down for the side of GK, and missed droning may well just cost them this round. They are out of time, Tim, and they're going to hold on. Rebels, they're going to find the round win off the back of Feno being a nice little rat.
Yeah, what a play that was. Like you say, sometimes you've just got to roll the dice, take that gamble that you don't get picked up, and GK, they cannot let them get away with that. I said coming in here, maybe they'd have that bit of extra intel, they'd have that bit of extra information, be well prepared, but they just really haven't shown it as so far on the attack and missing crucial areas. It's an easy area to miss because it's not often that you get players playing inside of there, but it is still just shows how essential it is when you're doing that droning work that you are checking every single corner, every single pixel to see exactly what is going on ahead of you before you end up in that late round situation. GK just didn't get enough done in the early round, and ultimately 30 seconds left to go. We don't have time to drone anymore. We've got to drop, we've got to go for this, and it crumbles, it falls apart, so they take a tactical timeout.
Yeah, understandably. Otherwise, again, Border is waiting around the corner, and we often say this about the map. I normally hate giving very generic descriptions of maps, but it is one of those maps where it becomes very importantly based around the gunplay because it is such an aggressive map and defenders are at somewhat of a disadvantage. Lots of external facing soft walls, doorways, accessing towards site. You have to go and be aggressive, and that does require playing smart, winning your gunfights, making good use of things like C4s, and not giving the attackers control. I just think that leaves far too much down to chance. And again, both teams like the map, as they do all 3 maps in this series. I think GK want to see this done here and now in map 2. They do not want to roll the dice on a 3rd map.
I would agree with you. But I back to the wall. I just can't see them doing it, to be honest with you. Rebels have got themselves 5-4, and I think they are probably going to power on. I expect them to maybe even get the next two rounds and just get this closed out. I don't know. I've just got a feeling, like I say, GK missing that drone in. There's just those little mistakes creeping in, and if Rebels can continue to punish them, it's going to be a tough finish for them. But it's looking towards border as well. With the way that Rebels are playing, those little pocket plays, you know, are going to really come to the fore on a map like border. So let's see how this one goes. Round 10, I said, was going to be particularly important. Big difference between 5-5 and 6-4. That is the change that we're going to see. It is one of those swing rounds where we see either a team take a commanding lead, which would be Rebels, or the slugfest that this one has been continues.
All right, well, let's see if that timeout has a big impact across the next quarter as we go into our final 3. Those bans coming out, interestingly, are leaning towards that Mozzie, probably realizing that, hey, they're punishing us hard on the intel denial. We've got to find something to do about that. And Fenner's had a bit too much fun with the operator. It's got to get taken away from him. And Snake on the other side, pairing up with the Dockerbeat also makes a hell of a lot of sense, really only leaving them with a Deimos to play behind if they want to lean in towards it. So far, not bothering with it on the GK side. They're sticking to what they've used a little bit so far and making sure they've still got that double flank watch on the go. Though I think as we've seen, and maybe it's more of a symptom of seeing these two operators on site, we haven't seen flanks be a part of the game plan of Rebels. They've been very, very happy just punishing GK later into the round.
GK certainly learning their lesson that we spoke about with the droning, then picking up on Marto, who was trying to hide away behind that small bar inside a piano, doesn't get away with it and has to dip out. But we do still have Yokai drones active. I'm going to highlight it now, and it is always something to remember, especially as the round goes on. In those final 20-30 seconds, those 2 drones could be decisive. And looking at the side of GK, they have nothing on side to deal with them other than spotting them and shooting them. No IQ, no Thatcher, no pocket EMPs, nothing to be able to disrupt them. So that is yet another problem stacked up against GK.
Absolutely, but again, they'll just sit back here, Rebels, and just say, fine, yeah, you guys get your verticals, you get your hatches open up, this is no bother by us, you keep doing your thing. It's taken them over half the round to get to this position. While there are still a few nades to rain downstairs and verticals to open up and so on and so forth, I don't think Rebels are going to be all that too bothered. They've got smokes to play behind, they've still got the Yokais, they've still got Goyo canisters around the map too. And then GK's got to be really careful here with the time running away from them.
Just trying to see if they can get anything going from above here. But like you say, time is the factor. It was the factor in the last round, and they're having that kind of stall-out moment again, just circling around that top floor. There's nobody available for you through the verticals. They're not sitting underneath waiting for you to shoot them. You're not going to get that opportunity to have to start moving elsewhere. You know, maybe bring a shield along to disrupt them, get them moving. That's what you need. They're not going to stand still under the verticals. You've got to force them under there. You've got to get in there and get them moving. But for the time being, they think they've found a little bit of space to put that diffuser down. I did speak about the Yokai drones. They haven't dealt with them. 15 seconds left to go. One plant attempt has been denied. Yoga holding on to it. He's just continuing to wait for his opportunity. A little bit of aggression from the Yokai maybe gives an opportunity for GK though. 4 versus 2 as the kills come in with the backstab. But here we go. The Yokai does the job. They have to make it stick. They can't find it, Des. How do they let the Yokai get away with that? There was 2 of them looking for it.
A bit of heartbreak, I think it's fair to say, Tim. But we were calling it with about 60 seconds left. There was still a few things to do. And they had to deal with smokes. They had to deal with Goyo canisters. They had to deal with Yokais. And they have paid the price for it there. A very critical round, though. As again, it moves Rebels one step closer towards getting this one wrapped up.
they've got to be kicking themselves there again. You know, it's just that level of preparation. I know that they've brought a lineup they need. That you know, everybody has been brought along for a specific purpose. But if they've seen the Echo in the setup, why is there not an IQ? Why is there not a Thatcher? Why are there no pocket EMPs? Why is there nothing to deal with that utility? Both of those drones were left alive. Even a Twitch drone, but a Bravo, you know, anything. Both of those drones were left alive on the table at the end of the round where they become most powerful. I'd called it 3 minutes before. Watch out for them in the last 15 seconds. GK should have been well aware of that. There was 2 of them stood trying to body block, essentially. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to stand in front of the planter and kind of body block a little bit and, you know, see if they could get in the way. But you just got to get them shot out. You got to hit your shots. It's as simple as that. We often say it about getting kills, about winning gunfights. In that case, you got to hit the Yorkais.
All right, well, Marto is back up to his usual madness, his usual tricks, Tim running around on the Skopos. And again, we've now got alternative stall coming out in the site itself. But the clash on side, we've seen that Kai an awful lot throughout this half, and maybe you're understanding now why so many teams choose to ban away both of the Electro Bros. But Kai, especially often, is a target. Sark's an easy one. But no, somewhat overstepping, I think, inside of VIP, and it's just an easy free punish for a Lems. Lems? Sarks.
For Sarks, taking Fenno off the board. GK are going to get themselves inside of the map behind the light screens as well. Just, I like that use of them. Put them across restaurant and just give an opportunity to get in there. You know, kind of a little bit protected from bottom brown, from long bar. You can just start creating a little bit of space. We see the shell just off to the right. The nade is going to take that out. So Marto's now going to be locked into top floor, which is where he has just gone to. He's actually moving his way back down white stairs again here, looking to get aggressive. I think they are going to know his position though, as we see the Zofia stun canister come in and detonate. But 1 minute 30, and again GK struggling to get themselves really into this one beyond that entry kill, but Linko does take some damage.
They've got a lot of time to work with, is the main thing, right? My main worry now really is a Lems. Like, Yupa's already worked through all those impacts, for example. They've got another nade they can still roll in. Are they largely hoping to just ignore a Lems and stroll on through here? They kind of have no choice, and that's their last frag. Like, they now have no way to make him move, and that could be a problem.
Fully aware of Marto's position here. They know that they've cleared out a shell, so he has to come back down from this side. Ash manages to find Linko. Lems doesn't have a choice now, really, other than to start getting aggressive on the clash. So he plants his shield and he starts looking to take some fights because he's going to have to. And he finds the first, taking down Ash. 4 versus 3. As you see, he's just going to wait for the perfect... He's not going to overpeak this. He's now confident there's no nades left. So he's just waiting for those easy fights that he can take on. But as they move around to Bakery, it becomes more difficult for him. Sarks picks up the kill, 4 versus 2.
Again, I was really nervous then that we would see GK struggle to remove that shield. It's still going to sit there and carry on doing its thing. Asta, nice shot in the back from you, but then 3 versus 1. Marto got it all to do. Can't see him get away with this one. He knows the plant's going down. He's heard it, but he won't be able to find his man. Although Sark's pulled off. He's going to relocate us over in towards Rice, maybe in towards the other side as well here. This is getting a little bit precarious now. So if he found the right spot on the vertical, it could have been all over, but no. Realizes he won't be able to get away with it. Diffuser will go down, which means it's a bit of a fight back here for Marto to try and keep his team going and get this into a 7-4. Sarks gets the shot. GK take us to round 12, but need to win it to send us into overtime.
Yeah, it's a big ask here for them to get it done. They sort of keep grabbing. They grabbed round 8, they've grabbed round 11. They're just managing to get sort of one attack. But that 3-3 half might just come back to bite them when they struggled to get any more defenses done. I said at the time that 4-2 felt kind of essential for them. But we will just have to wait and see how it works out. We're just getting replay there of the beautiful intel. What a... Just a really nice kill from Sarks there. Sometimes the stars just align for you and you just get those easy opportunities. But right now, it is on the line for Rebels. Esports World Cup, they want to be there. I mean, you know, we haven't even really mentioned for these two orgs. Obviously, it's a big opportunity for everybody. There's a lot of money on the line, you know, and it's the prestige of it. There's the chance of the 6 Invitational direct qualification for the winners. Yep, you know, it's a big step up, don't get me wrong, from just qualifying to actually winning the thing. But at the same time, you know, for orgs like GK, orgs like Rebels that are here in EML, getting themselves established, you know, building the teams, getting that sort of level of experience and that level of exposure within the tournament as well within Siege is absolutely brilliant for them.
Right, well, now or never, boys. Well, not quite never. Still a chance in map 3. But it's now or never to send this one into OT or see it collapse spectacularly and see Rebels force us into a border to determine who our 4th team from well, 5th team, I guess, from EU, because Secret have already qualified by being the winners of it last year. So if you are an EU fan, rejoice. We have 5 EU teams that are going to be there, and one of these 2 will be one of the final 2 joining us in that spot. Now, lineup-wise, again, GK really haven't changed much away, and while I don't always like to lean too heavily into our display in the top left corner, it looks like they've already chewed their way through the vast majority of drones available to them, which means their information in this round is going to be limited. But how about that one for limited? Benno is shot in through the window. Ask, having a good day so far, Tim. We compliments him from map 1. Here is the 6 and 4. Much better than the performance that we saw yesterday.
It's been comprehensively better, I would say, across the first 2 maps. And like you say, a really well-timed entry. There's only 2 rounds so far out of the 11 that we've seen where the entry kill has been overturned. Interestingly, both of those have been by Rebels. So there are stats on both sides to support this going either way still. 5 versus 4. Everybody on the side of Rebels have now been pushed down back towards site, or at least towards that mid floor, so GK can start doing some serious work. What they need to make sure they don't do here is what's happened in previous rounds, and that is stalling out. They need to make sure that they're avoiding that situation, because we've seen it happen a couple of times. They're just struggling to get this hatch open, and I just look at that and think, oh, we're going to be in that position again where time keeps ticking away.
Did you get it this time?
Yeah.
They finally got it. Yeah, okay, that's concerning. They basically had to destroy the entirety of Payano's team to finally get rid of it and realize, oh, we can just get up the hatch, it's fine. A bit longer than maybe they'd like as we come down to the last 50 here. As we said, it's sort of a now or never if you want to keep yourself going on Cafe, or it's over and done with. Just checking that spot in case we need to find someone ratting there. Fenno is dead, so it won't be him. They've got the man advantage, Tim, but certainly do not have the clock advantage.
No, not at all, and I think that's what Rebels are relying on at the minute. Just waiting for that sand to pass on through, for that time to slip away. Nitro goes out, quick kills come in. The plant is successful, though. It looks like they might have this one done. They've got a player down, Sarks. He will hit the deck. 4 versus 1. The big question that will follow, Des, is who is on which side for overtime. It's going to be exciting to see. We have LM's just dancing around trying to get anything going. They know exactly where he is. They cut him down to the wall, and we are going to overtime, Des.
It's been a bit of a battle, but they have got there. They've got a golden opportunity here to sew this one up. And I imagine that we're going to see Rebels being on the defense to kick things off. It was their map pick, which means GK got to pick the side in the first half. They chose defense. That means that Rebels get the pick in OT. It would only make sense for them to go on the defense. However, it has been 3-3 halves. Both teams showing they can get attacks done. It just took a little bit of time, I feel, for GK to really warm into it. But those last 2 rounds have been brilliant from them. Rebels will be kicking themselves here, Tim, if they can't get it done in OT. At what could have been, they were up 6 and 4, a golden chance to see it done, but couldn't win either of those final 2 rounds.
I think if I would very, obviously, very much expect Rebels to be on the defense, as you say. They will go to Reading Room, which is exactly what they've done. That's going to be because they've won it twice. So the attacks that have been won by GK have been Kitchen both times and then 1 Fireplace. So Rebels are going to have to win another site. So they could come in here. They really need this round. If they come in here and take Reading Room, then yes, they just need to get one of those other sites done. GK are in a position where they've won the other 2 sites that are likely to be chosen. But Rebels could choose to go top floor. I know that I criticise it a lot. I'm not a big fan of top floor. It's a very 50-50 site for defenders, but having not played it so far in the map, it could be a little bit of a curveball for Rebels to use in that final round to just kind of chuck it in there and see, how GK get on attacking it. That is great from the Twitch drone, taking out those Vulcan canisters so early in the round to free up the plant spot.
I guess a nice interesting is because they're on that roll of having 1-2, like, you probably give them a little bit of momentum lean here, which can be all the difference. They could have it done in 2 here, GK, assuming that they get this one done properly and that they aren't running themselves down to the clock. They aren't being stung out by things like Yokais. Granted, they aren't available in the round. Starts going down early, certainly not going to help too much, but it's recoverable. He's on his backside up on the roof, so he's in a pretty safe spot to be able to get himself back up. And Fenno, shock horror Tim, has found himself a new home, a new hole to crawl into to cool his little rat hole.
You just feel that GK really could do with the entry kill here if they want to be picking up another attack, especially given Reading Room is one that they've struggled with. Missed shot, so that's going to leave the FNAT active on the wall. Still a lot of top floor presence, but there it is. Yupo manages to take down Fenno. That leaves Rebels on the back foot again. They can't keep fighting these 4v5 battles. GK time continues to be their battle though. Halfway through the round, not yet established inside of the map. Not one player for GK is inside the map. They've got the opening kill, yes. They haven't really made any progress towards a plant or towards site itself.
Oh, but that's all they need there, Tim, is that second kill to roll on through. Back on Shelly, they lost a couple of rounds from this position. They're in a 5 versus 3. If he hits that shot, it could have been generational, but doesn't quite get away with it. Linku, no, watch out, Titan! No! He's dropped himself onto a tracks and gone down from it. That is unfortunate, but entirely predictable. We saw it coming. It's a 3 versus 2. Aska's even got himself outside. Surely at this point, you just say, hit the site, guys. Smoke isn't around. 50 seconds to play with. Alem still dancing around downstairs. It could have been a bit of a collapse onto the last man left alive, but no. They've still got to try and recover the diffuser from top red and then focus on getting themselves down towards these sites. There is still every chance the Rebels hold on here, given we have 3 smoke canisters left in back pocket.
Yeah, GK just weren't in a position to get aggressive as they might have liked. They're starting to work above now. Yoga does have diffuser in hand, but that's a really important kill. Asa managing to pick up Ask. Starks low health, Asa low health. This is going to be a nail biter right down to the wire. 15 seconds left to go. A little bit of breaching going on. Starks, I don't think they're aware of his position here. He might be able to hold on as Yoga gets the lems and starts putting the diffuser down. He's got the cross. Surely he gets the kill. Yes, he does. GK take the lead and move on to the defense. They've got 2 chances now to lock this out and secure their place at the Esports World Cup.
Another fantastic attack that got a little bit ropey in the middle, Tim, but they managed to pull out a brilliant play towards the end. Yes, they were 3 versus 2. Yes, they let it go to a 2v2, but Yog opens things up with that kill, forcing it into a 2 versus 1, and the team play was excellent there towards the end. Now the question is, can Rebels fight their way back in? They started this map so strong. Again, they were up 6 and 4. It looks all but destined to be going to border, but they've let it come down to this, where GK are now in the lead for only the 2nd time in this game. And it feels, Tim, that with that momentum, they might be able to just get it done.
I don't think Fenno had... I feel for him next. I don't feel like he had any idea that one of the tracks had obviously like gone off the edge. Yeah. And it's one of those where it's just, you know, terrible luck that there just happens to be one that's spawned over. Well, there was a couple have spawned over the edge, but one of them is right there where you're going to drop down onto, and you've got just not enough health to survive it. And I think he goes over. He makes the choice, obviously, that I just need to get through these because I'm being challenged, I'm being pushed, I don't want to die. So he makes the choice. I've just got to get through these and go over the edge. And I think it's one of those where you probably take that first step over the edge and you think,
I don't get.
Yeah, you just, there's nothing, you can't change it on the way down. Nope. Like, you know, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You know what's coming.
I mean, you could shoot it.
It'd have to be, you know, hella quick thought, wouldn't it? And there was somebody waiting on pillar windows. Just very, I just feel for him. It was just such a tough situation. But look, we've got Linko.
For us, that's the important part.
It certainly is. Linko, low health, well, half health nearly. That's certainly not going to help in this situation. Taking some damage early in the round. The big question for me is how do they deal with Marto on the shield? It is something that Rebels, you know, used well previously. But if we have a look at GK's history, we're looking at Kitchen. They were only able to play this once and they got 1 win there. So it is 100% for them, but only out of 1 attempt. This is going to be a hair raiser. Hold on to your hats, because who knows which way this is going.
Definitely a change in terms of approach to, again, looking in towards the lineup, somewhat similar to what they saw last time they were playing on this site. They did manage to win it, bearing in mind this was way back when in round 4 when we saw GK come out on top of this one. It was a flawless round at that, Tim, it's worth stressing. So there is work for Rebels to do. And I say work, they've lost the Lems, they've of course got the half HP Link, as you mentioned. It's not looking pretty.
No, it's going to really slow them down, losing the sledge. They've got the shorty, the super shorty of Gridlock, but, you know, those not really recent changes, but the changes that the super shorty, look how limited the destruction is on it. Like, it just takes an absolute age to get through there, and you don't have any more boogie drones, so you're kind of locked into what you've got. GK, they're going to give you absolutely nothing here. They're going to try and keep themselves away from site as much as possible and force you to play on in 5 versus 4. And GK, you've got to like them for it at the minute.
They've got the coverage they need, but they've managed to ensure the top half of the site is clear. But of course, prep is the main worry. You've just seen that Ask is standing in there, ready with that TCSG at range. So they'll try and force their way through, and the warden off towards the side. They haven't even checked small baked in. That's a bit of a car crash disaster. They've dumped everything. Every smoke has been deployed. The glass has been in position. They've tried to make a plan happen, but they get nothing. A 4 versus 2 breaks out. Fenno and Linker to keep the dream alive. Otherwise, GK go to EWC.
Certainly looking that way. Linko takes a lot of damage as well. Fenno manages to find Ass, but they know where he's coming from. Starks picks him up from court check, and that leaves it all up to Linko. Not just 1 HP and a dream for him, Des. 1 HP and the dream of his entire team. He tries to move down to the bottom of red stairs. He knows there's 1 left. Starks finds his man, and GK qualify to the Esports World Cup.
Well deserved, I think, after that Chalet performance. And although it started a bit shaky here on Cafe, they really pulled it out of the bag towards the end. 4 rounds in a row being won. And they will join our other 4 EU teams at the Esports World Cup for a chance of winning a significant prize pool and, of course, the most critical prize of all, a spot at the 6th Invitational 2027.
Just seeing those brilliant moments there as GK close it out, and we can send it over to our desk to see what they think of the qualification.
Thank you very much, guys. Once again, GK, incredible resilience coming back from map points and map points to qualify to EWC. So very well deserved. They turned the series around. A 2-0 is a statement.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially having a bit of heart, you know, they were down after their first half when they were on the defense. They maybe felt that they could have done better. I think 3-3 split, maybe they could have done better in all honesty. And then actually they were getting styled on just a little bit. You saw a big ace coming out of, was it Fenno?
Yeah, Fenno.
As well.
Yeah, that's the round.
As you can see here, big ace coming out. They were getting styled on a little bit. They were actually really struggling, and they needed to find a way to win, and they've done it. And I think that's one of the things that I do really like about this team. They've got a lot of heart and resilience. They find a way when they face up against a little bit of adversity.
Yeah, look at how many of these rounds came down to the last seconds, by the way. That's due to the way that Rebels was playing. They were trying to play to the late round, trying to force GK into the utility as we requested. I think they saw that it was the right game plan against GK.
Oh, the gridlock, the track.
Yeah.
Who died to a track stinger, Leo?
In ranked, it was me. Yes, I know. But this day, it was Rebels. And I think overall, the plan was good, right? Try to plan into the late round, trying to force them. Let's listen to the comms here. I just love it. I just love it because of so many reasons. I think it means a lot for many players that are on a redemption arc. How many times have we seen Ask play for Black Dragons? Go to Liquid, get dropped by Liquid, go back to Liquid, get dropped again. The betrayals in his player's career. The number of times he thought he was going to stay on an active roster and ended up getting kicked off. For players like this, it's heartbreaks. And yet he travels all the way to Europe and rebuilds everything with his roster. He has a terrible kickoff and finally lives up to expectation. Yoga, same thing. So many different rosters, and yet never really achieved what he wanted. Grubby, how many times did he get benched as well? He had to go back to tier 2. It's basically a redemption story for so many of these players.
And it wasn't just a terrible kickoff as well for this roster. Let's not forget the first 3 games of this stage. They got beaten. They lost every single one of them. They scraped over the line against Heretics, and then something changed. Then they found a whole load of form, and I think that's testament to them because they had to dig deep. They had to blend in an American into the roster, a Brazilian into the roster, prominent voices everywhere. How does this roster actually function? They blended it all in, and they've done it well enough that they now qualify to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot at length about the quality of this roster, right? The experience on it and the play style that's quite abused, where they like to lurk a little bit, where they have these counter plays or these really rat plays where they find a gap. But I think the biggest strength from this roster comes exactly from the roller coaster careers of these players. I think that you would not find that grit, that resilience in players that wouldn't have gotten through so many different iterations of so many different rosters and had been let down before. These guys, they were not given this opportunity, they earned it. And I think especially with this stage, they've proven that it was worth it. And I think that mentally, being struck down and climbing back up to tier 1 so many times, it builds character, and that character shows up in the game.
It absolutely does. It's just incredible, and you gotta be super happy for a team like GK. And in general, you know, reflecting on our night in general, as we saw the 2 best-of-3s, you know, bit of surprises, I guess it's safe to say here and there, of course, you know, with the way that the bracket turned out as well. But it's exciting to see our league get closer and closer.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, we've whittled down now. We took 10 teams down to 6 to go to playoffs at the start of yesterday.
Twisted Mind is not here.
And we now take 6 teams down to 4. And those top 4 includes 2 teams that are not in the top 4 that went to Salt Lake City as well. So the established, I would say, top 4 of this region, 2 of them didn't even make it.
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad to think that G2, after a flawless stage, I'm still recovering from the fact that they're not going to play at TWC. It's mad to think that Twisted Minds, who had played so well at Salt Lake City, were not even in playoffs.
Yeah.
Just a small point on Rebels, but props to them as well. You know, they came into kickoff, managed to make it into playoffs. They came into the stage, managed in a much longer sequence to be consistent enough to make it into the playoffs as well, when longer, more established roster like Shifters, for example, missed it. So to me, it's again a great success for Rebels overall throughout the last 6 months. They will have time to learn, they will have time to up that ceiling a little bit, work on their attacks, and maybe eventually reach their S tier event. I think for GK though, the prize was in the eyes and they got it exactly as they wanted.
And I have good news as well, because we get to speak to them. We do have Groovy on the line to ask him a few questions. Groovy, congratulations on making it to EWC. Talk to us about how much this means to you.
Yeah, first thing, hello. Well, I don't know what to say, to be fair. I mean, I think it's a relief from yesterday, you know, like we are all happy. Like we knew that we have to win this game, but it's not like we didn't think the game will be easy, you know, because we know that the other side is also fighting for the same stuff as we do, so we knew the game will be hard. But yeah, I mean, the cafe, the comeback, like the way we managed to bring the 2 rounds back to make it overtime, like it was kind of relief from ourselves, you know. We are like, oh no, not again, you know, not again. Then we hit the comeback, and yeah, we are all happy, you know. Like I'm happy from the team, and overall I'm just happy from the mindset like way, you know, and from the mental part that we showed, that we don't really give up, we just play our game. And after we lost yesterday, for example, today we were like looking at like a new team, for example, you know. So
yeah, I think the mental aspect of your team was probably the biggest takeaway that we got from you guys, especially listening to the comms and seeing your reactions. And speaking of mental, did you feel any pressure for qualifying to EWC from your organization?
From the organization, no, but like the players, like we knew that we wanted to go there, you know, so the players had the pressure on themselves. I mean, I cannot speak for everyone, you know, but for example, for me, it's not like I put pressure on my side, but I wanted to be there, you know, so there was always a bit of pressure in my head. But from the organization side, there was like no pressure, you know, just guys, you guys are playing great, just go fight for it and let's make it happen, you know.
And focusing on you, Grubby, I mean, we talked about your resurgence already in one of these many interviews that now you've given us, because that's many victories in a row now. I'm kind of sad you didn't say see you tomorrow. Maybe that's why you lost yesterday. That was the lucky charm, man. Every single interview.
Yesterday was a bad day from us, you know, like we went to the game overconfident and with low energy, and against a team like VP, it's always gonna punish you, you know, when you feel overconfident, you just like don't really change and you don't spot the things that you always spot, and it happened, you know. Like, well played to them, but we are there together in WC, you know, so that's where it matters, right?
And reflecting a little bit on your career, if I told you 12 months ago the roller coaster you'd go through, from getting basically being dropped from Fnatic, losing onto your tier 1 spot, the whole journey through EML finals, we saw you in Malta, then we saw you at SI, that was crazy, then you join tier 1 again, and then you make it WC. I mean, man, what kind of a career is that?
Well, I think like the first thing, like I didn't really get dropped from Fnatic. Like I wanted to leave. We had to make our roster changes because we knew that the roster is not like playing well. So I decided that there's no point for me to being in there if, you know, like the roster won't perform. But overall about the career, like well, it's a roller coaster, but like everything happens for a reason. You know, I think I gained a lot of experience in tier 2, like how to treat the game, how blessed I am by playing in T1 and everything, and it just made me more hunger to actually win the stuff and be there at the top again, you know. And it paid off, you know, like scrimming 6 maps a day with tier 2 teams against everybody, like it pays off, you know. You learn a lot of new things and you develop as a player, you know, like outside of the game and in game, you know.
If we fast forward a few weeks to Paris, Grubby, I know we've got the rest of the playoffs to play through, and we'll do that next week. But if we fast forward a few weeks, you'll be going up potentially against, I don't know, FaZe Clan, Furious, Liquids, Dark Zeros of the world. Another team you might also join, or you will also join at EWC, is VP. I don't know if you saw the interview with Nako yesterday. One of the things that he said about your team was that it's all just luck, luck, luck. And I wanted to just ask you outright, is there any more to your team's game than just that?
Well, to be fair, the guy who only plays shields and like plays of that cannot say something about lag, because I want to see him next stage when there won't be no shields, because you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's only lag, you know. I think every team has a different playstyle, and for everyone, it like the stuff works different, you know. And that's pretty much all, you know. Like people can say whatever they want, that we are lucky, or I mean, but if I'm gonna make EWC every year like this, but people can call me lucky, you know. Like I don't really care, you know. Like I'm just doing my job by playing the game, you know. So.
It is deserved. I'm glad you're already putting out targets for the next stage, setting up storylines here as we speak. One more thing I'd like to ask you, just to get your opinion, Groovy. You already mentioned, you know, Fnatic, your former organization. The game before you guys, they got a pretty big upset against G2. How do you feel about that? Did you expect them to take down G2?
Well, I did not expect that, but I'm really happy for Deepak. To be fair, I love that guy, and I'm really proud of that guy, that finally, after so many years, after people like, you know, going crazy on him on Reddit and every stuff, like he finally showed that he's capable of playing the game and going to the events again, you know. And I'm just happy for them, you know. And same for Wizard, to be fair. Like I'm happy for all of them, you know. Like it was a good game, they played better, and that's why they are there, right?
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your kind words, Groovy. Once again, a big congratulations on making it to EWC, and I guess we might see you next week.
Yeah, see you next week, lads.
There we go.
Good night.
All right, we had to get the promise out there, right? Just to kind of like not manifest it in a bad way for him there. But so much to talk about with that interview. You know, talk about what is there for their play style, also about the other teams in the EML. But for him, the resurgence as a player as well. It is so good to see him making it back to international events.
Yeah, it goes to show that if you never give up, if you always believe in yourself, there is a world for you if you work hard. Once again, we look at the statistics and they're crazy, right? The comeback story. Obviously, I used the wrong word. He was not dropped. He chose to leave Fnatic. That speaks of maturity. Overall, the question was the same. He left tier 1. He had to grind his way through tier 2. He did it with friends, and those friends qualified to Six Invitational with Team Heretics. And then the way that he went back into tier 1, rebuilt this roster, a roster that was struggling, that did not make playoffs in kickoff, and eventually that investment paid off to make EWC. It's a beautiful gamble.
And I think realistically, all of the players on this roster have a similar kind of story, you know?
Yeah.
We can talk and we can brush it off as imports, but, you know, like you say, Ask in and out of Black Dragons, coming over to Europe first time.
Even if you take away the imports, think of Upor.
Yeah.
He was given a tier 1 shot, and he didn't work out.
And honestly, even for Sarks, it could have been quite easy to stay at Fnatic, stay in a roster that had the guaranteed spot in the partner organization and all that stuff, and kind of be the star man there. Chose to make the move to GK, and, you know, obviously Fnatic also made it as well, so, you know, it's not at their detriment, but it was a bold decision for him to make that move when he did as well. So I think for all of the players, they've made a decision to come as this collective to create a brand new team, and the fact they found success, you know, so quickly, really in the team's infancy, is props to them.
It's been a wild ride, huh? On the second day of playoffs in EML. Let's have a look at our updated bracket then to see how things are currently standing and exactly what happened tonight. Because if you're just joining us, shock and horror. G2 will not be making it to EWC. Fnatic with a big upset over them. Very much deserved, by the way, as Groovy alluded to as well. You know, they played like the better team. You know, the players on that team really deserve it too. And then afterwards, GK 2-0 against Rebels. These are our last two teams who are making it to EML. They'll play against each other next week.
So Jack, Fnatic or GK are going to be top 3 of EML. How do you feel?
Correct. I'm thrilled. I'm buzzing. Absolutely buzzing for both of them, and I think for completely different reasons. I think, yes, Fnatic did upset G2, but I don't think that was a horrible G2 today. I think it was a G2 that did make some mistakes, maybe strategically in the macro level.
But Fnatic just
Fnatic
like exploded.
Played so well. I think that was a really high quality game of Siege across both of them. And had either of them progressed, obviously it came down to one round, we'd have been saying the same thing. And then for GK, I think the better team won, and the team probably on paper that's got the better, more realistic chance at an international event at EWC. They managed to win it out. Of course, they will go up and they will play against Fnatic for the privilege next week of then playing for third place with the loser of Falcons and VP.
Yeah, that's the question, right? How far can they really progress in the lower bracket? But also for all these teams in here, right? I think their big objective is ticked off. Of course, it's always about qualifying to that international event. What are we playing now from here on? It is SI points.
Yep.
That's the most important thing, right? By making it a top 4, we have 200 points.
Yep.
But you can double that or even get it better to 420 SI points in total.
The reason is, why is it so important for two of these teams? Because two of these teams did not make the major, Jack.
Yes, and that's the big thing. You didn't make the major. You're putting a little bit of stress and pressure on yourself because you're already behind. So those teams, yes, they have made AWC, but it's a little bit more to play for, especially that game for who finishes in 4th place, I think, because that's going to be a direct rival come stage 2, come, you know, potentially the major over in Japan as well. And I think that's the thing. So for Fnatic and GK, yes, they can kind of shelve the fact that they've made EWC. Full focus has to focus on SI now, because if I'm being realistic in my heart of hearts, neither of those teams probably will challenge for the win at EWC, I don't think. So it makes it important that they rack up enough SI points to put themselves in a good place ahead of stage 2.
That's ultimately the goal for next week. We still have one more whole week to go with playoffs in EML. As we said, the continuation of the lower brackets and of course the upper brackets, and our grand final will be played out on Tuesday. That is it from us here for this week of EML. There's still so much more Siege to watch if you're getting your drops, if you just want to see the Siege action from all these other regions. We want to thank you for watching for now. We'll hope to see you again next week and have a great rest of your night.